I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Robert Brown. And Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Contact and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
It is a fact that in people's lives, things do go wrong. An unfortunate event or a personal tragedy of some sort. There's always something external, something unexpected. In a word, trouble. And there are those who thrive on it. Take, for example, Hugo Bishop. Trouble is his business and his pleasure. Maud London is his scene. And trouble is what he's about to find in the persons of Thelma Tasman, known professionally as Gloria Del Rey, Queen Bee of the fashion world, and her husband, Mervyn Spate, convicted murderer, declared legally mad, and for the past 2 years, a full-time tenant in a Broadmoor asylum for the criminally insane, where there has just been a daring escape. Hugo Bishop is in for a rare treat. Mervyn Spate is back in London. Our story, Queen in Danger, will begin after this word.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
Oh, all right. Now, here's a serious one. Name 2 things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Millard Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
Picture this. London, the first day of spring. The season newly arrived from Paris, overnight and traveling light, to drape green gossamer among skeleton twigs and blow a zephyr's breath against the royal standard high above Buckingham Palace. The Queen is at home. Fear has not yet entered the mind of the woman in green, walking briskly along the pathway in St. James Park. She'll be free of fear for another 5 minutes, perhaps 6, but no more. She stops to buy a paper, folds it and tucks it under her arm and walks on. She turns now into Bond Street, and her shadow is cut off suddenly and silently by the high corner buildings, and she's accompanied instead by her glassy reflection in shop windows. Then that too is gone, as she passes the rubble of a bombed site, left abandoned since the Second World War. A grim reminder of how it was. But now, as she steps through the gilt and glass-paneled entrance of the fashionable Salon des Fleurs, the woman in green moves unsuspectingly among the placid flower bowls in the heavy, perfumed air toward her destined appointment with sudden panic.
Good morning, Mrs. Tasman. I'll be with you in just a moment. I have Mrs. Carmody on the phone.
Yes, please. I'm in rather a rush.
Yes, Mrs. Carmody. I have it down. Tuesday week, 3 o'clock. I said Tuesday week, 3 o'clock. That will be fine, Mrs. Carmody.
I'm sorry. I came in to make an appointment, but could you fit me in tomorrow after lunch?
Would 4 o'clock be convenient?
If I can be out by 5.
Is it just for your usual face back, Mrs. Tasman?
Yes, that's all.
Well, you should be away by 5 then.
Thank you.
Oh, Mrs. Tasman?
Yes?
You left your newspaper.
Oh. I turned away toward the ordinary day outside, to the ghost of my reflection in the window. Beyond the glass, the cars and people in the street passed by like figures in a silent film. I felt distracted all the way to my office. I barely noticed the street traffic. I was overwhelmed by feelings of anxiety. I don't know what it was exactly. Guilt or fear. Once inside the Miller Group Publishers building, my sense of panic eased a little. My work was a necessary distraction. But the nameplate on the door to my private office reminded me who I was, or wasn't. Gloria Del Rey, fashion editor, Venus magazine. Nom de plume for Thelma Tasman, which was, in turn, an assumed name. I left word with Glenda, my secretary, to hold all calls. I was summoned by my boss and trusted friend, Maurice Gerald.
Come in, Thelma.
I just saw the proofs of the Duval layout. It looks worse than I dreamed.
No, it's a little contrived, that's all.
You wouldn't excuse it from anyone else.
It would be good from anyone else. It's just that your standard is higher. Anyway, I didn't call you in about the Duval layout.
I didn't think so.
How about coming out to stay with us for the week? With Victor going off to Bristol, you're going to be lonely.
You've seen the paper.
Yes.
It's good of you, Maurice, but I'll manage.
Well, Laura would love you to come, and you know how the children feel about you.
Laura and I get on well, and I don't want to spoil that. She wouldn't appreciate having your protege about for a whole week.
No, now, stop thinking of yourself as my protege. I showed you the ropes, I made you into a fashion writer, but then you took it from there yourself. Now, circulation's gone up a solid 5% since we started carrying the Gloria Del Rey center spread.
You gave me a job that required all of my energy and attention when that's just what I needed. I can never thank you enough.
Well, then humor me and come along. I'll phone Laura and let her know.
I'd rather not, really. I want to come when it can be a holiday, not an escape.
You sure?
Yes. Give Laura my love, and a slap on the bottom for Mick and Jonathan from their Aunt Thelma.
All right, then. But Thelma, take care.
The cold black headline in the newspaper would seem to have nothing to do with high-fashion Gloria Del Rey, or with the woman who called herself Mrs. Victor Tasman. Even Victor, especially Victor, would not make any connection between the man mentioned in the newspaper headline and the woman who had become his own common-law wife. Victor had simply accepted my rejection of a formal marriage ceremony. He had no way of knowing I was already married. Married to Mervyn Spate, condemned murderer who was reported today to have escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. Glenda was out of the office when I returned. It was just as well. I needed to be alone. The thought that clouded my mind was, what if Victor should find out? Perhaps I should tell him. Perhaps he was in danger as well as I. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. A small pink page from Glenda's memo pad had blown off the desk onto the carpet. I picked it up. Miss Del Rey. While you were out, a man called. He left no name, but asked for a Mrs. Spate. He seemed quite positive he had the right number.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your heart. Give your cold. Contact, the sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours, continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just one contact. The tiny Tide pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Here we go. Contact, the sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hello, I'm Greg Morris, and I'd like to tell you about a new program of the United States government to provide education and training after high school, especially if you don't have the money for it. It's called Basic Grants and helps to provide money for full-time students entering for the first time a college or a university, vocational school, a technical institute, or a hospital school of nursing. It helps you pay for tuition, books, and other expenses. Basic Grants makes it possible now to prepare for the special vocational career that you've been hoping for. And best of all, it's not alone. You don't have to pay it back. So take it from me, Greg Morris. It's not a mission impossible. Apply right away. Simply contact the school or college you're planning to enter, state employment office, county agent, or post office. Or write Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. That's Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
Hugo Bishop here. A trifle on the bored side today. But that shouldn't last. It seldom does here in London, you know. Always something irregular going on about. It shan't take me long to find it. Or the reverse. It's a hobby of mine, actually. People in trouble, that is. I share an office with a very regal Siamese cat and a middle-aged, rather conservative woman with an Oxford degree and a talent for embroidery. Vera Gorringe is her name. I prefer to call her Gory. Marvelous woman with a flair for nosing out the fantastic, the incredible, and the macabre. Gory placed the files on my desk as soon as the early edition of the Standard hit the street. But I was taking a perverse delight in ignoring them and turned my total attention to cleaning out my favorite meerschaum.
That sort of thing should be done in the bathroom.
How many times have I told you that? Love me, love my pipe.
I should think you'd rather be putting your attention to a bit of business.
Such as what?
Spate is free.
Who?
Mervyn Spate. Found guilty but insane 2 years ago at the Central Criminal Court and committed to Broadmoor Asylum.
For murder?
A woman on a bomb site in Ludgate Hill.
Name of Joanna Martin.
You've been baiting me all along, I suppose.
The names of murder victims seem to stick in my mind. But I don't seem to think this means a job for me.
An escaped homicidal maniac isn't the least interesting person in the world. I should think you'd like to have a talk with Mervyn Spate.
You know where I might find him?
No, but if you can't find him, no one can. And there's his wife. She wouldn't make a bad starting point.
Gloria Del Rey. Now, that's the second file you placed on my desk.
If you want a new study for your personality under stress thesis, she should provide it.
I should prefer a graphic summing up to slogging through a folder of your copious notes.
With the way you're scattering hot ashes from that smelly monstrosity of yours, it'd be less of a fire hazard at least.
Anyone tell you look a rare treat today, babe?
Really, Mr. Bishop, babe is hardly a suitable nomenclature for someone old enough to be your great-aunt.
Well, very well, Auntie. Give me the dope on Gloria Del Rey, formerly Mrs. Mervyn Spate.
Still Mrs. Spate, but now calling herself Mrs. Victor Tasman.
A new marriage isn't legal, then?
Can't be. She's never divorced Spate.
As I recall, Spate was an artist before he took up murder.
Thelma met him at art school. At the time of the murder, they'd been married 3 years. By then, Spate had become a professional painter with something of a reputation.
All smashed to bits in that one moment of violence in Ludgate Hill.
Quite.
Did Thelma Spate attend her husband's trial?
Faithfully. remaining the loyal wife throughout. Despite the fact that apparently the marriage wasn't a blissful one, Spate had too much temperament for his pretty young wife to handle.
Wherever do you come by your little crumbs of information, Gory?
One must learn the language of the sparrows. They sit on every windowsill.
Well, I'm more of a raven myself. So, with her husband put behind bars at Broadmoor, what did Thelma Spate do following the trial?
Left England for a bit to get away from the notoriety. Lived alone in Italy.
And met Victor Tasman.
Technical representative of a British-owned aircraft and allied products company.
Quite the opposite from the temperamental autistic type.
Precisely.
And Thelma Spate then returned to England as Thelma Tasman.
And became Gloria Del Rey, thanks to Maurice Gerald, editor-in-chief of Miller Group Publishing.
And how does he fit into the picture?
Friend in need, I should say. He first offered his assistance to the stricken young wife during the trial. Then immediately on her return to England came forward with the job of fashion editor.
Why did Gerald do this, do you suppose?
Plainly felt sorry for her, I imagine. He's known as a generous man. Also, perhaps he sensed she had the makings of a crackerjack fashion writer, since that's what she's turned out to be. This room is 20 feet long and 16 feet wide, with at least a dozen sizable ashtrays strategically placed about. Need I say more?
No, but you probably will. It appears to me the prime question for conjecture at this point is, does Spate know?
Does Spate know what?
That Mrs. Spate is now calling herself Mrs. Tasman.
Then you're interested?
I don't know yet.
Well, if you decide you are, you'll find the files quite complete.
I frequently bless your morbid curiosity, Gory.
It appears Princess Ju Yi Shin would like an audience with you.
Ah, send her in. Hello, gorgeous. The Princess Ju Yi Shin paddled silently across the room, the light from the windows glinting in her great blue eyes. With one quick flash of smoky fur, she leapt onto the desk, settled on her haunches beside me, with a tail curled neatly around her chocolate feet. I drew my meerschaum back into life, and the cat and I together watched the curl of smoke with a quiet, idle fascination. And then I brought out the chess sets. I sifted the pieces and set them on the board one by one. Thelma Spate, alias Mrs. Victor Tasman, alias Gloria Del Rey. The Queen in danger. Next, a white rook near the Queen. Maurice Gerald, the protector, at an equal distance from the Queen. A white knight. Victor Tasman, the constant lover, behind the Queen, directly behind, but at a greater distance. Mervyn Spate. Husband, murderer, madman. The Red King, enrobed in blood, with a red pawn laid beside the king. Joanna Martin, dead by the king's hand, and bloodied too. What do you think, my beauty? Time to place the sixth piece on the opposite side of the board, away from the others, but facing them. A white bishop, my own namesake, at a standstill and wondering where to begin.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important as State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time, we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
I'm Cliff Robertson, and I made a picture not long ago called Charlie, where I played the part of a man who was mentally retarded. I'd like to tell you a little of what I learned. Thousands and thousands of mentally retarded children are born each year. It can happen to any family, rich or poor. It makes no difference. Except some children are luckier than others. Some kids can be just a little slow in learning, but some will never learn much of anything at all. But every one of them can be helped, and that perhaps is the most important thing that I found out. These kids have a right to a chance to learn as much about how to live a normal life as they can. The National Association for Retarded Children and its nearly 1,500 local associations are helping to give them that chance. Will you help too by supporting the work of your local association for retarded children? Thank you.
There were yellow tulips in a bowl on the table, bright as agony in the sunshine. It seemed astonishing that color so brilliant should cast a shadow of mere gray on the tablecloth. But the shadow was there. 7 gray heads against the blue linen.
Gloria Del Rey works too hard.
She likes it that way.
I know.
Victor Tasman should talk, whose job is taking him off to Bristol for a whole bloody week.
I have no choice. And the sooner I go, the sooner I shall be back.
What can I do to compete with a supercharger?
What is it, love? Is something troubling you?
No.
Lucky you. Have you seen the papers today?
Why? Why, no, I haven't. Is there some reason I should?
Velma, darling, you are tense. All of London will be, I should think. Seems a maniac escaped a loony bin.
Victor, I love you.
Well, then, for the 1000th time, marry me.
Not that today, Victor, please. Let's order lunch, shall we?
God save the Queen.
I decided to start exploring my interest in the Spade affair by comparing notes with my old chum Freddie, Detective Inspector Frisney of the New Scotland Yard. We met at one of my favorite spots, which wasn't one of Freddie's, a milk bar at the bottom of Charing Cross Road. You'd better find Spade quickly, don't you think, Freddie? I mean, the bloke might go and pop someone else off just to celebrate being on the outside, and where would you be?
Anyway, it'd be preferable to here, sitting with Hugo Bishop contemplating a milkshake. What are you having?
Oh, I rather fancy a strawberry shake and a ham sandwich, seeing it'll come out of your expenses.
I'm off duty.
Oh, I hate to contradict you, but we're going to talk business.
Whose?
Yours.
Don't you ever talk about your own?
I haven't any of my own. My business is everybody else's.
Oh, all right. Only anything but Spade. I've had enough of him for one day.
Well, where are you looking for him?
No statement.
Well, we won't talk about Spade. We'll talk about Mrs. Spade.
She's out of town.
Out of town?
We checked her address.
What address?
19 Stapleton Crescent. Spade's been sending letters to her there ever since he's been in the asylum. We checked it out, but the woman who lives there is out of town.
Eve Jordan is out of town. Thelma Spade isn't.
Come again?
Eve Jordan lives at 19 Stapleton Crescent. She's Thelma Spade's best friend. Thelma used Eve's address for Spade's letters.
Why?
Why? Would you feel comfortable about a husband who was a convicted murderer and judged mad to boot?
You think Spade's escape puts his wife in danger?
Well, she evidently thinks so. That should be enough.
Tell me, Hugo, where do you come by all your information?
I live in close proximity to a sparrow.
Where would we find Thelma Spade, then? Hugo?
That shake is making my mouth water.
Oh, it's like something you'd shave with, if you ask me. Don't see why all this electricity and chrome and chemical flavoring have to do with a simple rustic cow. Give me a good old timber-built, worm-eaten, honest-to-God pub any time.
You don't have to stay and humor me, Freddie. Go and have your beer if you'd like.
Oh, all right, Hugo. You win. A ham sandwich and a strawberry shake on the yard.
Thank you, Freddie. That's very kind of you.
And now, let's have it. Where can we find Mrs. Mervyn Spate?
The yard would assign a man to Thelma Spate, in the hope that she was the lure that would inevitably put Mervyn Spate back in the trap. Freddie and I parted company outside the milk bar, and I walked up toward Trafalgar Square. Dusk had fallen. A newsvendor hawked papers on the corner. Maniac murderer at large. London at night. Where was Mervyn Spate this moment, I wondered. I thought over Scotland Yard's proposed strategy. This extremely risky business, exposing your queen that way. Lose her, and the match is all but lost. And this is no ordinary game. All possibilities must be weighed and measured. Thelma Spate Tasman is in a most precarious position. One false move could mean the game. And we are playing with her life.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Sometimes a 24-hour pass can pass very slowly. Very, very slowly indeed. With no place to go, nothing much to do. The answer for millions of servicemen and women around the world has been the USO. For over 30 years, a place to come in, read, write letters home, listen to music, dance, have a hamburger and a shake. Most of all, a place to feel welcome. But there might not always be a USO, even though there are still 2 million servicemen and women who need it more than ever. There might not be a USO because there's not enough money to go around. USO gets no government funds. It depends entirely on your gifts to the United Fund, Community Chest, or local USO campaign. So please give. Our work isn't done.
When they change a plane flight, I check to see if another is just as good or better.
Fred Underwood, Kansas City postal worker, probably knows as much about airline schedules as the airlines.
I want to give that extra service that goes with airmail. So I move it just as fast as I can to get it out of here.
And airmail is moving. Now you can almost always get next-day delivery to cities up to 600 miles away. And 2-day delivery anywhere in the country. Just mail by 4 p.m., use zip code, and mail from a specially marked airmail box.
When I started here, it was all propeller planes and trains. And back in the post office, mail was handled the same way it had been for years. Now there's jet planes and zip codes, and airmail's really going places.
Airmail and zip codes. They speed everybody's letters. If you don't know a zip code, check your phone book or call the post office. Help us help you. Use zip code.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. The Queen in Danger. Starring Juliet Mills. Robert Brown. And Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
State Farm Insurance and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
There are detectives and there are detectives. And then there's Hugo Bishop, connoisseur of crime. Item, maniac murderer at large. Mervyn Spate, convicted killer, has escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The preceding news brief was brought to Hugo Bishop's attention by his bird-like secretary and confidant, Vera Gorringe. That and the plight of Gloria Del Rey, renowned beauty editor of Venus magazine. In private life, she is Thelma Tasman, common-law wife of industrial engineer Victor Tasman, who is currently away on business. Her employer, publishing mogul Maurice Gerald, too, is out of town, leaving this woman of many names alone in London and terrified by her own identity. The fact is, she has still another name, Spate, Mrs. Mervyn Spate. Queen in Danger will continue in a moment.
Did you say God? Well, I know him by everything you say and do. Did you say God? Well, I've seen him every time I look at you. He's touched you with his love and with his truth. Don't look any further. You are his
Truth states itself simply, joyfully. Sunrise, cello sounds, the face of a child. Our song is saying, God touches you with his love. Pass it on. This message is brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
Hand in your hand in my hand. You hear the music sing. Sisters and brothers loving each other. We're gonna make a better day.
It was the first of the week's fashion shows I was scheduled to cover. I was alone, except for the jostling crowd around me, dividing their attention between the show about to begin in the main salon and the table bar set up here in the anteroom.
Hello, beautiful.
Rex!
You sound glad to see me.
I am. Built for the soccer field as you are, you can probably manage to make your way through this mob to get me a sherry.
Any little service I can render, love. Be right back.
Rex Willison was London's favorite fashion photographer. He was also a rat, a rake, a roué. I wouldn't rely on him for my life any more than I would thin ice. But he was big, with magnificent shoulders and a cheerful grin, and just the sort of company I needed at the moment.
Here you go, love.
Thank you, Rex. That's just what I needed.
Oh, for a moment I relished the thought that I was just what you needed.
You are, but not quite in the way you're thinking.
What's wrong, beautiful? You look a bit down under.
Victor's gone away on business for a week.
Yeah. I wonder if I'll ever meet a girl who'll be miserable when I leave her for a week.
You wouldn't be interested in one like that.
You're right there, love. So, shall we? Looks like post time for the show horses.
Lights, music, and on with the show. Number one, a
Blue by Jacques Decoy. Note the loose three-quarter-length sleeves designed for coolness on all occasions, and the softly draped neckline eternally feminine.
Neat little filly lad, and pretty footwork.
I feel Rex's solid masculine presence beside me, and somehow I'm safe. Safe for now.
Shoes made beautifully to match by Norman Lane, and the mischievous little hat by Michelson.
Later tonight, if I feel really afraid, I can telephone Victor. Just the sound of his voice over the phone will comfort me. Or I can spend the evening with Rex. He'll dine me if I ask him, and I could deal with the inference he'd draw from it later. For that matter, I needn't stay at my place at all this week. I could rent a room at some small hotel while Victor was away. Somewhere across the city, far away from the flat where Mervyn would never find me. Rex is flashing me his best grin, and I can manage a smile back. I needn't really be afraid. Of that I'm convinced. But still, I am afraid. I am.
The Tasman flat, where Thelma Spate lived out her new alliance with Victor Tasman, was round the corner from Queen Street in Thames Gardens. When I walked by there to take a look, I found my Scotland Yard confederate, Freddie Frisnay, checking with his man on the job.
No sign of Spate or Mrs. either up to now.
You going to talk to her when she shows?
No.
Why not?
Well, she could be ready to aid and abet him, you know.
Not as I see as reason it out, Freddie. She goes abroad after the trial and comes back with a man who's her new husband, except for that little detail of the ceremony. Doesn't sound to me like she's ready to give Spate a hand. More likely she's worried what he's ready to give her.
Well, we can keep just as good a watch on her without knocking on her door.
And she hasn't knocked on yours yet.
What do you mean?
She hasn't asked for any police protection.
No, which shoots your theory.
Spate got himself out of Broadmoor for some reason. He found out his wife was living with another man, seems a good one to me, and I'm sane.
You wouldn't care to submit to a test of that fact, would you?
Freddie, my boy. As a matter of fact, I've just gotten a sudden crazy idea.
Do you want to share it?
Not till I see if it works. Just have to make a quick call to be sure my little sparrow is home on the nest.
Hello?
Gory?
Yes?
Did you send it?
Yes, it's there by now.
Do you mind staying in case there's a call?
I wouldn't miss it. This was my case to begin with, you know.
I know.
But I gather it's caught your interest.
A bit. At any rate, I've just gotten a notion, and it might keep me most of the night.
Dangerous, Mr. Bishop?
Yes. A slight risk of varicose veins. Ta-ta, Auntie.
As it turned out, I had to go back to my own flat. Rex, it seemed, engaged a sylph-like model for the evening's recreation. So I took a taxi home to face my fear alone. What was my fear exactly? It seemed I also had to name it. Mervyn had learned about Victor and me. He had managed to escape from Broadmoor for one reason, to kill me. Strangle me with that same hideous strength that had snuffed out the life of the woman on the bombed site in Ludgate Hill. But it wasn't the man I feared, or even death. It was the madness, the fear of encountering a deranged mind. And if that wasn't enough, I got into it with the cabbie, and he absolutely refused to take me to my door. He left me at the corner.
Smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this old world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beechnut chewing tobacco. Beechnut just keeps on getting better. Beechnut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beechnut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, a man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. You treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beechnut's the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
As I turned up the steps to the entrance of the flat, I became acutely aware of the presence of a man in the shadows of the doorway across the street. The flesh at the nape of my neck crawled. I quickened my step, hurried inside, and closed the outer door. A moment later, I was inside my apartment, flattened against the door in the dark, frightened of what I might see if I turned on the light. Then the toe of my shoe touched something on the floor, and I reached for the light switch. In the glow of the ceiling lamp, I saw the envelope, mute and white against the royal blue of the carpet. 3 words were written boldly across the front of it. Mrs. Victor Tasman. A threatening note. From Mervyn. That was all I could think of, although the handwriting on the envelope was unfamiliar. I slipped the envelope open with my finger and took out the note. It was brief. All it said was, "If you need help, telephone CAR 2330. Ask for Bishop."
The flower grew against the sky, black-petaled, with a stem as thick as a tornado's rope. From where I viewed it in my cramped position against the broken wall. Somewhere here, among the rubble and the creeping tapestry of weeds, Joanna Martin had been found with the life throttled from her body, and her blood congealed on the slab of stone that her skull had split against. And they had found Spate, too, lying in the half-choked cellar below the woman's body, still unconscious from his crashing fall. Twice since I'd come, the monotony of waiting and the strain of cramped leg muscles had nearly caused me to give up. I knew that my chances of success were worse than poor. But then, the thought would repeat itself in my mind. The thought that had brought me here to this infamous bomb site, Luckett Hill. It was a tired old saw, but nonetheless true. Often, a murderer did return to the scene of his crime.
Victor, is that you?
Thelma, what's wrong?
Nothing, darling. I'm sorry it's so late.
It's only 12. You sound, odd. What is it?
No, Victor. Everything is all right. I just wanted to hear your voice and say good night.
I'm glad. Actually, I meant to phone you, but I've been talking my head off steadily for hours, trying to fix a deal.
Any luck, darling?
Not really sure. But never mind about business. I miss you, my love.
I caught myself only half listening. My eyes were focused on the door to the flat, and I was imagining Mervyn walking up to it, his hand on the knob, his brute strength forcing it open.
Darling?
I miss you too, Victor. Terribly.
There is something wrong.
I'm lonely for you, that's all. Please don't be away any longer than you have to.
You know, I really...
Your 3 minutes are up.
Operator, this is a private call.
I'm sorry. You booked 3 minutes. Shall I extend it?
Yes. No. Good night, Victor. Hurry back.
I'll telephone you in the morning, darling. Get a good night's sleep.
Victor, I found myself staring at the door. I don't know how long I sat there. I was not aware when my mind crossed the border dividing reason from obsession, from control to submission, plunging me into a wilderness of terror. It was no longer possible for me to believe that Mervyn would not come, or when he came, that he could not get in. I stared at the door and saw the knob turn, the door open, and Mervyn standing there, his eyes bright with unreason, his shabby figure slack, his hands hanging loose until he lifted them and came toward me.
Perhaps mute stones are infused with memory, like an unseen stain. Or else I was only diverting myself from the boredom of my vigil. In any event, I found my mind absorbed with images of that night 2 years ago, when Joanna Martin was slain. I saw the movement of her dress as she fled across the weed-strewn masonry, her stricken face as she turned back toward the man who picked his way through the rubble, moving to her with strong arms outstretched, eyes glinting with madness. The fierce look of fingers upon flesh, the violent squeezing out of the last vital breath of air. Of air, poor girl. Poor unfortunate madman. The vigil had made me morbid. The stones against my back had left me cold. And again I thought of giving up, leaving this place to its own brooding memories. I moved to ease the cramp in my legs and lifted my face to where the stars roofed the jagged gap between the broken walls. And there he was. A dark, hulking shape against the night sky, staring down at me with eyes void of all expression. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, it was Mervyn Spate.
We're number one, we're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
Agent Bill Rich of Logan, Utah, explains why State Farm Mutual is the world's largest car insurer.
This is what the consumer feels, and you know that if the consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. And if you're not competitive in both of these areas and do the job, the customer is not going to rate them where they have. We're number one. We only got there because we were most competitive, or as competitive as anyone, and because we're there to serve.
Service and price. That's what car insurance value is all about. And there are two good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
Like a good neighbor,
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you, if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
I remembered Gorey's question on the telephone. Dangerous, Mr. Bishop. And now it was I had crouched against this wall for more than 2 hours. My legs and back were cramped. My position alone had me at a disadvantage. Spade was standing almost directly over me, and he had already murdered once. He had little to lose by killing again.
Who are you?
The name is Bishop.
Police detective?
No.
What are you doing here?
I was waiting for you.
You knew I would come here.
No, but I thought it was possible. This waste of bricks has been the most important place in your whole life.
If you're not a policeman, what is your interest in me?
Humanity interests me.
You want to observe the lunatic mind at work. You think I'm mad. But I'm not.
What's it like for you inside Broadmoor?
I have smokes, if that's what you're wondering. I'm on the block for privileged patients now. I can even shave with a razor.
But you're still locked up.
You can never see farther than the trees. Even when you know and remember and think about everything that's outside, all the people and things you used to know and love.
How do you spend your time in there?
They let me have paper and pencil. I make sketches. Sketches like these.
Spade abruptly tossed a small pad of paper down to me. I leafed through it. They were all sketches of a man's face. A face expressing violent hate and fear. The fine drawn lines of the eyes and mouth conveyed a strain that transformed it into a face of abstract evil. I wondered if Spate meant it as a self-portrait.
Do you know that face?
It's the face of madness. Why do you spend all your time sketching only that?
I don't want to forget it.
And it's not meant as a self-portrait.
I told you, I'm not mad.
Why did you break out of Broadmoor, Spade? Because you wanted to see beyond the trees.
Give me back the sketches.
Oh, here you are, Spade.
You still think I'm mad?
He turned away then, and in a moment his dark, brooding form was no longer silhouetted against the sky. If I tried, I might follow and overpower him from behind. Or I could notify Freddy at the yard of his whereabouts. I did neither. At this point, I chose to let Spate go free.
I don't know when the phone stopped ringing or when I stopped screaming. I was still sitting by the phone, staring at the door, paralyzed by fear, when suddenly...
It's Bishop, Mrs. Tasman. Let me in. It's all right, Mrs. Tasman. I'm here to help you.
But how did you know I
You called my number. You talked to my associate, Mrs. Gorringe.
I don't remember.
She told me you were very upset, very frightened. I thought perhaps Spate had come here.
I thought he had. I must have only imagined it.
Yes. Fear can play strange tricks.
I must have remembered your note.
Yes. That was why I sent it.
But I don't understand. Who are you? Why would you want to help me?
I want to help people in trouble for the opportunity it gives me of seeing life through other people's minds.
You take a morbid interest in personal tragedy.
Yes, interest. Morbid, no. Academic and constructive, I suppose. For two pins, you'd throw me out, now that I've told you how I tick.
I think you're a strange man, Mr. Bishop, but I'm grateful for your offer of help, for whatever your reason. When I called your number, I was in a state of shock. The mere ringing of my phone had sent me into hysterics.
You thought it was your husband, that is, Mervyn Spate. It's true, you've never divorced Spate.
Yes. Somehow I couldn't. After he was sent away to the asylum, it seemed he needed me more than when we were together.
Well, I doubt it was Spate calling you tonight. It would have been about the time I was with him.
You've seen Mervyn?
I waited on the Barton site in Luggett Hill. He came there as I thought he might.
How was he? I mean, how did he act?
As you would expect a hunted man to act.
Did he say anything?
He insisted he wasn't insane.
He kept insisting that all through the trial.
Well, criminals are always insisting they're innocent.
Did he say anything else?
Well, I asked him why he had broken out of Broadmoor. But he didn't answer.
I can tell you why, Mr. Bishop. There can be only one reason to kill me.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier, Phantom, Skyhawk, Cobra, Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps, and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Come in, Nappy.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and en carte.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This World History lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Robert Brown. And Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
Chevrolet and State Farm Insurance. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Rarely does one find a detective in the social register. Hugo Bishop, London's super sleuth, is an exception. He's a whippet-like, non-violent man. With a penchant for chess, he prefers milkshakes to ale, and has a reputation for being in the right place at the right time. This should lend solace to the overwrought Thelma Tasman. Hugo Bishop is on her case. The case of her husband, actually. Convicted killer Mervyn Spate, who recently escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The fact is, Thelma finds Bishop's unorthodox methods disquieting. Nevertheless, Hugo and his intuitive secretary, Vera Gorange, press on. Staying close to Thelma Tasman are publisher Maurice Gerald, her employer and steadfast friend, fashion photographer Rex Willison, a volunteer male companion, Freddie Frisney of Scotland Yard, and, of course, Hugo Bishop. Oddly, Thelma's common-law husband, Victor Tasman, is out of town. Hugo Bishop has never met the man, but would like to. He'd like to look him in the eye to see if there's a resemblance to a series of sketches he's been shown by Mervyn Spate, because Hugo Bishop is convinced that Mervyn Spate is innocent, and the man portrayed in the sketches is not. Queen in Danger continues, following this.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
What was Mervyn waiting for, I wondered. I knew he had learned of my identity as Gloria Del Rey and my address as Mrs. Victor Tasman. I was certain he meant to kill me as he had killed Joanna Martin. Was he waiting for Victor to return? Or waiting only to torture me? If that was his intention, it was working. The longer he waited, the more my terror grew.
Yes, miss?
He was a small, thin man, bald as a billiard ball. His nose was hooked, as if years of sniffing at articles brought to him for sale had caused it to turn under. His shoulders were slightly humped, their blades visible beneath his old sweater, making him look like a bird of prey with its large wings folded. He leaned forward in the dim light, assuming the posture of a vulture among the littered display of cast-off clothing, kit bags, golf clubs, cameras, binoculars, violins and guitars, and guns.
Can I do something for you?
There's something in your window.
There's many things.
The little black gun.
Oh, yes, I thought perhaps in my business you get so you can tell. I'll get it for you. And it is, miss. It's small, it's light. Just right for a young woman such as yourself.
Have you suitable ammunition?
Well, I may have. Yes, I may have. But, have you a license?
No,
It's not always easy to get a license, you know. One must have a reason for carrying a gun. They always ask.
I shall be able to satisfy them. How much is the gun?
Well, with the clips of ammunition I think I could find, the gun will be £12.
I haven't that amount with me.
I will accept your check, miss. I don't accept checks as a rule, but I will accept yours.
I prefer to pay cash. I have about £10 with me.
It's the perfect little weapon for you. I say, would it be possible for you to bring the additional £2 in later?
No. I shan't be this way again.
Well, then I suppose, very well, miss. I won't neglect my chance of doing you a service.
And the ammunition?
Oh, yes, here you are.
Thank you.
My shop is so dusty and dark. Few young ladies as beautiful as you come into it. You bring it life. You take away death.
I paid the £10, dropped the gun into my handbag and walked briskly out of the dark little shop, away from the little vulture man. I stepped out onto the sidewalk, back into the bright afternoon sun, and ran straight into the ubiquitous Hugo Bishop.
Well, hello.
Did you follow me here, Mr. Bishop?
I might ask you the same. Did you follow me?
Sorry. I suppose that was an odd thing to think.
Well, quite understandable. That is, as understandable as any coincidence can be. I'm merely waiting for the garage across the way to check the oil in my car, and you're simply doing some shopping.
Yes, of course.
The only coincidence is that my garage and your shop happen to be opposite. I was whiling away my time. In fact, staring into that extraordinary pawn shop window. Must contain everything in the world.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Bishop. I have still another show to cover.
Well, let me run you over there. You'll have finished my car by now.
It actually isn't far.
Ah, well, then you'll be in good time. Come along.
What is it, Mr. Bishop? You seem different now than last night when you came to help me.
Different? How?
Well, you were very kind. You offered just what I needed, a sort of quiet strength.
That's me. I'm the archetype, strong, silent man.
You would be, if you didn't try to be so facetious.
Me facetious, Mrs. Tasman. Very well. I'll be serious, if you'd like. Who are you trying to shield?
I don't understand.
Are you trying to shield Victor Tasman? Or Maurice Gerald? Or Rex Willison? Or someone whose name I don't know? Someone called the Gent.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
These are times that require each of us to take a good look at our car needs, to think out sensibly just what car in what size is right for us. For many people, a small Vega is right, but for many others, a larger, roomier car such as Impala makes just as much sense. Impala's legroom and comfortable ride make sense for families, carpools, and business travel. For those of us with car needs that a small car simply can't fulfill, Impala is still the great American value.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
Chevrolet wants you to think sensibly about your car needs. When you do, we think you'll agree that small size, mid-size, or full size, Chevrolet makes sense for America.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
Oh, all right. Now, here's a serious one. Name 2 things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Millard Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
I watched her face as I asked my question, naming the men around her. But she only looked bewildered. That perhaps was my answer. Now she sat quietly beside me as I drove her to the next show.
I've been trying to understand what you meant. What would I be trying to shield them from?
Hanging?
Hanging? Victor, Maurice, Rex.
Thelma, there is the theory being considered now that your husband, Mervyn Spate, might truly be innocent.
Mervyn innocent? But he's been proven mad.
Yes, and that has become your obsession.
I lived with Mervyn. I saw his terrible temper.
That doesn't mean he's done murder.
But if he didn't...
Someone else did. Someone close to you, I should think. Someone you might be trying to protect because he means more to you than Mervyn Spate.
But I believe Mervyn did it. I believe he's mad.
Yes, I rather think you do. And perhaps you're right. But Mervyn believes he's innocent and sane, and that perhaps you're shielding the real murderer.
Poor mad Mervyn. Before our marriage was a year old, we'd stopped loving each other. And I'd begun to be afraid. Afraid of his unreasonable rages.
And now you fear his madness.
Yes.
Here we are. Park Court.
Thank you again, Mr. Bishop.
Where will you be going after this show you're covering?
There's a cocktail bash at the Lotus Bowl.
Are the gates crashable?
Will you come?
I just might. With a guest, if I may.
Of course. Who is it?
Lady Faversham. A dear old thing I picked up at the garden fete. You'd adore her. Though I should warn you of one thing.
What's that?
She's a bit nervous. So do be careful not to let anything go off in your handbag. I thought about Thelma buying the gun and wondered why. To defend herself if Spate showed up. Her obsession might have driven her to that point. I had no way of knowing if she bought the thing by plan or by impulse. I found Freddie Frisnay wrestling with the same knobby issue.
What do you make of the Tasman woman, in light of a new role?
You mean now that she's toting a rod?
Precisely.
Freddie. So your man was shopping with her, was he?
Of course. He had more trouble keeping out of your way than hers.
He shouldn't be so sensitive. I wouldn't bite him. Freddie, why do you think she's bought a gun?
To shoot someone with.
Couple of rare sleuths we are. By the by, Freddie, my man.
I am not your man.
Oh, Freddie, just a figure of speech, old boy. Have you any records at the yard on a bloke called the Gent?
Several. It's not uncommon, you know. Any hoodlum who sports a Woolworth's tie-pin gets the name.
Well, check the lot. The one I'm interested in was described as a tough businessman sort. Had a car, middle-aged, a big man.
That narrows it. We'll check. Is he someone who might have been involved with Joanna Martin?
Yes. A lot of blokes were, apparently. And while you're at it, you might also check an Emerson, little man with glasses. Had a car, some money, and a Sydney, a flash type, smoked cigars, wore rings. Cocky little rat.
Why didn't you put me onto these characters over our lunch?
You weren't inclined to consider anyone else but Spate at that point, as I recall.
Don't misread me, Hugo. I'm still not. That is, not officially.
Good old cautious Freddy.
I'll follow your leads and keep in touch. Now, don't push me.
Cocktails at the Lotus Bowl. I'm agreeable, but what are we doing?
Just keeping our fingers in the pie.
Who am I supposed to be at this bash, did you say?
Lady Verisham, a dear old baggage I picked up at a horse fair.
The name is reasonable. I dislike the description.
Well, how about a bit of fluff I picked up at a carpet sale?
In any event, an English eccentric of some 60 summers who's a nut on fashion.
That's the birdie. Lorgnette, jet locket, dodo feather fan, and tweed galoshes.
Sounds like fun. I'll go to work on it.
And of course, one thing to keep in mind this evening.
What's that?
The Queen is packing a gas. When Gory returned, she was dressed to the nines for her party role as Lady Verisham. Expensive basic black cultured pearls, and her blue rinse piled high in an elegant upsweep.
The old baggage from the horse fair has arrived.
Pardon, madame. Oh?
Is this Bishop?
It is.
This is Mervyn Spate.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but, you know, that's a high-performance automobile. And you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him, but I'm maybe going to save this guy a buck, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
Spate wanted to talk to me. We arranged a meeting place. It meant we both would have to shinny our way through the police and Scotland Yard dragnet. It also meant that Gory and I would have to forego our cocktail date with Thelma Tasman and Company at the Lotus Bowl. My rendezvous with Spate seemed more important. And now I had something more urgent for Gory to do as well. I gave her a list of names. There were people I wanted to have on deck later tonight, if the plan I had in mind took shape.
Lovely. I always get gussied up in my best basic black and pearls to spend the evening on the telephone.
Don't worry. Lady Verisham may have her hour of glory yet.
Where are you meeting Spate?
Oh, round.
KG.
Reasons?
Dangerous?
Depends. Is Spate a lunatic killer, or isn't he?
I don't think you should go without telling me where to look for your body.
With the police all around Spate as they are, they'll find my remains PDQ. So you don't have to worry your beautiful blue rinse about that.
Some consolation you're leaving me with.
Oh, no. Gory girl, don't go sentimental on me. Now, you get on the blower, and I'll see you later. With luck. I found Spate waiting on the embankment of the Thames between Vauxhall Bridge and the Chelsea Bridge, crouched beside the dark water, chilled and cramped, hungry and exhausted.
Spade. It's me, Bishop. I wasn't sure you'd come. I said I would. I brought you some food, but you better eat it slowly. Oh, thank you. The police are moving across this whole area. They'll be coming down here by land and by water. I know. They nearly had me twice. You said you wanted to talk. We don't have long. Last time we met, I got the feeling you might help me. I think I have been. Provided you didn't actually murder Joanna Martin. Oh, dear God. I thought there was only one other man living who could consider I didn't do it. The man who did. And you didn't kill the girl, Spade. At my trial, I got tired of saying no. Sometimes at the asylum, I said I did. It never seemed to matter much which I said. You really want to know? I do. No, I did not kill her. You saw the man who did? I saw him. The man in your sketches? Yes. Can I see them again? Very well. I'll have to wait until we get close to where the light is better. We? I want you to come with me, Spade. Come with you? Where? Where we can get you some rest. If I stay here, they'll get me. I may as well come with you. But look here. You cross me, Bishop, and so help me. I'll kill you. Kill me? Well, everybody says I'm a murderer, don't they? There's something you should know, Spade. If the real murderer has gotten himself close to your wife for his own reasons, she doesn't know it. Are you sure of that? Quite sure. Come on. Better get out of here. Wait, Bishop. You're taking a chance doing this. Tell me why. Don't try to figure me out, Spade. There isn't time.
Hugo Bishop had made such a point of planning to gate-crash the cocktail party at the Lotus Bowl. Why hadn't he shown up, I wondered? There'd been no sign of him, or Lady Verisham, whoever she might be. Again, as I lost the protection of the crowd around me and was faced with another night of lonely panic, I sought the comforting male companionship of Rex Willison.
What is it, Thelma? You've been edgy all evening.
I expected someone tonight who didn't come, that's all.
Will you have dined, you love?
I like your company, Rex.
Great. I've always wanted a kid sister.
Poor boy. When a woman doesn't want you for your rippling torso, you just get lost in the forest, don't you?
That's Gloria Del Rey and her fashion talk.
And you'd rather have passion talk.
Just because I asked you to my flat doesn't mean I wanted to show you my etchings. You said something about dreading another night alone.
I said that?
You did, love.
I'm sorry. It only means I miss Victor.
Of course. But he's away and I'm here.
And you've been just what I needed. You told me 3 genuinely funny stories and gave me a marvelous dinner. And now you're going to see me safely home.
I am? Yes, I suppose I am.
But as soon as Rex had seen me inside my door and left me alone as I asked him to, I was sorry I'd sent him away. Sorry I hadn't gone to his flat. I could have dealt with him. Anything would be better than my renewed feeling of panic. I tried telephoning Rex, but there was no answer. Victor. I had to hear the sound of Victor's voice again.
Bristol Motel.
Mr. Victor Tasman, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tasman is checked out.
Checked out? Are you sure?
Just a moment, I'll make certain. Yes, Mr. Tasman left at 8 o'clock, just over an hour ago.
Did he say where he was going?
No, I'm sorry, he did not.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop's office?
This is Thelma Tasman. Is Mr. Bishop there?
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Tasman. He's not just now.
Well, tell him I called, will you?
Oh, Mrs. Tasman. He'll want to know where he can reach you later. What shall I tell him?
Tell him I'll call back. I was afraid to leave, but even more afraid to stay. I decided to spend the night at a hotel somewhere on the other side of the city. I phoned for a taxi, gathered up my wrap and handbag, and cautiously opened the door. Then I remembered the gun. I had taken it out to load it and placed it in the drawer of my bedside table. I hurried back to get it. Then I remembered I had left the door to my apartment open. I heard the sound of the lift gates at the other end of the passage. Did I really hear it, or was it in my imagination? But now, there were muffled footsteps coming down the passage toward my door. I mustn't see him. I couldn't stand the sight of his face, his killer hands, his eyes that were mad. My fingers closed around the gun. I heard the small click of the safety catch as I released it. His footsteps drew closer. Slowly, quietly. Then, suddenly, the stream of light was broken by the dark shadow of his silhouette, and the gun in my hand went off.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of The Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Robert Brown. And Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
Rarely does one find a detective in the social register. Hugo Bishop, London's super sleuth, is an exception. He's a whippet-like, non-violent man. With a penchant for chess, he prefers milkshakes to ale, and has a reputation for being in the right place at the right time. This should lend solace to the overwrought Thelma Tasman. Hugo Bishop is on her case. The case of her husband, actually. Convicted killer Mervyn Spate, who recently escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The fact is, Thelma finds Bishop's unorthodox methods disquieting. Nevertheless, Hugo and his intuitive secretary, Vera Goringe, press on. Staying close to Thelma Tasman are publisher Maurice Gerald, her employer and steadfast friend, fashion photographer Rex Willison, a volunteer male companion, Freddie Frisney of Scotland Yard, and, of course, Hugo Bishop. Oddly, Thelma's common-law husband, Victor Tasman, is out of town. Hugo Bishop has never met the man, but would like to. He'd like to look him in the eye to see if there's a resemblance to a series of sketches he's been shown by Mervyn Spate, because Hugo Bishop is convinced that Mervyn Spate is innocent, and the man portrayed in the sketches is not. Queen in Danger continues, following this.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girls to tomorrow. What was Mervyn waiting for, I wondered. I knew he had learned of my identity as Gloria Del Rey and my address as Mrs. Victor Tasman. I was certain he meant to kill me as he had killed Joanna Martin. Was he waiting for Victor to return? Or waiting only to torture me? If that was his intention, it was working. The longer he waited, the more my terror grew.
Yes, miss?
He was a small, thin man, bald as a billiard ball. His nose was hooked, as if years of sniffing at articles brought to him for sale had caused it to turn under. His shoulders were slightly humped, their blades visible beneath his old sweater, making him look like a bird of prey with its large wings folded. He leaned forward in the dim light, assuming the posture of a vulture among the littered display of cast-off clothing, kit bags, golf clubs, cameras, binoculars, violins and guitars, and guns.
Can I do something for you?
There's something in your window.
There's many things.
The little black gun.
Oh, yes, I thought perhaps. In my business, you guess you can tell. I'll get it for you. And it is, miss. It's small, it's light. Just right for a young woman such as yourself.
Have you suitable ammunition?
Well, I may have. Yes, I may have. But, have you a license?
No,
It's not always easy to get a license, you know. One must have a reason for carrying a gun. They always ask.
I shall be able to satisfy them. How much is the gun?
Well, with the clips of ammunition I think I could find, the gun will be £12.
I haven't that amount with me.
I will accept your check, miss. I don't accept checks as a rule, but I will accept yours.
I prefer to pay cash. I have about £10 with me.
It's the perfect little weapon for you. I say, would it be possible for you to bring the additional £2 in later?
No. I shan't be this way again.
Well, then I suppose, very well, miss. I won't neglect my chance of doing you a service.
And the ammunition?
Oh, yes, here you are.
Thank you.
My shop is so dusty and dark. Few young ladies as beautiful as you come into it. You bring it life. You take away death.
I paid the £10, dropped the gun into my handbag and walked briskly out of the dark little shop, away from the little vulture man. I stepped out onto the sidewalk, back into the bright afternoon sun, and ran straight into the ubiquitous Hugo Bishop.
Well, hello.
Did you follow me here, Mr. Bishop?
I might ask you the same. Did you follow me?
Sorry. I suppose that was an odd thing to think.
Well, quite understandable. That is, as understandable as any coincidence can be. I'm merely waiting for the garage across the way to check the oil in my car, and you're simply doing some shopping.
Yes, of course.
The only coincidence is that my garage and your shop happen to be opposite. I was whiling away my time. In fact, staring into the extraordinary pawn shop window. Must contain everything in the world.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Bishop. I have still another show to cover.
Well, let me run you over there. You'll have finished my car by now.
It actually isn't far.
Oh, well, then you'll be in good time. Come along.
What is it, Mr. Bishop? You seem different now than last night when you came to help me.
Different? How?
Well, you were very kind. You offered just what I needed, a sort of quiet strength.
That's me. I'm the archetype of strong and silent man.
You would be if you didn't try to be so facetious.
Me facetious, Mrs. Tasman. Very well. I'll be serious, if you'd like. Who are you trying to shield?
I don't understand.
Are you trying to shield Victor Tasman? Or Maurice Gerald? Or Rex Willison? Or someone whose name I don't know? Someone called the Gent.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
These are times that require each of us to take a good look at our car needs, to think out sensibly just what car in what size is right for us. For many people, a small Vega is right, but for many others, a larger, roomier car such as Impala makes just as much sense. Impala's legroom and comfortable ride make sense for families, carpools, and business travel. For those of us with car needs that a small car simply can't fulfill, Impala is still the great American value.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
Chevrolet wants you to think sensibly about your car needs. When you do, we think you'll agree that small size, mid-size, or full size, Chevrolet makes sense for America.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
Oh, all right. Now, here's a serious one. Name 2 things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Miller Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
I watched her face as I asked my question, naming the men around her. But she only looked bewildered. That perhaps was my answer. Now she sat quietly beside me as I drove her to the next show.
I've been trying to understand what you meant. What would I be trying to shield them from?
Hanging?
Hanging? Victor, Maurice, Rex.
Thelma, there is the theory being considered now that your husband, Mervyn Spate, might truly be innocent.
Mervyn innocent? But he's been proven mad.
Yes, and that has become your obsession.
I lived with Mervyn. I saw his terrible temper.
That doesn't mean he's done murder.
But if he didn't...
Someone else did. Someone close to you, I should think. Someone you might be trying to protect because he means more to you than Mervyn Spate.
But I believe Mervyn did it. I believe he's mad.
Yes. I rather think you do. And perhaps you're right. But Mervyn believes he's innocent and sane, and that perhaps you're shielding the real murderer.
Poor mad Mervyn. Before our marriage was a year old, we'd stopped loving each other. And I'd begun to be afraid. Afraid of his unreasonable rages.
And now you fear his madness.
Yes.
Here we are. Park Court.
Thank you again, Mr. Bishop.
Where will you be going after this show you're covering?
There's a cocktail bash at the Lotus Bowl.
Are the gates crashable?
Will you come?
I just might. With a guest, if I may.
Of course. Who is it?
Lady Faversham. A dear old thing I picked up at the garden fete. You'd adore her. Though I should warn you of one thing.
What's that?
She's a bit nervous. So do be careful not to let anything go off in your handbag. I thought about Thelma buying the gun and wondered why. To defend herself if Spate showed up. Her obsession might have driven her to that point. I had no way of knowing if she bought the thing by plan or by impulse. I found Freddie Frisnay wrestling with the same knobby issue.
What do you make of the Tasman woman, in light of a new role?
You mean now that she's toting a rod?
Precisely.
Freddie. So your man was shopping with her, was he?
Of course. He had more trouble keeping out of your way than hers.
You shouldn't be so sensitive. I wouldn't bite him. Freddie, why do you think she's bought a gun?
To shoot someone with.
Couple of rare sleuths we are. By the by, Freddie, my man.
I am not your man.
Oh, Freddie, just a figure of speech, old boy. Have you any records at the yard on a bloke called the Gent?
Several. It's not uncommon, you know. Any hoodlum who sports a Woolworths tie pin gets the name.
Well, check the lot. The one I'm interested in was described as a tough businessman sort. Had a car, middle-aged, a big man.
That narrows it. We'll check. Is he someone who might have been involved with Joanna Martin?
Yes. A lot of blokes were, apparently. And while you're at it, you might also check an Emerson, little man with glasses. Had a car, some money, and a Sydney, a flash type, smoked cigars, wore rings. Cocky little rat.
Why didn't you put me onto these characters over our lunch?
You weren't inclined to consider anyone else but Spate at that point, as I recall.
Don't misread me, Hugo. I'm still not. That is, not officially.
Good old cautious Freddy.
I'll follow your leads and keep in touch. Now, don't push me.
Cocktails at the Lotus Bowl. I'm agreeable, but what are we doing?
Just keeping our fingers in the pie.
Who am I supposed to be at this bash, did you say?
Lady Verisham, a dear old baggage I picked up at a horse fair.
The name is reasonable. I dislike the description.
Well, how about a bit of fluff I picked up at a carpet sale?
In any event, an English eccentric of some 60 summers who's a nut on fashion.
That's the birdie. Lorgnette, jet locket, dodo feather fan, and tweed galoshes.
Sounds like fun. I'll go to work on it.
And of course, one thing to keep in mind this evening.
What's that?
The Queen is packing a gas. When Gory returned, she was dressed to the nines for her party role as Lady Verisham. Expensive basic black cultured pearls, and her blue rinse piled high in an elegant upsweep.
The old baggage from the horse fair has arrived.
Cotton, now. Oh?
Is this Bishop?
It is.
This is Mervyn Spate.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but, you know, that's a high-performance automobile, and you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him, but I'm maybe going to save this guy a buck, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
Spate wanted to talk to me. We arranged a meeting place. It meant we both would have to shinny our way through the police and Scotland Yard dragnet. It also meant that Gory and I would have to forego our cocktail date with Thelma Tasman and Company at the Lotus Bowl. My rendezvous with Spate seemed more important. And now I had something more urgent for Gory to do as well. I gave her a list of names. There were people I wanted to have on deck later tonight, if the plan I had in mind took shape.
Lovely. I always get gussied up in my best basic black and pearls to spend the evening on the telephone.
Don't worry. Lady Verisham may have her hour of glory yet.
Where are you meeting Spate?
Oh, round.
KG.
Reasons?
Dangerous?
Depends. Is Spate a lunatic killer, or isn't he?
I don't think you should go without telling me where to look for your body.
With the police all around Spate as they are, they'll find my remains PDQ. So you don't have to worry your beautiful blue rinse about that.
Some consolation you're leaving me with.
Oh, no. Gory girl, don't go sentimental on me. Now, you get on the blower, and I'll see you later. With luck. I found Spate waiting on the embankment of the Thames between Vauxhall Bridge and the Chelsea Bridge, crouched beside the dark water, chilled and cramped, hungry and exhausted. Spate. It's me, Bishop.
I wasn't sure you'd come.
I said I would. I brought you some food, but you better eat it slowly.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
The police are moving across this whole area. They'll be coming down here by land and by water.
I know. No. They nearly had me twice.
You said you wanted to talk. We don't have long.
Last time we met, I got the feeling you might help me.
I think I have been. Provided you didn't actually murder Joanna Martin.
Dear God. I thought there was only one other man living who could consider I didn't do it. The man who did.
And you didn't kill the girl, Spade?
At my trial, I got tired of saying no. Sometimes at the asylum, I said I did. It never seemed to matter much which I said. You really want to know?
I do.
No, I did not kill her.
You saw the man who did?
I saw him.
The man in your sketches?
Yes.
Can I see them again?
Very well.
I'll have to wait until we get close to where the light is better.
We?
I want you to come with me, Spade.
Come with you? Where?
Where we can get you some rest.
If I stay here, they'll get me. I may as well come with you. But look here. You cross me, Bishop, and so help me, I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Well, everybody says I'm a murderer, don't they?
There's something you should know, Spade. If the real murderer has gotten himself close to your wife for his own reasons, she doesn't know it.
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure. Come on. Better get out of here.
Wait, Bishop. You're taking a chance doing this. Tell me why.
Don't try to figure me out, Spade. There isn't time.
Hugo Bishop had made such a point of planning to gate crash the cocktail party at the Lotus Bowl. Why hadn't he shown up, I wondered? There'd been no sign of him, or Lady Verisham, whoever she might be. Again, as I lost the protection of the crowd around me and was faced with another night of lonely panic, I sought the comforting male companionship of Rex Williston.
What is it, Thelma? You've been edgy all evening.
I expected someone tonight who didn't come, that's all.
Will you dine, you love?
I like your company, Rex.
Great. I've always wanted a kid sister.
Poor boy. When a woman doesn't want you for your rippling torso, you just get lost in the forest, don't you?
That's Gloria Del Rey and her fashion talk.
And you'd rather have fashion talk.
Just because I asked you to my flat doesn't mean I wanted to show you my etchings. You said something about dreading another night alone.
I said that?
You did, love.
I'm sorry. It only means I miss Victor.
Of course. But he's away and I'm here.
And you've been just what I needed. You told me 3 genuinely funny stories and gave me a marvelous dinner. And now you're going to see me safely home.
I am? Yes, I suppose I am.
But as soon as Rex had seen me inside my door and left me alone as I asked him to, I was sorry I'd sent him away. Sorry I hadn't gone to his flat. I could have dealt with him. Anything would be better than my renewed feeling of panic. I tried telephoning Rex, but there was no answer. Victor. I had to hear the sound of Victor's voice again.
Bristol Motel.
Mr. Victor Tasman, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tasman is checked out.
Checked out? Are you sure?
Just a moment, I'll make certain. Yes, Mr. Tasman left at 8 o'clock, just over an hour ago.
Did he say where he was going?
No, I'm sorry, he did not.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop's office?
This is Thelma Tasman. Is Mr. Bishop there?
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Tasman. He's not just now.
Well, tell him I called, will you?
Oh, Mrs. Tasman. He'll want to know where he can reach you later. What shall I tell him?
Tell him I'll call back. I was afraid to leave, but even more afraid to stay. I decided to spend the night at a hotel somewhere on the other side of the city. I phoned for a taxi, gathered up my wrap and handbag, and cautiously opened the door. Then I remembered the gun. I had taken it out to load it and placed it in the drawer of my bedside table. I hurried back to get it. Then I remembered I had left the door to my apartment open. I heard the sound of the lift gates at the other end of the passage. Did I really hear it, or was it in my imagination? But now, there were muffled footsteps coming down the passage toward my door. I mustn't see him. I couldn't stand the sight of his face, his killer hands, his eyes that were mad. My fingers closed around the gun. I heard the small click of the safety catch as I released it. His footsteps drew closer. Slowly, quietly. Then, suddenly, the stream of light was broken by the dark shadow of his silhouette, and the gun in my hand went off.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of The Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. trust your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Robert Brown. And Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
Metropolitan Life Insurance and Big Red Chewing Tobacco. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
London's Hugo Bishop, eccentric connoisseur of crime, would be the first to admit that he is not infallible. However, he'd be quick to add that he is seldom wrong, and he is now preparing to administer the acid test for a course in murder. Who was the real killer at Ludgate Hill? The obvious answer is Mervyn Spate. The man was convicted. But Hugo Bishop hasn't time for the obvious, nor has Thelma Tasman, nor for that matter has Mervyn Spate. With Scotland Yard's dragnet closing in, his time is running out. Hugo Bishop's test has but one question. It's multiple choice. The real murderer is A. Victor Tasman, Thelma's common-law husband, B. Maurice Gerald, her friend and employer, or C. Rex Willison, fashion photographer and willing companion. Everyone ready? Pencils sharpened? The conclusion of Queen in Danger, after the word go.
I was certain that it was Mervyn, come at last, and he had come to kill me. I pointed the gun and squeezed the trigger. It kicked in my hand. I was holding it so tightly I don't know how many times I fired. But the dark shadow of the man didn't crumple to the floor in a pool of blood as I expected. Instead, it moved into the room and came toward me. And I saw that it wasn't Mervyn at all. It was Rex Willison.
It's all right, love. You missed.
He reached out for the gun, and I dropped it limply into his hand. He eased me into a chair, and I saw him drop the weapon into his pocket as a policeman came to the door, followed by a couple of my more curious neighbors.
Aye, what's up, mister? What were their shots all about?
Shots? I didn't hear any shots.
Oh, come off it, mister. We heard them plain enough, didn't we, Herbert? 3 of them. Bam, 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 like that. Right, Herbert?
Oh, that wasn't shooting. The ice tray was jammed in the fridge. I was breaking it free with a hammer. Guess you'll have to charge me with the breach of the peace, officer.
Glad to know that's all it was. All right, people. Let's all get back to our own flats, shall we?
Sorry, officer. Didn't know I was waking the dead.
People are too curious for their own good sometimes.
Not as good to know you boys are on the job.
We're on a bloody job, all right. Extra hours these days. Well, good night, then.
Good night, officer. He's gone. Luckily, he didn't see the slugs in the doorpost. You're a rotten shot, love.
Oh, Rex, I'm sorry.
I know what you thought. You thought I was he. You've had the heebies ever since he broke out.
Then you know who I am?
I've heard it all along. I covered the Joanna Martin murder for one of the newspaper syndicates.
And you haven't told anyone? About me, I mean.
Oh, you know me, love. I'm not much of a talker.
Oh, Rex.
But I must say I don't think the gun is a good idea.
May I have it back?
If you don't mind, I think I'd better keep it for you.
Mervyn Spate sat rigidly at my side as I guided my ancient Rolls-Royce directly through the heart of the police dragnet. Hang on. You'll soon be roses the rest of the way.
Everybody I see looks like a cop.
They jolly well could be. Oh. That one is for sure. An old friend of mine from the yard. A bit gullible, I must say. He spotted my car. You stay put. I'll handle him. Good evening, Freddie. You look a bit fagged.
This isn't exactly fun and games, Hugo. You have anything for me?
Oh, yes, old boy. I've got Spate in my car. Did you want him?
Correction, this is fun and games to you, I suppose.
As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of throwing a party later tonight. An informal little spree at the Rothbury Club.
Enjoy yourself.
Looking about midnight. You might find it interesting.
Not as interesting as I expect to find my bed at that hour.
You can come officially, Freddie. Bring all the boys. Drinks on me. Spate will be there.
Hugo, are you on the level?
You know me, chum. Now I must be going. I've someone with me. See you about 12. Spate and I made it the rest of the way through the police blockade without a hitch. 3 minutes after, we were safely in my digs. Spate was sound asleep. Gory reported to me that she had managed to contact everyone I'd asked her to, making up the most interesting guest list any party ever had going for it. While we waited, I tried to engage Gory in our continuing chess match, but as usual, she couldn't keep her mind on the game.
There is the chance that nothing will come off at this party, isn't there?
Perhaps. But I believe our person, the man in Spate's sketches, is among those on the guest list, and if he shows, and I believe he will, our party is bound to be a smashing success. A reunion, I should think. Our person hasn't seen Mervyn Spate since that fateful night at Ludgate Hill.
Do I understand you to say, Hugo, that Spate will be attending the party?
You understand me perfectly, Gory girl. Mervyn Spate is to be the guest of honor. I went into the next room to rouse Spate. Wasn't easy. He'd gotten only an hour's rest, and I knew he needed more, but it couldn't be helped. It was now or never. A cold shower, a shave, black coffee, and a set of clean clothes brought him round. He was standing before the mirror, looping his tie into a full Windsor. His eyes were bloodshot from fatigue, but they were wide open, brimming with anticipation. You ready for this, Spate?
I've been ready for a long time.
Now, don't blow your cool, chum. If you see him, don't do anything. Leave that to me.
I don't know. After 2 long years where I've been...
Now, just promise me you won't do anything rash.
Mr. Bishop, I appreciate all you've done for me, but I must tell you one thing. I am a man of my word. And if I see that face tonight, the evil face that burned into my memory, I cannot promise you anything.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, watch things like I'll do 59. Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of his own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red. We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hey, John, you're leaving the service soon. What are you going to do, huh? Well, I'm not sure, but I know I want a job. Well, the Army trained you in communications, and you had that extra training through the Veterans Administration. Right, but if I work nights, I could go to school on the GI Bill and get a math degree, too. I'd get the degree. Say, how about me? I'd sure like to get into banking. Think I got a chance? Why not? A lot of banks are hiring veterans. And Uncle Sam can pay you monthly allowances while you're in training. Why don't you talk to the VA people? Hey, I'm hungry. Yeah, me too. How about lunch? Yeah, okay.
don't sound like disabled vets, do they? When it comes to work, they aren't disabled either. They've got training, ambition, eagerness to learn. All they need is a chance. You can give it to them. Contact your Veterans Administration or local state employment service office. Hire the disabled veteran. He's got a lot to give.
We drove through the dark London streets. It was a rough night for the boys. All over town there were splits, butties, dicks, bogies, flatties, the hot lot and the heavy mob. You couldn't put your mug outside the door without getting a flash lamp on it. Even the river was hot. But in the ballrooms, the nightclubs, and late supper establishments, no one was worried by the police hunt that spread like a net over the city. They danced, ate, drank, and were merry. In the Rothbury Club, there were perhaps 50 people jammed between the snack counter, the 2 bars, and the tiny bandstand. The word had got round, Hugo Bishop was giving a party. No one knew why I was giving a party, but that wasn't important. It was a good party, and these days good parties were hard to come by. In a way, it was a surprise party, and I adore surprises. I squeezed through the crowd to one of the bars.
Hello, Mr. Bishop. Ruddy good party. You know, I've never been to one like this.
Good of you to come, Mrs. Moss.
I never tasted gin like this before, neither.
No, I don't imagine you ever have. Sip it slowly. I don't want you to miss anything. I looked around the room. Thelma Tasman was just arriving. She was accompanied by her employer, Maurice Gerald. They were both impeccably dressed and made a rather handsome couple. The Queen looked majestic as always. The White Knight, number 1. I wondered, could Maurice Gerald be the man in the sketches? Spate would know, and so would I in due time. But there were others to consider. Rex Willison, for one. I spotted him in the crowd. He's not an easy man to miss, broad shoulders and all. He was conversing with a pretty lass I knew to be Thelma Tasman's best friend, Eve Jordan. Rex saved me the trouble of wading through the mob.
Oh, it looks like quite a blowout, Bishop. What's the occasion?
Shouldn't need a reason for a party, should we?
No, but something tells me you have one. When are you coming by to see those photographs?
You mean your syndicated coverage of the Joanna Martin murder?
You expressed an interest in seeing them, remember?
Yes. Old news never dies, does it? I'll see those photographs, Willison. But for now, I suggest you relax and enjoy yourself. White Knight number 2, present and accounted for. One more to go. The lady's husband, Victor Tasman. In the meantime, at a small table in the corner of the room, a man sat with a drink in front of him. He just sat there, fiddling with his tie and looking at the people. The lighting around him was dim. He was almost in shadow. No one paid him any notice. At straight up midnight, Detective Inspector Freddie Fresnay walked in and sent his plainclothes cronies to mingle among the crowd. Gullible but prompt. That's Freddie. I led him straight to the small table in the dark corner. I think it's about time you 2 gentlemen met.
Hello, Spade. We've been looking all over for you.
I know. Come along, Freddie. I'll get you that drink. Satisfied?
That's him, all right. I'll be damned if I know how you did it.
Even a hunted man couldn't resist one of Hugo Bishop's parties.
I can't just leave him here, you know.
You can have your man at a price, Freddie. My price.
All right, let's hear it.
A couple of hours to the outside.
You're sure of what you're doing?
Spate's here, isn't he? And you have the place covered?
All right, Hugo. You brought us this far, I have to give you that. We'll go along for a bit.
I have something else for you, too.
Some of Spate's sketches. You think this man could be here at the party, too, now?
Bucket of beer to a triple thick shake says he is. I looked over at Thelma Tasman and was certain he had to be. The Queen's White Knights were swarming round her, including a late arrival that I surmised was, at last, Victor Tasman.
Darling, are you sure you're all right?
Yes, Victor. I feel much better now that you're here.
I tried to come up earlier on the afternoon train, planning to go back on Monday. but business got frantic and had to hang on. Then I had a phone call from a Miss Orange about this party. I don't quite understand, but she said you would be here and that it was important that I come.
According to Mrs. Bishop, it is. But I don't know any more about it than you do.
That's the secret of a successful party. Keep your guests in suspense.
Oh, Mr. Bishop, this is Victor Tasman.
How do you do? Strong handshake. I like that. Glad you could make it, Mr. Tasman.
I found your Miss Orange rather difficult to refuse.
Yes, I find it that way myself. Selma, may I tear you away for a moment?
Victor, would you mind?
Of course not, dear.
Selma, there is something you should know. Mervyn Spate is here.
Mervyn?
It's quite all right. He won't bother you. In fact, I rather think he's enjoying the party. I just didn't want you to be startled into doing something rash if you saw him.
But what if he...
Good girl. Enjoy the party. So the board was set. All the pieces were in place. Victor Tasman, the final piece, had taken his place alongside the Queen. Freddie and his men were at the ready. I waited, keeping my eyes on the man sitting alone in the darkest corner of the room. One last preliminary, and then we could begin. I scanned the room, looking for one particular woman. Suddenly I saw Rex Willison make a bolt to the door. Not going, Willison?
No, I have to make a phone call.
I wouldn't if I were you.
It's urgent.
I expect so, but you'll have to wait.
Look, I know Spate's here. I've seen him.
So have the police, and they're here too, all over the place. We're all sitting on a tidy powder keg. You're going off half-cocked with send it off prematurely.
But it's a big story. I can't ignore it.
There's likely to be even a bigger one. You'll have an exclusive. Just hold on.
For how long?
Not long, no, I shouldn't think. I spotted the woman I was looking for over where I'd seen her earlier at the bar. Ah, Mrs. Martin, having a good time?
Oh, ripping.
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. You may know him.
Me? Know someone here?
Yes, I'm sure of it. Someone. My friend may not be that one. Shall we find out? She was a bit tipsy, but managed to take my arm. I led her over to where Mervyn Spate was seated.
Well, where is he?
Ever see this man before, Mrs. Martin? Did he ever come round looking for Joanna before she was murdered?
I've never seen this bloke before in my life.
The sun is shining, things are growing, things are going well with you and me.
A future planned together, a rich full life together, things are bright as they can be. We're helping 40 million people, 40 million people who know the future is now. That's metropolitan life. We help to plan your future because the future is now.
The future will be here in a moment. Don't let it take you by surprise. At Metropolitan Life, we've spent over a century helping people prepare for the future. And Metropolitan can do the same for you.
At Metropolitan Life, we help to plan your future because the future is now.
The Zero Hour continues after this. Looking for a few good men who want to learn good jobs. And today, a qualified man can choose the direction he wants to go in the Marine Corps. Choose the kind of skills he wants to learn, like computers, aircraft maintenance, or electronics, radio communications, food services, aviation technology. You name it, Marines do it. If you want to learn it, the Marines will teach you skills, responsibility, and leadership in any field you can handle. Remember, qualified men can choose their own directions in the Marine Corps. Skills to learn, careers to build in many directions. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to choose their own directions, want to learn good jobs, want to be Marines.
Mrs. Martin's denial of ever having seen Mervyn Spate completed the preliminaries. Now it was time to proceed. God save the Queen. I suggested to Spate that he take a walk round the room with me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Gory watching us with interest, and Freddie Fresnay keeping tabs on our every move. Spate's face remained expressionless as he made the rounds. Well, you've already met one of Scotland Yard's finest, and of course, my right-hand woman, Vera Gorringe. The young lady traveling behind us is Joanna Martin's sister-in-law. Ah, Mrs. Martin, forgive the oversight on my part. This gentleman is Mervyn Spate.
Oh, he ain't the one that was hanging round.
Correct, my dear.
Then he ain't the one who did in the winch.
Correct again.
Then who did?
Come along. We're sure to find out shortly. Lord and Lady Cummins, so very good to see you again. I'd like you to meet Mervyn Spate, one of London's premier oral surgeons, Dr. Westbourne, Dr. Mervyn Spate. Some of high society's most reputable people are here tonight, including the lovely lady seated right over here, known throughout the fashion world as Gloria Del Rey. The three gentlemen seated beside her are Rex Williston, Maurice Gerald, and the lady's husband, I believe, Victor Tasman.
What is the meaning of this?
You shall see, Mr. Tasman.
I resent this public display.
Do you now, Mr. Gerald?
That man is Mervyn Spate.
Right, Mr. Williston.
And he's got a gun.
That's him. He's the one.
Spate, don't do it.
Well, Mr. Gerald, he seems to be pointing the gun at you.
He's the one she called the gent.
We'll see to him for you, Spate. Please, put down that gun.
I've drawn your picture over and over. Now I see you again after 2 long years.
Spate, nobody move. This is my party, and this is my guest. Now, Mr. Spate, let me remind you about the trees. Remember, you couldn't see beyond them at the asylum.
He's crazy. Somebody stop him.
He has a point there, Mervyn. You are behaving like a crazy man. I suggest that you hand me the gun.
I told you, Bishop, no promises.
Well, then, you leave me no choice. I'll have to protect the real killer.
Hugo, don't! Stand aside, Bishop!
No promises, mate.
Stand aside.
Shoot now, and they'll put you away where you won't ever see the trees. Now, what's it going to be? Spate. Oh, very sane decision.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Don't thank me. Thank Mervyn Spate for sparing him. A second time. The next morning, Gory and I sat around my desk and listened to Maurice Gerald's taped confession. Freddie had sent it over.
It was 3 or 4 years ago. After an all-night party, I got involved with her, and then she started taking little money. She made more and more demands. I could see there was to be no end to it. There was my wife and the kids. Now, why should a woman like that be allowed to destroy a marriage? I mean, a man's whole life.
So you killed her?
Yes. Yes. I killed her.
Well done, Hugo.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
The Queen is out of danger.
For the time being, at least, I trust she'll marry Victor Tasman now.
And Mervyn Spate is free at last.
Yes. Free to create a forest full of trees.
Bloody good show.
And they owe it all to you, Gory girl.
Rubbish.
Modesty, Lady Verisham. Pure modesty. Shall we continue our game now? I'll clear away this mess. Now, where were we? I believe it's your move.
Mr. Bishop, you're certain to give me a sound thrashing. I'm a ruddy fool to ever play chess with you. That's curious.
Well, what is it you find so bloody curious, Gory girl?
Check. Mate.
Good show. Bloody good show.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Hosea had a delicate ear operation. Maria gave birth to a premature infant. Raphael had a tooth pulled. And Angelica underwent cataract surgery. Each one came to the SS Hope, the famous white hospital ship, for care and treatment. Each left healthier, happier. But Hope does more than treat patients. At the side of Project Hope's professional medical personnel, there was a counterpart physician, nurse, dentist, or medical assistant from the patient's country who was working and learning. These medical trainees and professionals will continue to treat other Hoseas and Marias in their own country as Project Hope's living legacy. Help Hope live on. Write Project Hope, Room A, Washington, D.C.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you will ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Adam Hall's Queen in Danger. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
The Extortionist and the Price of Admission. And we have for you today to tape off the Mutual line a 10-second and a 30-second promo for each one of those 5 programs. We ask you to make use of them liberally on a local basis as the programs are scheduled. We'll just run through them on the line starting 5 seconds from now.
This is Mel Torme. In the next Zero Hour, I play an ordinary citizen, and I encounter a narcotics cop who makes his own rules about drug users. Join me in Bye Narco on Zero Hour. This is Mel Torme. In the next Zero Hour, I play ordinary citizen Bud Long, and I meet a narcotics cop who makes war on drug users any way he can. What the hell? Who are you?
Shut up! Move your butts out of that bed.
Bud, who are they?
Shut your mouth, lady. Hurry.
Yeah, boss?
Tell Jackson and Daniels to go downstairs and rip it apart. Move.
Bud, how can they do this? Don't they need a warrant or something?
Is your home safe? Maybe not. Join us for Bye Narco. A small-town sheriff copes with the problem of a cold and calculating killer. I'm Mel Torme. Join me for another suspenseful 0 Hour on this station. I'm Mel Torme. Listen.
I don't like the idea of being alone with that man in the house. But we can't turn him out in the rain, dear. Maybe Uncle Nat will come over and stay with us. We'll call him. Hello? 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 The phone's dead.
It's 0 Hour. Join me, Mel Torme, for Terror in the Night. A man out of place in his own time exacts the ultimate revenge in Scream of the Hawk. I'm Mel Torme. Join me as Judd Colby in the next edition of 0 Hour. This is Mel Torme. In the next 0 Hour, I'm Judd Colby, a man out of place in his own time. Pioneer man in a modern world exacts the ultimate revenge. Join us for Scream of the Hawk. An FBI inspector meets a challenge when an old lady is threatened with death. I'm Mel Torme. I play the inspector on this station's next 0 Hour presentation.
It's an extortion letter. They threaten to kill you if you don't pay them $30,000 by tomorrow noon.
Pay who 30,000? Who's going to kill me?
There's no signature. At the bottom, instead of one, it says simply, "Don't tempt fate."
Hello, I'm Mel Torme. I play the role of an FBI inspector on the next 0 Hour presentation, The Extortionist. It's a suspenseful drama of deduction with a surprise twist. Tune it in on this station. Hi, I'm Mel Torme. Join me at the carnival when the 0 Hour presents The Price of Admission. I'll be listening for you. Hi, I'm Mel Torme. I'll be here as magazine writer Kirby West when the 0 Hour presents The Price of Admission. Come to the carnival. Listen.
Hey, buddy, this is the place. Yeah, right here. Had 5 winners this morning already. Ah, you chump.
Who runs the show, Barney?
Will you leave if I tell you?
Send me on my way.
Guy by the name of Rowan owns the outfit,
But what?
Here, throw these rings, will you? They're watching.
You won't want to miss it. That's The Price of Admission on the 0 Hour.
There you have promos for next week's lineup on the 0 Hour. Repeating the schedule again, Bye Narco is the premiere presentation for Monday, April 29. Terror in the Night, Tuesday the 30th. Scream of the Hawk, Wednesday, May 1. The Extortionist, Thursday, May 2. And The Price of Admission is Friday, May 3rd. A 10 and a 30-second promo for your local use next week. Well, that concludes our conference call, transmitted closed circuit and not for broadcast. Thank you.
Rod Serling. You're listening to the 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's odd tale of violated sanctuary. Bye Narco. Starring Mel Torme. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of General Motors parts, by the State Farm Insurance Company, by Dial Soap, and by the makers of Contact on Mutual Radio.
You're probably well aware of the advantages of a well-tuned car in helping you obtain better gas mileage. A well-tuned car can run more efficiently, more economically. If all cars were properly tuned and operating efficiently, we could save millions of gallons of gas. To help you evaluate your car's efficiency, your participating GM dealer has 2 new energy checks available. One is an economy checkup that includes an engine diagnosis along with several other inspections to see if your car is up to specs. The other is an economy tune-up to help give you a smooth-running engine that performs efficiently. Making the most out of the gasoline around is one of our country's basic challenges. It's important to you and to us at General Motors. That's why we're inviting everyone to come in now for a GM energy check at a Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, or Cadillac dealer. Get together with him and get more of a run for your money.
You are about to meet Bud Long and his family, normal people in the normal world, snug in the safe and familiar surroundings of their home. Or are they? Man's home is his castle, protected by the law of the land. But what if the law considers you outside it? What then? Our story is titled Bye Narco.
All right, Superior Court 47, Monroe County Judge Patricia Parker presiding, now in session.
Bud, they look too pleased with themselves.
Christ, I've never seen so many lawyers for the defense. Sure as hell those cops are going to get off.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Before you read the verdict, I want the jury to know that this court appreciates the speediness with which you
Elena,
have
will you
brought
look at
in
that
this verdict.
self-satisfied smirk on the foreman?
Now, Mr.
Darling, if only we could have had the jury there that night.
Who are you?
Shut up. Move your butts out of that bed. Hurry. Yeah, boss? Check the other bedrooms, rouse the kid, and get in here. Move.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Quiet. Jackson, Daniels, check downstairs.
That's my daughter!
Straight foot, bitch.
Ain't no one talks to my wife like...
Oh, Bud!
Freeze, punk. Nobody moves till I give the word.
Daddy! Oh, darling.
Nothing in the kids' room. Maybe it's in this bear. Cut it open.
What are they doing? Daddy, they're killing Teddy!
You lousy, rotten, cutting open a child's toy.
Nothing. Oh, it sounds like the boys are getting a little rambunctious. Hurry, check those drawers over there.
Mommy, I'm scared. Oh, it's okay, Katie. Come here, honey. Come sit on Mommy and Daddy's bed.
Go on. Do what your mother says, Katie. By what right do you go through our belongings?
These guns give us the right, punk. Now, where's your stash, Clausen?
There's nothing in here, boss.
Jesus, what are you talking about? Stash?
Harry, get downstairs. Tell Jackson to go through that car. Have Daniels get on the radio to the other teams.
Right.
Will you listen to me? I don't know what you're trying
Drugs, Bumbo boy, hard stuff, Reds, coke, you know, so don't play dummy.
Teams, radio, drugs. Are you cops? Is it a raid?
No questions. You got 10 seconds to spill where you've hidden the stuff, Clausen.
But we've told you. We don't know what you're talking about. Wait a minute. Our name isn't Clausen.
All right, downstairs.
Are you arresting us?
Might be. Unless you come up with the drugs and tell us what you know about your friends at Cooper's.
My God, first we're on drugs and you're calling me Clausen, which isn't even my name, and we don't know anybody named Cooper.
Look, you're beginning to annoy me.
Hey!
Oh, you hurt my daddy! Leave my husband alone!
Lady, you shouldn't have done that.
We aren't on any drugs.
Boy, you people are something. You spin that answer more times than I can count. Hey, what are you doing?
I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. No one touches my wife.
Stop it!
One step closer, I'll blow your head off.
Clay, I gotta see you. Did you find it? No, but you better come here a minute.
You three stay put.
What is it? Clay, we're in a bag of trouble. The other teams just reported in. They got the wrong houses. Somebody must have fed us wrong information.
Jesus, that puts us in the ring.
Yeah, and what's worse, we're in the wrong place, too.
All right, that hangs it. Let's get out of here. All right, we're going. Now, if you know what's good for you, you'll forget about tonight.
Forget? Forget? That's what you think! Come back here! I want to see your badges!
Mr. Foreman, please read the verdict.
The jury finds the defendants as charged not guilty.
Not guilty? Before I discharge this case, let me add a few words. The crime of drugs is a despicable blight on this great country. It's a shame that law enforcement has become so difficult in our permissive society. An honest mistake was made here. But the officers involved did so without malice aforethought. 12 of their peers have exonerated them from blame. I would charge the public to remember this clear verdict of not guilty. Court dismissed.
Oh, Bud, how could they? I feel so violated. It's as if they tore me apart instead of our home.
Don't you worry, Elena. I'll be made to pay. I give you my word.
They just don't realize how little a renter's policy costs and how much it will do for them.
State Farm agent Ed Axel of Fairmont, Minnesota.
And it's hard for people to realize just how much personal property they do have. They forget about the drawers full of different things. So we tell them how they can protect the property that they already have. If they do have a fire or theft, we will be there to take care of them so that you don't have to start over again. They're just shocked to find out that the rates are so low and the amount of coverage that we can give them for that low rate.
State Farm Fire and Casualty offers renter's insurance that can protect just about all your personal property for very little cost. A good reason to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is
there. I'm Roger Staubach. I'm not here to talk to you as quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, but as an ex-serviceman who'd rather have his head beaten in on the football field than practice his skills in another war. And that's why I'm rooting for the world's most successful peacekeeping team, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's worked for nearly a quarter of a century. In that time, the 15 Atlantic nations that make up NATO have been building teamwork like never before. In Europe, historically the world's greatest trouble spot, they have helped keep the peace and develop economic cooperation. They have generated a game plan through which problems like arms control and pollution are being attacked. Believe me, it's needed. The world's been kicked around enough. Let's help strengthen the NATO team. NATO works. Something else might not.
This message was brought to you by the Atlantic Council of the United States.
Bud, look at that headline.
Oh, yeah. Let me get one. Narcotics cop killed in explosion.
What's his name?
Let's see. Daniels. Robert Daniels.
Daniels. Honey, he was one of those who raided our house that night.
Yeah, the paper says he was just leaving his home and started the car and then, poof. Bye Narco. It was a nice touch, his wife waving goodbye. Oh, here's the car, baby. I'll get in first.
Bud, I don't think you should be so happy about another man's death.
What do you want me to feel? Sad?
You know, ever since the trial, you've been a bear to live with. Why would someone deliberately kill Daniels?
Yeah, well, maybe he raided someone else's home and they had the guts to do him in, huh?
Bud, honey, you didn't kill him, did you?
What kind of a question is that to ask your own husband?
I'm sorry. What did the lawyer say about the complaint you filed?
Just that the narcotics chief was civil and so the department was looking into it.
Hey, we're here. You almost passed the house. Did that sound like they're trying to cover it up?
Damn right. I feel powerless to do anything.
Mr. Long?
Oh.
Yeah?
Detective King, homicide. Could we talk a moment?
What is this, more harassment?
No, sir. Just like to ask a few questions.
Sure, fine, if you've got a warrant.
Oh, please come in, Mr. King. I'll get some coffee.
Don't bother, ma'am.
No bother.
You said homicide?
Yes. Could I ask you where you were last night about 10 o'clock?
Out.
Where out?
Poker game.
Can you prove you were at a game?
Yes and no. I can, but it so happens that I left around 9:30, got home about 10:30.
Does the drive take an hour?
Now, damn it, I went by a market on the way.
I see. Market the only place you stopped?
Yes, why all the questions?
I'll be truthful, Mr. Long, because I know you're upset. We're aware you filed a complaint with the Narcotics Bureau against the people who raided you. Since one of these same men was killed early this morning, it's natural we should check.
Look, you got my alibi. Now just arrest me or get the hell out of my house.
All right, I'll leave. If you'll just give me the name and address of where you played poker.
Charlie Bachner, 1247 Hope, okay?
Thank you. No, don't bother, Mrs. Long. I'll find my way.
Bud, you didn't get home till after 11. Why did you lie?
Because they just love to pin the murder on me, and I'm not going to give them any ammunition.
Mom, you make great dinners.
I must agree with our daughter. Super supper.
Acknowledged and demurely accepted.
I'll get it.
No, honey, you hop upstairs to your bed, okay?
Oh, Dad.
Go on now, go on. Scoot.
Just remember, Bud Long, tonight's your night for the dishes.
Yeah, I know. Yes?
You remember me, Long?
The hell do you want now?
A little talk about why you killed one of my men.
I already talked to the cops.
Mind if I come inside?
You're damn right I do.
Where's the wife?
In the kitchen.
Nice place. See, you got it fixed back up. Look, I know you killed Daniels. All I got to do is prove it.
I didn't kill anybody. Hey, keep your hands off my desk.
You know what your interference has cost me, creep. A departmental reprimand. Everybody claiming they acted under my orders. You complaining. Well, I'm getting sick of it, you hear me? So I figured you're taking a sweet little revenge, right?
Think what you like. You know, with you here, I could kill you right now.
Oh, the little boy has a gun.
Get out.
I'm leaving. But consider yourself warned, Long.
Bob, who is it?
Understand.
You've had it, mister.
Who was it, Bud?
Honey, I'm going out for a while.
You look scared to death. What's wrong? Was it the police?
Yes. Don't wait up. I may be a long time.
Orange or glad? Glad is what happens when you use Dial Soap. Orange or glad? It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else. Orange or glad? To get you going, clean and fresh. Orange or glad?
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Just to be. Aren't you glad?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin.
Aren't you glad?
You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial.
Aren't you glad?
And that's saying something.
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Do you Dial? Aren't you glad? Do you Dial? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Do you Dial? Aren't you glad?
Did you say God? Well, I know him by everything you say and do. Did you say God? Well, I've seen him every time I look at you. He's touched you with his love and with his truth. Don't look any further. You are his truth. His hand in your hand in my hand. Can you hear the music play? Brother, helping each other, you know we're gonna find a way. His hand in your hand in my hand. Can you hear the music say? Sisters and brothers, loving each other, we're gonna make a better day.
This message is brought to you by Religion in American Life.
Yes, ma'am. I know, ma'am. Yeah, you're the lady that called last night. Okay, ma'am, if you say you got another peeping Tom, we'll send somebody to check. Hey, King, you're working late.
Yeah, afraid so. Cop's life is a cop's life, is it? Well, you know.
Jesus, that's all I need. Priority 1, Sergeant Kramer. Damn. Right, yeah, right away. King, this one's yours.
Huh?
Somebody just burned another narc.
Who got it?
Jackson, Thomas C. Stepped out on his back porch with a load of garbage and they zapped him.
Find Clay Sattler. Tell him to meet me at the scene. I got a quick stop first.
Hey, King, I see you beat me. What's going on?
Jackson's dead. Instant. One shot, neat, in the forehead. Any thoughts?
One. Long.
Could be. Look at this. One of the officers turned it up.
A checkbook. Bud Long, 18 seater. That's pretty conclusive.
Yeah. Pretty stupid, too.
I'll pick him up.
Okay, I'll go with you.
No, Jackson was one of mine. I'll bring the SOB in myself.
Okay, your deal. But bring him in. Don't mangle him.
No, that's a novel thought, King.
That's a gun against your neck, Settler. Don't turn around. You know who it is. Just drive.
I said you'd come to me, Long. Saves me trouble.
Shut up. It's my turn now. Drive.
Where are we going?
We are not going far.
You know, you're wanted for murder 1.
Yeah, I figured as much when I heard on the radio that Jackson had been killed. The report didn't mention clues, but I knew you had it figured.
What do you mean, I had it figured?
Never mind, just pull over into those trees. Okay, come on. Get out. Come on.
Oh! Freeze, Long. I'll take the gun. Ah, you're making it easier than I thought.
What the hell did you do that for?
Simple. One shot from your gun makes it look like self-defense. Add that to the checkbook they found on the scene, and it makes a neatly wrapped case.
Yeah, maybe not. You see, I knew you took the checkbook when you were fooling around my desk.
So? You're smart. Won't do you any good.
Boy, you really did it, didn't you? You killed Jackson and Daniel, setting it up so that it would look like I was getting revenge.
That's right, Bumbleboy. They had to go and spill their guts to the chief. And you and your lousy wife had to humiliate me in court. Well, damn it, I'm sick and tired of you freaks getting away with this drug crap. Poisoning our kids, dragging down this country.
Oh, Sattler, you're wrong. Why don't you admit it? We weren't on drugs.
Now you're lying. All your kind stick up for one another.
God, you really believe yourself, don't you?
Right. And when I kill you, that makes one less hophead.
Yeah, and Jackson and Daniels?
Kids, they didn't even think what we were doing was important. They always wanted to let the kids on the marijuana go, said it didn't do anything to them. But I know it does.
You think you're right, but then you can go and deliberately blow up Robert Daniels?
Right. And anyone else that gets in the way of my doing the job. Say goodbye, Long.
Pull the trigger, Sattler, and you're a dead man.
King, I'll...
Thank Mr. Long. He put it all together, although we had our suspicions.
Oh, sure took your time getting here, Mr. King.
We couldn't locate your car. Almost missed you anyway if it hadn't been for that shot that was fired.
Stand still, Clay. Well, kill me, King. You're like all the rest, a traitor.
Sattler, come back here! Now, Big King! Martin! Mackenzie, stop him!
Jesus, Mr. King, the man was crazy.
Sometimes we all get that way, Mr. Long.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours. All day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Bye Narco is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Mel Torme was heard as Bud Long. Featured in the cast were Lou Krugman, Julie Bennett, Bill Keane, Peggy Weber, and Robert Easton. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood. The Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's frightening suspense thriller, Terror in the Night. Starring Mel Torme. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of General Motors Parts, by the State Farm Insurance Company, by Dial Soap, and by the makers of Contact on Mutual Radio.
Glad is what happens when you use Dial Soap. It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else. To get you going, clean and fresh.
Aren't you glad? 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 Just to be. Aren't you glad?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin.
Aren't you glad?
You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial.
Aren't you glad?
And that's saying something.
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? You use Dial. Aren't you glad? You use Dial. Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? You use Dial.
North of the town of Marcosi, California, stands a Rococo Victorian house, a relic of the gold rush days of the last century. The house once rang with the laughter of the Schofield family, but today only Audrey Schofield and her granddaughter Karen are sheltered beneath a steep-pitched roof. A 10-foot post stands next to the RFD mailbox. From a bracket is suspended a sign which reads, Tourist Accommodations. In summer, Audrey and her grandmother derive a comfortable income from tourists. But this is the fall season, and on this Saturday night, Audrey and Karen are alone. In the living room, Audrey is knitting in a chair before the fireplace. Karen sits staring at the fire. A gentle collie sleeps in the warmth of the hearth.
Karen, dear, why are you so glum tonight? It's not a cheerful night. Sometimes the rain is warm and friendly, but tonight it makes the house feel cold and clammy, the way I imagine a tomb feels. Karen, what on earth? Out the window. A man's face. Oh, I don't see anyone, dear. Grandma! Oh, for heaven's sake, child, it's just someone at the door. The same someone who was looking in the window. I'm scared. Oh, nonsense. Probably someone wanting a room for the night. That's funny. I don't see anyone here.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to frighten you.
These old eyes, young man. For a moment, they didn't adjust to the darkness out there. May I help you?
Oh, I thought you might have a vacancy.
Well, as a matter of fact, we do. Well, come on in. Just set your suitcase down anywhere.
Get away from that suitcase.
Angus, stop there. Now, get away. Shoot. Why don't you come on in here by the fire, Mr.
Lewis. Steve Lewis. I'm sorry I spoke to the dog that way. He startled me.
I'm Mrs. Schofield. This is my granddaughter, Karen.
Howdy, Karen.
Hello.
Say, this is real nice and cozy. I love an open fire. Why are you looking at me like that?
I was wondering why you were peering in the window before you knocked.
Oh, well, the house reminded me of one that I saw in an old Boris Karloff movie. I thought I'd see something spooky instead of a sweet old lady and a pretty girl.
Would you like to put your car in the garage?
Oh, well, I have already.
How long will you be staying?
I'm not sure yet. Will the room be available for a few days?
Well, you stay as long as you like.
Oh, that's just fine. By the way, I haven't told anyone where I'd be. I just had to get away from everything for a few days. You know how it is. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention to anybody that I'm here.
I understand. The body has to get away from its troubles once in a while. But don't you worry, young man. We won't say anything to anybody.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Now, your room is at the far end of the hall on this floor.
Good. I'll put my suitcase in there right now.
Would you like me to fix you a little supper?
Oh, I appreciate that very much. Is this the way to the room?
Yes. I'll get the key and be right with you.
Tell me, Jerry, how come our Mariposa County Sheriff is mixed up in a murder that happened in Stockton?
Well, I'll brief it to you, Sam, but you got to keep it out of your paper until I give you the word. Now, to fill you in, this whole mess started in Oakland early this afternoon. A 6-foot guy wearing a gray suit knocked over a movie theater in Oakland. He forced his way through the door at the back of the cashier's booth, threatened her with a heavy tire iron. He pocketed his take, made a getaway in the Saturday crowd. And then he apparently commandeered a traveling jewelry salesman's car, forced him to drive him to Stockton. Body was found near there.
How do you know all this?
Well, we don't have the actual proof yet, but the jewelry salesman's head was bashed in. His body had been dragged into some bushes.
In addition, a quarter-of-an-inch fragment of a gray suit material was found on a branch nearby.
Yeah, the murdered man had been robbed, of course.
It's fairly evident. We found the salesman's sample case near his body. It was empty.
Why do you think he might be in this area?
Well, we have a description of the guy. Cashier furnished that. In the glove compartment, we found a new automobile insurance policy number with a make, model, and license number of his car. The owner of a station in Coulterville on Highway 49 remembered a guy in a gray suit who got out to get a drink of water and to ask about the road to Mariposa. He was driving a car just like the salesman's.
I hear the victim was in terrible shape.
No, that's an understatement. This guy must be out of his gourd. A sadist or something. He clobbered him I don't know how many times.
I know it's late for us to be washing dishes, but it did my heart good to see the way that young Mr. Lewis cleaned his plate.
I wonder what he's got in that suitcase.
Clothes, silly. What else?
That's what I'm wondering. What else? You saw the way he acted when Angus started sniffing it.
My goodness, Karen, that imagination of yours.
Angus wasn't imagining. He smelled something he didn't like. And I don't like the idea of us being alone with that man in the house.
We can't turn him out in the rain.
I know. I'll call Uncle Nat and ask him to spend the night with us.
He'll laugh at you.
I'll get him over here. Don't worry. Hello? 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 The phone is dead, Grandma.
What do you suppose happened to it?
I know what could have happened to it, and I'm going to go find out.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours. All day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
Well, how about this? Seems we have a real hot one on our hands.
What is it, Jerry?
We lifted some prints off the sample case we found near the body. We transmitted them to Washington. Now, according to this teletype, our tire iron of virtuoso is a Harry Hanford, 33, 6 feet, half an inch tall, 185 pounds, black hair, served term for assault and robbery at... Here's a topper. Wanted for murder in Houston.
Sounds like a charming fellow.
Want to take a ride with me?
You know me. Anything for a story. Especially if it'll get me a good obituary.
No one's reported seeing the car since he left that service station in Coulterville. I think he's gone into hiding someplace since he left, which means it almost has to be this area.
So?
So I'm going to update the APB that's already out, then check out every tourist camp, motel, and guest house from Mariposa to Kokomo. Let's go.
Grandma! Heavens, Karen, why did you go out in all that rain?
My hunch was right. I checked the telephone wires on the side of the house. They've been cut. He did it. I know he did.
But why, dear?
I don't know why. I only know he's evil. Shh. Here he comes.
Oh, pardon me. I'll get settled down shortly, and I won't disturb you anymore. But I have to get something for my car. I won't be long.
Come, Grandma. Quick.
Where to?
I'm going to look in that suitcase.
What if he comes back and catches us?
There's the suitcase. Oh, move that chair over here. Good. Well, look at all that jewelry.
Oh, my.
He's just tossed it on top of his clothes. It must be worth tons of money. I wonder what else is in here. Oh, what's this wrapped in his shirt? Whatever it is, it's heavy. There.
Well, unwrap it. Be quick, he's liable to get back in.
Look! Oh, there's blood on it.
Oh, you're right. You're right, lady. That is blood. It's a man's blood. I killed him. You don't seem surprised, young lady.
Young man, we're not going to let you hide in this house. I'm going to...
And where do you think you're going?
I don't know. Let go of my arm, please.
And you, young lady, you pick that up and put it back where you got it. I said, pick it up, damn it. Shut up.
Down, Angus. Quiet.
Yeah, that's better. Now then, let's all understand each other, okay? Until I'm ready to leave, you'll do exactly as I say, or I may just have to show you how well I can handle that tire iron.
Oh, that may be another tourist. I really ought to answer.
I'll answer it. You roll that tire iron up in that shirt again and hand it to me.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to tuck it under my coat while I answer the front door. You didn't think I'd leave it here with you, did you? Thank you. Now, both of you be quiet as baby mice. I'll just lock you in here while I take care of our late caller. Coming! Yes?
I hate to bother you at this hour of the night, but I saw your sign and hoped you weren't all filled up.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to turn you down.
Oh?
There's sickness in the house.
Well, I guess I'll just have to push into Mariposa and try my luck there. Thanks anyway. Good night.
Night. Well, you behaved very nicely. Yeah, sorry I had to turn away some tourist business, but I'm sure you understand.
Only too well.
Now, look, you must know this can't go on indefinitely. I can't stay here forever, and I can't very well leave you here.
You could kill us.
Karen, what a thing to say.
Yeah, isn't it? Especially when I have better use for you.
What do you mean?
Well, nobody will suspect a nice young man like me if I'm traveling with a sweet old lady and a pretty young girl, especially if I'm driving a car the police aren't looking for. Now then, hand over the keys to your station wagon, get your coats on, and let's get out of here.
They just don't realize how little a renter's policy costs and how much it will do for them.
State Farm agent Ed Axel of Fairmont, Minnesota.
And it's hard for people to realize just how much personal property they do have. They forget about the drawers full of different things. So we tell them how they can protect the property that they already have. If they do have a fire or theft, we will be there to take care of them so that you don't have to start over again. They're just shocked to find out that the rates are so low and the amount of coverage that we can give them for that low rate.
State Farm Fire and Casualty offers renter's insurance that can protect just about all your personal property for very little cost. A good reason to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Provide for their college a safe and easy way. It's sure with payroll savings. Yeah, join that plan today. So always remember, it's a proud way to save. Take stock in America, buy U.S. savings bonds. Proud way to save. Take stock in America, buy U.S. savings bonds.
Oh, what do you know? Customers. Hi, Sheriff. Hi, Sam.
Where is everybody?
Oh, they sure been staying away from here tonight. Except for that guy at the end of the counter. 2 coffees, Shorty. Anything with it, Jerry?
Ah, coffee's fine, thanks.
You know, seeing you two together at this hour makes me figure something's cooking besides my chili.
Oh, just us snooping, Shorty. Hey, tell me, are there any houses north of here close by that is a taking tourists?
Well, there's a good place a few miles north, the Schofield House.
Did you say the Schofield House?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me for butting in, but I thought you ought to know that I was there a while ago and got turned down. The fellow that came to the door said that someone was sick.
Fellow? You must be talking about another place. There ain't no man lives at the Schofield House, just an old lady and her granddaughter.
It was the Schofield House, all right. I saw the name on the mailbox.
What does this guy look like, mister?
Well, I'm afraid I didn't pay much attention. He was a tall fellow. Had on a gray suit, as I remember. Why?
Come on, Sam, let's get the hell out of here.
Into the back seat, Grandma. Come on, in you go.
Take your hands off me.
You, young lady, get in the front seat.
No.
I said get in there.
Oh.
Now we're losing time. I'm sorry Angus had to miss the trip, but a dog is such a responsibility, you know.
Wait, there's a car coming.
Yeah, I see it.
It's slowing to turn in our driveway.
Well, that's too bad, because they're going to have to wait for us to drive out first.
It's the sheriff's car. Oh, dear.
Hey, stop! Hold on to your hat, Sam. We may have to fly this thing. Gotta figure a way to grab him without hurting the old lady and the girl. Hit the Redson siren, will you? Thanks.
Can you catch up and force him off the road?
Maybe. I don't want to crash him. We're gaining on him. Get that seatbelt fastened just in case something happens.
Okay. Now, how about you?
In God we trust.
98 miles an hour. You weren't kidding about flying this heap. Another 2 miles an hour and we will be airborne.
Now we've got him. I'm going to pass and crowd him onto the shoulder. Brace yourself just in case I flunk my driver's test.
Oh, my God! Hang on! We make it!
Freeze, Hanford.
Thank God.
Get out of the car with your hands up. Plant them on the car roof and spread them.
All right. Take it easy, you dumb pig. You got me.
I'll dump them on the floor in the back of my car, and you can drive ladies home.
Are you ladies all right?
Yes, thank you, but I'll tell you something. The first thing I'm going to do after I get a good night's rest is take down that tourist accommodation sign.
I don't blame you. You know, sometimes a person can be too damned accommodating. Okay, creep, let's go.
You're probably well aware of the advantages of a well-tuned car in helping you obtain better gas mileage. A well-tuned car can run more efficiently, more economically. If all cars were properly tuned and operating efficiently, we could save millions of gallons of gas. To help you evaluate your car's efficiency, your participating GM dealer has 2 new energy checks available. One is an economy checkup that includes an engine diagnosis along with several other inspections to see if your car is up to specs. The other is an economy tune-up to help give you a smooth-running engine that performs efficiently. Making the most out of the gasoline around is one of our country's basic challenges. It's important to you and to us at General Motors. That's why we're inviting everyone to come in now for a GM energy check at a Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, or Cadillac dealer. Get together with him and get more of a run for your money.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Terror in the Night was adapted for radio by Glenn Hall Taylor. Mel Torme was heard as the killer. Featured in the cast were Lou Krugman, Peggy Weber, Sam Edwards, Diane Hale, and Bill Keane. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's story of the ultimate revenge. Scream of the Hawk. Starring Mel Torme. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of General Motors Parts, by the State Farm Insurance Company, by Dial Soap, and by the makers of Contact on Mutual Radio.
They just don't realize how little a renter's policy costs and how much it will do for them.
State Farm agent Ed Axel of Fairmont, Minnesota.
And it's hard for people to realize just how much personal property they do have. They forget about the drawers full of different things. So we tell them how they can protect the property that they already have. If they do have a fire or theft, we will be there to take care of them so that you don't have to start over again. They're just shocked to find out that the rates are so low and the amount of coverage that we can give them for that low rate.
State Farm Fire and Casualty offers renter's insurance that can protect just about all your personal property for very little cost. A good reason to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Picture, if you will, a 20th century man burdened with the values of a 19th century pioneer. Judd Colby is just such a man, faced with the encroaching tide of glass and concrete progress. This is a man out of time, out of step with today. Or is he? Join us now for Scream of the Hawk.
All right, Charlie, get on that track. Get over to Section 4. Tell them to clear away those remaining trees. And don't take any more crap from the gorges. All right, get that section clear.
Aye. Al, hold up a minute.
Hey, Charlie, you guys come running around like a chicken with his head
The
off.
boss says do, you do, babe. Now, let's you and I make like tank commanders and hustle over to Section 4. Hey, Tom, put the rifle away.
You and you get in front of the tree. You two get up into the branches. Tom and Helen, sit down in front there.
Miranda sure as hell's gonna run us over.
Come on, you people. Get the hell out of there. Our orders are to clear this land, and we're going to do it.
One of them has a rifle.
Move the cat forward, Hal.
Let it go, sir, and I'll blow somebody's head off.
Damn it, Tom, you'll have the law on us. Charlie, you drive it. I ain't doing another foot.
That's it.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yellow hat means yellow streak. All right. Well, just listen for a minute.
Okay, everybody pipe down. Now, what do you want, Charlie?
Be reasonable, Murray. Now, take these folks and get the hell on home. We gotta clear this area.
Charlie, you're a sellout. Put on a yellow hard hat and your head gets hard.
Now, wait a minute. It's been explained 1,000,000 times to everybody. This is progress. The people around here got to have a place to buy food and clothes and, so we're putting up a shopping center.
Charlie, why don't you ask the people if it's for the people? Well, we're people, and we don't want these New England hills all tore up.
Murray, you people, now, what's wrong with what's happening?
Murray, let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll tell you what's wrong, Charlie Daniels. Pack up and get out.
Yeah, right.
We don't want your kind of concrete progress.
That's right, Helen, you're right.
We want green grass and trees for our kids. God, what's that?
Look out! Look out!
This damn thing almost got me.
Everybody get down! Get down!
Oh, my God!
This thing tore Charlie apart.
Look at him.
Don't fire again, Tom. At least you're fighting away.
Somebody get a doctor.
What's that thing?
It was a hawk. I think it was a hawk.
Right, Helen. It was
Charlie. Charlie, can you hear me?
Murray, I can't see. I can't.
Holy mother. The hawk killed him.
Orange or black?
Glad is what happens when you use dial soap.
Orange or black?
It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else.
Orange or black?
To get you going, clean and fresh.
Orange or black? 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 Just to be. Orange or black?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin.
Orange or black?
You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial.
Orange or black?
And that's saying something.
Orange or black? Orange or black? Do you Dial? Orange or black? Do you Dial? Orange or black? Orange or black? Do you Dial? Orange or black?
When they change a plane flight, I check to see if another is just as good or better.
Fred Underwood, Kansas City postal worker, probably knows as much about airline schedules as the airlines.
I want to give that extra service that goes with airmail.
so I move it just as fast as I can to get it out of here.
And airmail is moving. Now you can almost always get next-day delivery to cities up to 600 miles away. And two-day delivery anywhere in the country. Just mail by 4 p.m., use zip code, and mail from a specially marked airmail box.
When I started here, it was all propeller planes and trains. And back in the post office, mail was handled the same way it had been for years. Now there's jet planes and zip codes, and airmail's really going places.
Airmail and zip codes. They speed everybody's letters. If you don't know a zip code, check your phone book or call the post office. Help us help you. Use zip code.
There. Easy, Garth. That's right, baby. That's up, baby. Okay, come on now. That's right, back in your cage. That's it.
Judd? You in there? Hello?
Myra, I'll meet you in the house.
Right. Coffee perks in 5. Hi, this is Myra Colby. Any messages? Uh-huh. Sure. Oh, Judd, don't! oh, no, I didn't mean you, operator. Right, thank you.
I scare you, honey? I'm sorry. Now, what brings my love home so early in the evening? I thought you had a meeting.
Oh, I did, but the Ladies' Guild is dull.
I know what you mean. Hey, listen, I'm coffee-starved. Where's that promised brew, huh?
10 years of marriage. Where's my promised kiss? Getting tired of this old lined woman?
Never tired. Come here.
No, you don't. Not if I have to prompt.
By God, you're a slippery one, lady.
Judd, give me a serious moment, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Did you work something out with Hank Ty about our land near the shopping center?
No, and I don't intend to. The land stays intact as long as I'm around to hold on to it.
My darling hardhead. Judd, don't you realize this is the decade of neon progress? Besides, it's just a few acres, and we've got nearly 1,000. Sell it and keep the peace in Tandem County.
Now, look, Myra, I don't give a damn about the peace, and there are a lot of people that feel the same way. They're just not going to destroy this land.
Are we expecting company?
Maybe. I'll take a look. I was afraid of that.
What?
Police. Lieutenant Owens and friend. Myra, you see them at the door. Now, if they should ask about me, tell them I'm gone.
Judd, what's wrong? Why should I lie to Dan Owens?
Because, my sweet one, I had a man killed today.
Judd!
Look, I'll explain later. Just answer the door.
Where are you going?
The river cabin. Now, when they leave, bring the birds and some supplies for a couple of days, will you?
I don't understand, Judd.
Myra, please just trust me for now, okay?
Oh, okay. Judd, I love you. Coming!
Hello, Myra. Is Judd around?
Oh, Dan. Sergeant. No, Judd's not here.
Well, it's kind of important and official, Myra. Mind if we sort of look around?
Dan, do you have a warrant?
Well, I didn't think that would be necessary, seeing as how we've known each other a long time.
Not officially, we haven't. So unless you've got the warrant, just turn around and drive back to town.
Just one question. Do you know if Judd had the hawks out hunting today?
I don't know. I was at a meeting until a while ago.
Charlie Daniels was killed. Witnesses say that he was deliberately attacked by a hawk. Maybe Judd's.
And maybe Wild, Lieutenant.
Well, I certainly hope so. That's why we want to talk with Judd. It could happen again, and your husband's the only one in the county that knows about them.
Well, I'll tell him to call you. Good night.
Hey, the lights are going out. She could be leaving.
What makes you think Myra Colby is lying?
Sort of a hunch. A lot of bad feeling between the Colbys and the construction company. Look, she's using their Jeep. Let's follow her.
So, you see, Myra, I no longer believe I had a choice. Something drastic had to be done, so I trained the Hawks to attack the color of the hard hats.
Then you didn't really think that Dart would kill, just frighten.
That's right, but I'm not sorry now. Maybe they learned a lesson. They'll pack up and leave, huh?
How do you expect to come out of all this?
I don't know. Maybe I won't. I can't stand by and let them destroy land I've worked my whole life for.
I am afraid that you will have to, Judd.
Lieutenant, how did you get in?
Sorry, Myra, through the bedroom window. Judd, both the sergeant and I heard what you said, and...
Drop the guns, Dan. Drop them. Sergeant, you too. Do it slowly.
What are you talking about?
Both the Hawks are unchained on their perch. Now, if I motion, they'll attack you. And I have no quarrel with you.
I don't believe him, Lieutenant.
But I do, Sergeant. Judd here has trained birds all his life.
Thank you. Myra, pack me some food. Look, Dan, I got a message for you to deliver to Hank Ty. Now, you tell him that the minute construction ceases, I'll stop the birds. Otherwise, every time he moves a tractor, someone dies.
Judd, you mustn't do this, please.
As I said, my love, I've no choices left.
You're probably well aware of the advantages of a well-tuned car in helping you obtain better gas mileage. A well-tuned car can run more efficiently, more economically. If all cars were properly tuned and operating efficiently, we could save millions of gallons of gas. To help you evaluate your car's efficiency, your participating GM dealer has 2 new energy checks available. One is an economy checkup that includes an engine diagnosis along with several other inspections to see if your car is up to specs. The other is an economy tune-up to help give you a smooth-running engine that performs efficiently. Making the most out of the gasoline around is one of our country's basic challenges. It's important to you and to us at General Motors. That's why we're inviting everyone to come in now for a GM energy check at a Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, or Cadillac dealer. Get together with him and get more of a run for your money.
I'm Roger Staubach. I'm not here to talk to you as quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, but as an ex-serviceman who'd rather have his head beaten in on the football field than practice his skills in another war. And that's why I'm rooting for the world's most successful peacekeeping team, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's worked for nearly a quarter of a century. In that time, the 15 Atlantic nations that make up NATO have been building teamwork like never before. In Europe, historically the world's greatest trouble spot, they have helped keep the peace and develop economic cooperation. They have generated a game plan through which problems like arms control and pollution are being attacked. Believe me, it's needed. The world's been kicked around enough. Let's help strengthen the NATO team. NATO works. Something else might not.
This message was brought to you by the Atlantic Council of the United States.
Damn it, Lieutenant. It's been 2 weeks I've had this equipment idle. New York is all over my butt.
We've been doing what we can, but Judd Colby knows these hills, and we can't find him.
Oh, you think he's taken off? Maybe it's safe to start again?
Well, that's your decision, Ty. We'll give you what protection we can. Now, I've got 4 men with rifles scattered around. If the birds come, there's a good chance we'll get them.
Well, I'm going to do just that. First thing tomorrow. That is, if New York says so.
Myra, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Judd, is that you?
Yeah, well, I can't stay long. I came across Harry Finley tonight up near River Line. He told me they intend to start work again tomorrow morning.
Judd, you mustn't do any more. This is not a fight you can win.
Well, maybe not, but it is my fight, and I must do what I believe is right.
I can't let you. I've been filled with so many conflicting thoughts these past 2 weeks. My darling, you are wrong. It's just too late to be a pioneer protecting your land against attack. It's the 20th century.
Stop. Look, I know what you're saying, but somebody's got to set an example for others to follow. They're far worse than I. They kill the land, and with it die the animals as well as people.
Judd, stay with me tonight. Tomorrow I'll go to the bank and withdraw our money.
You know, you were right when you said this was the 20th century. This is the century for the destruction of the land, but I'll make you one promise. If they do not start tomorrow, if they truly believe that the Hawks will come, if they pack up to move, then we'll deed the land to the state and go away.
But what makes you think they'll change their minds?
I talked with Hank Tye tonight. Now he's a believer.
I know, Mr. Fair, but he was here just a little while ago. He threatened us again. Plus, we've been getting all sorts of petitions. It's possible not one person will come out here.
Ty, the board met tonight, and we think it was a fluke, that gang boss getting killed.
I don't agree. Colby knows his Hawks.
Now listen, Ty, you're a very minor stockholder in this venture, and you still take orders. Unless you want out.
Oh, no, sir, but I don't want to get killed, neither.
Then start in the morning. That's the decision here in New York. Do I make myself clear, Ty?
Yes, sir. You do. Come in.
Can you spare a minute, Mr. Tye?
Ira Colby. Surprised to see you here.
I'm surprised to see you've started work again.
Should I be flattered by a visit from the enemy camp?
You're a fool to ignore my husband's warning.
Is that an admission you'd care to repeat to the cops?
I've come because I believe both you and my husband to be wrong in this. But whatever I feel, I can't stand by and let someone else be killed.
Damn, no one.
Ty, we shot one of the Hawks.
Good. So your husband kept his word.
I'm afraid so.
Ty, I think that may be the end of your problems. Mrs. Colby, what are you doing here?
Threatening me?
Not threatening, Lieutenant. I came to ask that he stop. That's all.
Well, too late now, Mrs. Colby. We killed the Hawk.
My husband has another, Mr. Tye.
Mrs. Colby, get back in the trailer!
That's the first one for the crane operator. In the crane! Watch out! Watch out! The load's letting go!
Mrs. Colby, get away! Oh, my God, Ty. Help me get this timber off her! Myra! Myra! Hold your fire! Hi, it looks like she might be alive. I'll go get some help and check on Judd. May I come in, Myra?
Yes, please.
I was near the hospital, so I thought I'd drop by. I'm sorry about Judd, Myra. Truly sorry.
I know. Thank you.
Is it true you've decided to deed the land over to the state?
Yes. They've promised to turn it into a park.
But why? I mean, surely with the construction people gone...
Oh, they had nothing to do with it. I think it's what Judd would have wanted. To protect the land.
Maybe, but I thought the construction people were very decent to pull out.
Oh, Dan, believe me, they didn't do it out of the goodness of their hearts. They left because a man died on their precious ground, and they know no one would ever want to come to a shopping center with a ghost. Judd fought for what he believed in. That much we've learned from him.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love,
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours, all day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
I'm Rod Serling. close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Scream of the Hawk is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Mel Torme was heard as Judd Colby. Featured in the cast were Peggy Walton, Luke Krugman, Bill Keane, Robert Easton, and Peggy Weber. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood with Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's tale of a threatened death. The Extortionist. Starring Mel Torme. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of General Motors parts, by the State Farm Insurance Company, by Dial Soap, and by the makers of Contact on Mutual Radio.
They just don't realize how little a renter's policy costs and how much it will do for them.
State Farm agent Ed Axel of Fairmont, Minnesota.
And it's hard for people to realize just how much personal property they do have. They forget about the drawers full of different things. So we tell them how they can protect the property that they already have. If they do have a fire or theft, we will be there to take care of them so that you don't have to start over again. They're just shocked to find out that the rates are so low and the amount of coverage that we can give them for that low rate.
State Farm Fire and Casualty offers renter's insurance that can protect just about all your personal property for very little cost. A good reason to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The huge slate-roofed mansion of the Trenton family stands lonely and cold behind a wall of rough-hewn stone. In it, bedridden and ill-tempered, Catherine Trenton, the last of her generation, lives with her servants, her secretary, her niece, and her nurse, ruling their lives in martinet fashion, her baton of authority the silver-headed cane with which he summons them to serve her.
Charlotte! Charlotte! That idiot nurse. Charlotte!
Good morning, Mrs. Trenton.
You know I breakfast at 9 sharp. Will you look at the time? It's 7 after. I suppose you stopped to poison the orange juice. You can't wait to get your greedy fingers on the money waiting for you in my will.
I don't expect you to will me anything, Mrs. Trenton.
And you know I'm leaving you money, all of you. Not because you deserve it, but because after I die, I don't want my private affairs dragged through the courts by a flock of vultures.
Shall I pour your tea?
Don't you always? You're a nurse. You probably know of some poisons that couldn't be detected in a cup of tea.
I'm sure there are several.
Well, stop the damn rapping and come in. And you, Charlotte, you must stop glaring at me like that.
Good morning, Mrs. Trenton. Morning, Charlotte.
Good morning, Mr. Franklin. Will you hold the door open for me, please? I'm leaving.
There you are. The postman left these, Mrs. Trenton.
Well, never mind the mail. Jason, how long have you been my secretary?
Almost 10 years.
I'll bet you've skimmed off a goodly portion of my money during that time.
If you really believe that, why don't you go to the police? But why don't you?
Don't press me too hard, Jason. Well, you may go now. We'll discuss the mail later.
That's fine with me. However, this one letter I haven't opened it. It's marked confidential.
But you're my confidential secretary. Open it.
Very well. It's just that I hadn't wanted to without your permission.
Well?
It's a demand for money. An extortion letter. They threaten to kill you if you don't pay them $30,000 by noon tomorrow.
Pay who $30,000? Who's going to kill me?
There's no signature. The bills are to be small denomination, unmarked, and wrapped in newspaper. Also, it says, keep the police out. Mrs. Fenton, this is serious.
Who'd want to threaten me? Here, let me see that note. Well, why $30,000? Why not 50 or 100,000?
It does seem a strange amount.
There may be something to this after all. Jason, get Judge Boyle on the phone. Tell him to get over here right away. Who is it?
Jason, ma'am. Judge Boyle is here.
Good. Come in.
Hello, Kate.
Who's that with you, Daniel? This is a private matter.
Extortion, Catherine, is not a private matter. It's a matter for the FBI. Now, as soon as Jason called me, I got in touch with Ben here, picked him up at the Federal Building. Kate, Mrs. Trenton, Inspector Brokaw.
How do you do, Mrs. Trenton?
You might be sorry you brought him, Daniel. For all I know, he might discover this is some scheme of yours.
My dear Catherine, you know I'd be lying if I said I couldn't use $30,000 to good advantage. But you also...
I also know that as an executor of my estate, when I die, you'll milk it for every cent you can get.
Mrs. Trenton, if I may say so,
you
the judge...
You may not say so. This is no time for one of your rattle-brained opinions. Go back to your letter writing.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, Kate, you've never given anyone credit for having an honest thought. You know, you're so damn suspicious of everyone you've named your will that you fail to take this threat seriously.
Mrs. Trenton, if this is a genuine extortion threat, you have until tomorrow to save your neck. Now, Dan brought me here hoping that I could help you save it. May I see the letter and the envelope it came in?
Certainly. Here.
Thank you.
Can you make out that postmark?
It's very faint. However, the zip code is legible. It was mailed locally. Well, the extortionist was smart enough to use a typewriter, but that doesn't exactly make him a genius. Every typewriter leaves evidence as clearly as handwriting or fingerprints. Tell me, Mrs. Trenton, who occupies this house besides yourself?
There are the servants, my nurse, Charlotte Kaiser, my secretary, Jason Franklin, and Meredith.
Meredith?
Meredith Trenton, a niece.
How old is she?
27.
Do you support her?
She eats and sleeps here. I give her an allowance for her other expenses.
A generous one?
Not generous enough, I'm afraid. I've had to pay off her gambling debts from time to time.
Big ones? Mrs. Trenton?
I'll answer that. Some have been big, some small. The last one was a big...
Daniel,
After the big one, Kate swore she'd never bail her out again.
Interesting. Is she in town? I mean, is she available for questioning?
She can usually be reached somewhere.
What about boyfriends?
I gave up trying to keep track of them years ago.
She's a bit of a swinger, Ben.
Oh? And your nurse, how long has she been with you?
About 3 years.
Mm-hmm. How about the servants?
Well, there's two. There's a houseboy and a maid. They've been with me since my late husband hired them some 30 years ago.
How about Joseph? He might warrant some checking into.
Joseph?
Joseph Paxton, Mrs. Trenton's chauffeur.
Well, why do you suspect him?
Oh, I didn't say I suspected him. It's just that I know he hits the bottle a little too often, disappears occasionally for 2 or 3 days.
He'll be gone longer than 2 or 3 days this time. I fired him yesterday.
Drinking?
The worst ever. Most obnoxious. Threatened all kinds of trouble, even though I gave him a full month's severance pay.
Do you know where he lives?
I'm afraid not. He lived here until yesterday.
I'll tell you where you might get a lead, Ben.
He has a cousin who owns a garage at the other end of town.
At least it's a start. Well, I guess that's it for now, Mrs. Trenton. I'll have our laboratory man go over the envelope and the note.
Thank you for coming, Inspector.
You're welcome. Coming, Dan?
Oh, I'll be right with you. You're in good hands, Catherine. Ben Brokaw knows what he's doing every minute. Take care now.
Charlotte! Charlotte! Charlotte!
Oh, listen to her fizz. You know, she's been like that as long as I can remember.
Yeah, she must have built up a big backlog of resentment. Practically anyone we've discussed might have been goaded into extortion or anything else for revenge.
What's your next move, Ben?
Well, as soon as I get back to the office, I'll see if we can round up that chauffeur.
Aren't you glad?
Glad is what happens when you use dial soap.
Aren't you glad?
It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else.
Aren't you glad?
To get you going, clean and fresh.
Aren't you glad? 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 Just to be. Aren't you glad?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin.
Aren't you glad?
You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial.
Aren't you glad?
And that's saying something.
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Do you Dial? Aren't you glad? Do you Dial? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Do you Dial? Aren't you glad?
What a night.
Good evening, Miss Meredith.
What's good about it?
Here, let me take your coat and scarf. You're soaking wet.
Well, I'm glad you noticed.
I know you're upset, Miss Meredith. I'm sorry I had to call you and interrupt your plans.
I hope you didn't tell anyone where you located me.
Of course not.
Why the devil should I have to come all the way back here just because my bitch of an aunt got a crazy letter from somebody as spaced out as she is?
The FBI man wanted everybody here. He's been all over this house for the last hour or so. All of us except you have been fingerprinted. He asked that I send you into the library as soon as you arrive. His name is Inspector Brokaw. I'll take your things to the kitchen to dry. See you later.
Okay.
Come in.
Hello, Judge. Jason says they want my fingerprints.
It'll only take a moment. Now, just press your finger on this ink pad, please.
Now, why don't you ask me if I've robbed any safes lately?
I don't have to. If you had, you'd have paid off Nick.
What do you know about Nick?
I would just press your fingers on this card. Nick is a crooked gambler and a dangerous man, especially if someone owes him $30,000. Now, the left fingers, please.
Okay. So you know about Nick. But I didn't write that letter.
But you, along with a lot of other people, would benefit by your aunt's death. Wipe your fingers on this tissue.
Are you through with me?
For now.
Send Charlotte in, will you, please?
Oh, please, don't leave the house.
In this storm? You've got to be kidding.
Inspector Brokaw speaking.
Inspector, this is McDougal.
Oh, hi, Mac. What's with the chauffeur?
Nothing yet. I put on a 3-state alarm and an APB on him in case he's decided to split.
Okay, stay in touch. I'll be here for a while.
You wanted to see me?
Yes. This is a sheet of your stationery, isn't it, Miss Kaiser?
It's probably mine. Why?
The extortion letter was written on a sheet exactly like this.
And that makes me guilty?
No, I didn't say so.
If anybody around here wanted to get $30,000 from Mrs. Trenton, it probably would have been...
Oh, then you know about Meredith Trenton's gambling debt.
Jason told me.
Okay, that'll be all for now. Thank you.
I'll be in my room if you want me.
Oh! I'm sorry.
Well, as long as you're interested enough to eavesdrop, Mr. Franklin, you might as well come in.
Well, if I can be of help.
It's just possible. Do you recognize the typing on this sheet of paper?
I'm not sure. It seems to be the same style of type as that of the machine I use.
Well, it should be. I typed this on your machine. I have a hunch the microscope will show that the typing on the extortion note will match this perfectly.
Look, Inspector, I have no reason to extort money from Mrs. Trenton. I'm well paid, and she's told me she's been very generous to me in her will.
You know something, Dan?
What?
I'm beginning to think that whoever wrote this letter...
Oh, my goodness. Mr. Trenton, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, come
on! You're probably well aware of the advantages of a well-tuned car in helping you obtain better gas mileage. A well-tuned car can run more efficiently, more economically. If all cars were properly tuned and operating efficiently, we could save millions of gallons of gas. To help you evaluate your car's efficiency, your participating GM dealer has 2 new energy checks available. One is an economy checkup that includes an engine diagnosis along with several other inspections to see if your car is up to specs. The other is an economy tune-up to help give you a smooth-running engine that performs efficiently. Making the most out of the gasoline around is one of our country's basic challenges. It's important to you and to us at General Motors. That's why we're inviting everyone to come in now for a GM energy check at a Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, or Cadillac dealer. Get together with him and get more of a run for your money.
Hello? Oh, Martha.
So soon? You're having a party again?
Dinner. Friday?
No.
Well, it certainly sounds like fun.
Fun. He gets everybody drunk on martinis. They forget to serve dinner, and everybody gets a hangover. Great.
We should come early
great.
for a couple of extra silver bullets?
Silver bullets?
Oh, yes. I suppose that was funny the last time. I mean, the way the Claypools conked out.
Silver bullets? Who needs it?
Well, look, I better check with Roger. Rog, what should I tell her?
Look, honey, we don't want to go there. Tell her we're busy. Tell her we're on the wagon. Just tell her no.
Let's face it. People who need to drink that much to be social are not really social drinkers. For a free booklet about drinking, write alcohol, Box 2345, Rockville, Maryland, 20852.
A public service message from this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
It's been a long couple of hours. How has she been?
Well, the doctor just left. He told me she's suffering more from shock than anything, although there's some serious bleeding and severe powder burns. The pistol was obviously fired at such an angle that it caused only a scalp wound. It's touch and go, but apparently she'll live. You know, as your friend, Dan, I hate to say it, but this does delay certain benefits which you and the
Good
other...
Lord, Dan, I didn't mean it that way.
Judge Boyle means that Mrs. Trenton, though spared now, will have to face an excruciatingly painful death later on.
Yeah, well, she told me she has bone cancer. Tell me, Dan, have you ever seen this gun before?
My God. Was that the pistol her own gun?
Yeah, it was found on the floor behind her bed.
I didn't know she had a gun.
Now, the nurse didn't know it either. As it turns out, Dan, this is your gun.
What, you don't think Well, she wanted a gun for protection, so I bought that for her 3 weeks ago. I never dreamed she'd use it.
Well, I'm afraid she not only used the gun, I suspect she used you.
Meaning?
Damned if I know, Dan. Right now, my gut's trying to tell me something, but my brain doesn't dig it. I know it's terribly late at night for this, but the reason I've called you all together again is that I think we're just about ready to wind up this case. Our lab has gone over what evidence I've uncovered very thoroughly. For example, Jason, the extortion note was typed on your machine.
Oh?
And your fingerprints are on the letter.
Naturally. I handled it to open it and to read it to Mrs. Trenton.
And Nurse Kaiser, your prints were not found on the note, but there were traces of fuzz from lavender suede gloves.
I don't even own a pair of gloves, any color.
And Mrs. Trenton was shot with a gun registered to Judge Boyle, but his fingerprints weren't on it. And in running a check on Miss Meredith's gambling friend Nick, we learned that she's in hock to him for exactly $30,000.
Excuse me, Inspector, but the APB got your man, Joseph Paxton.
Oh, thank you, officer. Ladies and gentlemen, I must speak with him privately. Kindly wait in this room till I return. Well, I think we have this just about cleared up.
Did Joseph have anything to do with it?
No, but he was quite helpful. You see, Mrs. Trenton failed to tell me something. Now, when she gave Joseph his month's severance pay, she also gave him a sizable sum as a fee for mailing a letter for her. A letter addressed to herself.
I don't understand.
That's right. She wore lavender suede gloves, which, incidentally, I just located in her room. The letter was posted downtown. She wanted the $30,000 for your gambling debt, Miss Meredith.
Oh, no.
Without having the executors of her will know about it. She thought that by committing suicide using the gun that was registered to Judge Boyle, she'd escape her ultimate painful death and place the suspicion of murder on all the beneficiaries of the will. She hated all of you, you know.
Vultures! Carry on! Yes, I did it. And the only regret I have is it didn't work. And when I do die, I hope my money takes you all to hell.
Oh, Mrs. Trenton! Mrs. Trenton!
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love,
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours. All day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Mel Torme was heard as Inspector Brooks. Featured in the cast were Peggy Weber, Luke Krugman, Julie Bennett, and Barbara Campbell. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Folks, directed by Don Hill, is produced in Hollywood. Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music composed and conducted by Stanley V. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weisskopp's audio glimpse of mayhem on the Midway. The price of admission. Starring Mel Torme. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of General Motors parts, by the State Farm Insurance Company, by Dial Soap, and by the makers of Contact on Mutual Radio.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, to your love.
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours. All day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
Today, the story of a search, and as so often happens when one goes looking for something, you find something else. Feature writer Kirby West is about to find the unexpected. For Kirby West, the price of admission is much more than he bargained for. Picture this. Hot mid-morning in Palm Springs, California. Behind drawn shades, a darkened motel room.
Hello.
Kirby, it's Lou. I'm sorry if I woke you, but we've got a problem.
Oh, what time is it? Oh, come on, Lou. It's 9 in the morning. I'm on my vacation, remember?
I wouldn't have called unless it was an emergency. We need that carnival story for next week's issue.
I thought you sent the kid to cover it.
I did. That's the problem. Evans has disappeared. Nobody's heard from him since Tuesday. My editor's sense tells me he's in trouble.
Maybe he's stuck on the Ferris wheel, huh?
Look, Kirby, why don't you take a leisurely trip to Indio and see if you can find him? Now, it's not far from Palm Springs. Get back to me as soon as you have something. Oh, and Kirby, don't you disappear.
Not a chance, Lou. Goodbye. All right, come on, honey Ann. Rise and shine.
Oh, close the shades. It's too early to get up. Let's spend the whole day in bed.
How about if we take in the carnival and spend the whole night in bed?
The carnival?
Yeah, you know, the merry-go-round, cotton candy, that whole...
What are you talking about?
But just get dressed. I'll explain on the way.
Oh, riders. Look at all the people.
Step right this way, folks. 3 rings for a quarter. Win a teddy for the little lady, mister.
No, thanks.
Kirby? Kirby West?
Barney. Barney, what are you doing here?
Working for a living. What's it look like? Hey, is this the wife?
Yeah.
No.
Same old Kirby.
Barney Best, meet Honey Ann Flowers.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do, Mr. Best?
Mr. Best? Say, Kirby, she's got class. You got class.
Hey, Barney, hey, maybe you can help me out, eh? Looking for a friend of mine. Maybe you've seen him around. A kid about 25, tall, brown hair, got a skin condition.
That's asking a lot. Take a look around. Every kid in the place fits that description.
Well, he always wears a bow tie. Thinks it makes him look older.
Yeah. I seen him yesterday.
Huh?
No, day before. He played the rings, as a matter of fact. Asked a lot of questions. Did you say he was a friend of yours?
What kind of questions?
Hey, Kirby, it's me, Barney.
That's why I'm asking.
You're not a cop, are you?
Kirby's a writer for Byline magazine.
No kidding.
But it won't be for long if I don't find this kid Evans.
Yeah. Well, look, your friend wanted to know about the setup. I mean, you know, how it works. We blow into town for a few days, people lose a few bucks, have a good time, go home and forget about it, right? No big swindle.
What else?
Nothing. He gave me this card. Told me to get in touch if I had anything else to tell him.
Oh, did you?
No.
7 Palms Motel, Cabin 6. Can I keep this?
Go ahead. I got no use for it.
Oh, look, you mind if I just ask you one more question?
Hey, buddy, this is the place. Yeah, right here. Had 5 winners this morning already. Yeah, you chump.
Barney, who runs this show?
Will you leave if I tell you?
Just send me on my way.
Guy by the name of Rowan owns the outfit.
But what?
Yeah, throw these rings, will you? I never seen Rowan. He keeps out of it. Fred and Pinky do the hiring and firing.
Pinky?
Oh, look, where could I find him?
Over by the funhouse ride. They got all the concessions around here.
Thanks, Barney.
honey, your friend Barney, he seemed a little nervous.
Didn't he?
Come here, mister. I see you're a winner already. This game's a cinch.
All right, I'll go one time, Pinky.
What? You talking to me? I'm Fred. Too bad, mister. Try again?
Sure.
Oh, Kirby, you won!
Pick a prize, anything on the bottom row.
Get the Cupid doll. I've always wanted one.
One Cupid for Missy.
No, wait. Do you have anything in a bow tie?
What are you, a wise guy?
All right, never mind. We'll take the Cupid, thanks. Let's go, honey Ann.
Well, where are we going?
We're going to see about getting a room.
Pinky. Hey, Pinky, come over here.
What's the take so far?
Never mind that. There's a guy been snooping around.
What guy?
That one. The one with the blonde. See him?
Yeah.
Ask me if we gave away bow ties.
Yeah?
Gotta take care of it right away.
Orange or black?
Glad is what happens when you use dial soap.
Orange or black?
It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else.
Orange or black?
To get you going, clean and fresh.
Orange or black? 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 Just to be. Orange or black?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin.
Orange or black?
You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial.
Orange or black?
And that's saying something.
Orange or black? Orange or black? Do your Dial? Orange or black? Do your Dial? Orange or black? Orange or black? Do you Dial?
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. You know, there's no such thing as instant shade from a tree you buy through the mail. It takes a large truck and a crane to move a tree big enough to provide immediate shade, but that doesn't mean that mail-order trees are bad. In fact, if you're planning for the future and have a few years to wait, buying young trees through the mail may be a good idea. But before you buy, compare the tree offered in an ad with one you could buy locally. Find out just how big the tree actually is, and how fast it will really grow, and if it will thrive in your soil and climate. Compare the cost of ordering through the mail with buying locally. And remember, your best assurance of satisfaction, whether you buy shade trees by mail or locally, is to deal with companies who have established reputations for satisfactory dealings. As always, buy what you want, but know what you're buying. Don't look for shade under a tree that's shorter than you are. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Well, he's not here.
I didn't expect he would be.
What are you doing?
Evans was here, I'm certain of that.
Well, how do you know?
Well, for two reasons. Barney's card and that greasy desk clerk. A page was torn out of the register. I'd say somebody helped Evans pack.
It's kind of a cute room, though, don't you think? Nice and clean.
Yeah, it's too clean. I'm going to go take a look at the bathroom.
Oh, the bed's so soft and roomy. Kirby, are we going to stay here for a while?
No. Come on, baby, put your shoes on. We're going.
Let's go back to Palm Springs and lay around the swimming pool.
Not just yet.
I'll sew your button back on. I've got a needle and thread back at the room.
Wait a minute, what button?
Well, this one. Must have fallen off your shirt when you looked under the bed.
Honey Ann, you're a doll. This isn't my button. It's not a button at all.
Well, what is it then?
It's the top of a plunger off a syringe. I think I know why Evans checked out early. Honey, we got to find that kid and fast.
But where we look?
Well, I got a hunch. We're going back to the carnival.
No, you're not.
Kirby, he's got a gun.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith, isn't it? You just got here. Why not stay a while?
Why not?
If you both just sit on the bed there, we'll spend the afternoon together. Just the three of us.
Look, would you stop waving that thing around, huh? I hate guns. They're liable to go off.
Up against the wall, friend. Our guests aren't allowed to have weapons.
I'd never carry one. A guy could get hurt that way.
Please shut up and do like I tell you.
Come on. Will you cut that out? I'm ticklish. You see what I mean?
Please, don't shoot. I'm not part of it, really.
Keep talking.
It was that dame from the carnival made me do it. Her and that ape. They told me they'd be gone by tonight.
Well, that doesn't leave us much time. Where did they take the kid who was here?
Back to the carnival, I guess. I don't know, honest. Please don't kill me.
Kill you? Are you kidding? I told you I hate guns. They're so loud.
Oh, thank you.
Another time.
Do we take him with us?
No, I just get in the way.
What are you going to do to me?
Well, I could pistol whip you, but that's cruel. How about this?
Oh.
Okay, we'll put him in the closet.
Won't he wake up?
I certainly hope so. He'll be so happy to be alive he won't bother us.
You think so?
Not really, baby. Come on, let's get out of here.
My, it looks like Barney closed up his booth.
Sure does. It's too bad. I wanted to talk to him. Honey, how'd you like another Cupid doll? It looks like everybody's out to lunch. Well, if they're moving out tonight, I suppose I gotta pack up.
Everything else is open.
You noticed that too, huh? There's a great article here somewhere. If I could just figure out where, I think we might find Evans too.
It's getting late, Kirby. I'm cold. Oh, come on, let's go on to the funhouse ride. At least it's indoors.
All right. Here's the end of the line. Looks like you come out through those doors.
Aren't those cute little cars? Let's get in a red one. I wonder if it's scary inside. You'll hold on to me, won't you, Kirby? Oh, honey, we're next.
Wait. What is it? I just saw something that's wrong.
Come on, we got a red one.
That's it. Slide over.
Kirby, hold on to me. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, put that ball back down. We'll fall out.
No, we won't, baby. We're going to jump. Hold on to my hand. Here we go. You all right?
Yes, but why in the
carts. Look, when we were in line, I saw a kid with a beanie wearing a knapsack. He got into a red cart. Just before we got on, he came out in a blue one, so he must have jumped out like we did.
But wow.
I want to take a good close look in that knapsack of his.
You're talking crazy.
Well, I will see.
How? It's so dark in here. Kirby, wait.
Must be along this wall somewhere.
Oh, Kirby, please, let's just go.
I was right, baby. This panel slides.
Where are we?
I don't know for sure, but... Whoops.
Hey, mister. How about a nice bow tie?
They just don't realize how little a renter's policy costs and how much it will do for them.
State Farm agent Ed Axel of Fairmont, Minnesota.
And it's hard for people to realize just how much personal property they do have. They forget about the drawers full of different things. So we tell them how they can protect the property that they already have. If they do have a fire or a theft, we will be there to take care of them so that you don't have to start over again. They're just shocked to find out that the rates are so low and the amount of coverage that we can give them for that low rate.
State Farm Fire and Casualty offers renter's insurance that can protect just about all your personal property for very little cost. A good reason to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is
The Marines are looking for a few good men to become Marine officers.
A few good college men to accept the challenge of leadership. Men who will command Marine ground troops. Men who will fly Marine aircraft. And a few good men to serve as lawyers in the Marine Corps. The program is Platoon Leaders Class. PLC. No campus training. Ground and air options. Available financial assistance. Even free civilian flying lessons for qualified men. Talk to the Marine officer who visits your campus. Ask about PLC ground, PLC air, or PLC law. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to lead other men as officers in the United States Marine Corps.
Shut the door, Pinky, and lock it. We've been expecting you.
Yeah.
Go get the stuff, Pinky. Rowan will be here any minute. Ever used stuff before, mister?
All right, where's Evans?
He's around. Got a real habit, that kid. Tracks all up and down his arms.
Why, you...
Hold it right there.
Oh, great, more guns.
Don't make me use this one.
What are you going to do to us?
Missy, you're going on a roller coaster ride. Way up and then way down. Hurry it up in there, Pinky.
Yeah. It's a clever operation you got going here, Fred. Playing small towns for the penny anti-suckers and supplying hard drugs to dealers all along the line. This is some funhouse.
Hard drugs? You mean heroin?
Don't sound so surprised, Missy. You look like you got a few miles on you.
Just what do you mean by that?
Easy now. I don't like blonde.
Kirby?
Got the 2 needles ready.
How about the kid?
He's sleeping like a baby.
Tie off why he's got his arm here, Pinky. Who is it?
Rod.
Pinky, unbolt the door.
Barney.
Sorry it had to end like this, old buddy.
You're Rowan?
Have been ever since my Navy discharge. Business reasons, you understand? You calling me Barney Best this morning caught me by surprise. I wish it hadn't been you, believe me.
But I don't get why. I mean, why get involved in something like this?
Simple. Money.
Look, there are so many other ways, better ways.
For a guy like you, maybe.
God, don't give me that, Barney. Come on, I've had other jobs, miserable jobs with lousy pay.
Same here. I hung around San Diego for 10 years before this came along. And I tell you, life on the road stinks. This life stinks.
Well, why not change?
It's too late for that now. I know what I am. A couple more years and I can retire to a Mexicanville.
Yeah, if you live a couple of more years.
Let me worry about that.
Hurry up, boss. We gotta move.
All right. Finish what you started. What was that?
Pinky, you told me the kid was out.
Barney, don't. Now, look, we can get out of this jam, just like old times.
No, Kirby, the old times are gone. Long gone.
Shoot him up, Pinky. Use all of it.
That'll kill him.
Pinky, give me a hand in here.
I'll fix him when I get back.
Hurry it up.
Fred.
Move that hand and I'll blow it off.
Sorry about your friend, too, but it's his own fault.
How do you figure, Barney?
He played to win, and nobody wins at carnivals. Nobody.
You might think about that yourself.
Get it over with. I'll get the rest of the stuff.
Wait a minute, Barney. Aren't you going to stay and watch? Ever seen an overdose? It's quite a show. Could add a whole new dimension to the funhouse.
Don't preach at me. Nobody ever ODs who doesn't want to. Some punk wants to kill himself, let him.
I can't believe you mean that.
What difference does it make?
At this point, I don't know.
Pinky!
Yeah?
Do it! Say goodbye, Missy.
Kirby, no!
Barney!
It's open. Hey, Kirby, my boy. Great story. A little long, but I can cut it. Oh, you're not alone.
Howdy, Ann. Meet Lou. He's the man who wrecked our vacation.
How do you do?
It's a pleasure. Kirby, tell me, where did you get the background information on Rowan?
I'll just chalk it up to old times.
What?
I forget it. How's Evans?
I just talked to the hospital where he's being detoxified. The kid's going to be fine.
Well, I'm glad to hear somebody survived.
The man and woman are going to pull through, too. Rowan was the one the narco boys were after. You know, what I can't figure is why that crooked motel clerk called the cops.
Life's just full of surprises, Lou.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
No, we better be going. I've still got 4 days vacation coming.
Take a whole week. You deserve it.
Bye. Nice meeting you.
Bye-bye, Lou.
Say, Kirby, hold on. Where can I reach you with...
You're probably well aware of the advantages of a well-tuned car in helping you obtain better gas mileage. A well-tuned car can run more efficiently, more economically. If all cars were properly tuned and operating efficiently, we could save millions of gallons of gas. To help you evaluate your car's efficiency, your participating GM dealer has 2 new energy checks available. One is an economy checkup that includes an engine diagnosis along with several other inspections to see if your car is up to specs. The other is an economy tune-up to help give you a smooth-running engine that performs efficiently. Making the most out of the gasoline around is one of our country's basic challenges. It's important to you and to us at General Motors. That's why we're inviting everyone to come in now for a GM energy check at a Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, or Cadillac dealer. Get together with him and get more of a run for your money.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Price of Admission, an original radio drama by Kim Weiscott. Mel Torme was heard as Kirby West. Featured in the cast were Diane Hale, Sam Edwards, Bill Keane, Peggy Weber, and Luke Wilson. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Poulos, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System. Radio Productions Incorporated. Music composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Michelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hi, this is Jackie Cooper speaking. Listen for me on this station when the Zero Hour presents a shortage story. You don't want to miss this one. It's a gas. Hi, I'm Jackie Cooper. Remember how it was a while ago trying to get gasoline? Listen.
Honey, we can't stop at my daddy's place. I haven't even written to him in 5 years.
We've been married that long? Seems like 10.
Just shut up, Dick. It was your bright idea that got us out here in the first place. Ow! Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I love you. I'll do anything for you.
Just be sure the old man doesn't talk you out of it. I'll be here as Dirty Dick Siri when the Zero Hour presents a shortage story. Tune in, won't you? This is Jackie Cooper inviting you to listen for me on the Zero Hour presentation entitled The Housecall. It's an abnormally good show. Tune in, won't you? Hi, this is Jackie Cooper. I'll be right here as Dr. Edward Goodley when the Zero Hour presents The Housecall. Dig this.
What's that? Do you hear that?
It's coming from over there. Look.
Well, who's he? What do you know? It's a stone forest. Look at the size of that cemetery.
That's what I was afraid of.
What's that?
That man. He's digging a grave. That's the house call, right here on the Zero Hour. I'm Jackie Cooper. On our next Zero Hour, I play an FBI agent who leads a chase through a night fog in which a killer lurks. The story is Escape to Nowhere. Tune in. In the darkness, danger lurks aboard a fog-bound barge.
If anything happens to my mother, gun or no gun,
Get
I'll...
out there, damn it, and hurry.
An FBI man stalks the killer. My name's Jackie Cooper, and I have the role of the FBI agent. Be sure to listen to this chilling story, Escape to Nowhere, the next Zero-Hour drama to be broadcast on this station. This is Jackie Cooper. In the next Zero Hour, I play a gent whose perception of the larceny in his fellow man is tested to the limit. Join me for Fair's Fair, you know. This is Jackie Cooper.
In the next Zero Hour, I play Gavin McAllister, a man with many friends.
Daryl, I think Kurt's coming too.
Well, my sweet, whack him again. Then get the money transferred to the bag your friend so neatly left us.
Daryl, are you sure no one will suspect?
I told you, they'll never know. They'll never find Gavin's body, and even if they do, it'll look like his chute didn't open.
With friends like that, who needs enemies? Be sure to join us for Fair's Fair, you know.
Oh, that's the end of the promo cluster. As you noted, we transmitted only 8 promos for the first 4 days of next week, and we'll repeat that instruction that we gave you before the feed. The first 2 were for the shortage story to be aired this coming Monday, May 6th. The next 2 for the Housecall will be the episode aired on Thursday, May 9th. The next 2 are for Escape to Nowhere, which will be aired on Tuesday, May 7th. And the last 2, for Fair's Fair, you know, will be aired on Wednesday, May 8th. Yesterday, we fed you 2 other promos for an episode entitled The Violation. Do not use those. That episode will not be aired next week. We will have to tell you what will replace The Violation for Friday, May 10th, on a conference call at the beginning of the week. Well, that's the closed-circuit conference call for Friday, May 3rd.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weisskopf's twisted tale of modern times. A shortage story. Starring Jackie Cooper. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of Hallmark Cards, Monroe Shock Absorbers, Nabisco, Kodak, and the Ford Motor Company. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Those smiles with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. For less than $30, you get a little pocket camera, color film, magic cubes, extender, and lots more for less than $30. For a limited time only at your photo dealers.
A smile tastes great with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see that smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
I remember growing up, but most of all, I remember Mama. The day I graduated from high school, her eyes looked bright and glad and misty all at the same time. Oh, yes, I remember Mama. I remember how she cried the day my first child was born, and the love just shone in her eyes.
This Sunday is Mother's Day. Remember with a Hallmark card, when you care enough to send the very best.
In this era of grand crisis, to be extravagant is to be the fool. The words compromise and moderation have taken on larger meanings. But there is one way of the world that remains untouched by all the sound and fury. That would be murder. Today, our story examines the odd circumstances that surround the fate of a common man, Walt Carter, age 55, owner-operator of the only service station on a 50-mile strip of highway along the great southwestern Nevada desert. We call it a shortage story.
Hey, Walt, the truck's here.
Tell him to start pumping, Jimmy. I'll be right there.
Okay.
So I leave all of my worldly possessions to my daughter, Patricia, Carter, Siri, except for the station and the motel, which go to my loyal friend Jimmy Day. Signed, Walter Carter, March 13, 1974. That's that.
Howdy, Walt.
Hot enough for you, Scott? You want a soda or beer or something?
No, thanks. Listen, I gotta be going.
Hey, you can't go before you leave me my gas.
I already have.
Impossible. You just got here.
Ah, Jimmy's locking up the storage tank now. Look, I'm sorry, Walt. 50 gallons is all I can leave you.
50 gallons? That wouldn't last me but a few days, even with so few cars coming through here.
I know, but I got my orders.
Look, if this keeps up, I'll lose the station. The motel's dying as it is. I gotta have more gas.
Now, if there was anything I could do for you, I'd do it, but I can't. Now, come on, please, just sign the receipt.
Better than nothing, I guess.
Things will get better, Walt. Pretty soon people will be driving everywhere again, and tourists will be staying overnight. You see, it'll all work itself out.
I hope you're right. You sure you won't have that beer?
No, can't today. I'll be back in 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Hey, Scott! Scott!
I'll see you, Walt. Bye, Jimmy.
Hey, Walt, you know we're running low on soda. Walt? Jimmy, I want you to go to town and mail a letter for me.
Honey, we can't stop at my daddy's place. It wouldn't be right.
You're his baby girl, aren't you?
But I haven't even written to him in 5 years.
We've been married that long? Seems like 10.
Just shut up, Dick. Look, it was your bright idea that got us out here in the first place. You had to gamble away.
Don't bite it off.
Now, don't talk to me like that.
You want more?
I'm sorry, honey. I love you. I'll do anything for you. Anything.
Just be sure the old man doesn't talk you out of it.
Hey, where is everyone? Oh, wow. Just look at the place. It's really gone to pot since I left.
Go on, get out. You better see you first. We don't want him to have a heart attack. Here I went. Patty! Is that you?
Daddy. Oh, Daddy, I missed you so much.
Oh, baby. Let me look at you. Hey, what happened to your lip? It's swollen.
Oh, I bumped it on a desk in our hotel room in Vegas. I was drunk, you know.
Our hotel room?
Dick's and mine.
Oh, I was hoping you'd left that bum by now.
Don't start in on me right away.
Oh, now, Patty.
We need some gas and a place to stay overnight, okay?
Well, you can have any room you like. They're all vacant, but gas is something else.
Hey, Pop, what's holding you up? This is a film station, isn't it? Fill her up.
Well, he's still a charmer, isn't he?
Oh, lay off him, will you? He's my husband.
Yeah, I know.
Now, be nice to him. At least try. Dick's mellowed.
Well, seeing your family, I guess I can fill your tank. And I can't do it for just anyone. We ain't got but 50 gallons.
Thank you, Daddy. I knew you'd be glad to see me.
Oh, that was mighty fine beefsteak, Walt. Mighty fine.
Yeah, you didn't have to go to all that trouble, Daddy.
No trouble. We've been keeping those steaks in the freezer for an occasion. And I'd call this family reunion one.
Well, I'm just happy that you're happy.
Now, let me help you with those, dear.
Well, thank you, sweetheart.
You didn't talk to him yet.
I will. Give me a chance.
Do it now. And ask Jimmy to give me a hand in here. I never washed a dish in my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great day here at the Ritz Cracker Bakery. Ritz is celebrating its 40th birthday with the Ritz Blitz. That means you're going to save a lot of money because...
I see it. I can't see it.
The crowd is getting very excited. We're waiting for the first Ritz birthday box. We've been told there are money-saving coupons printed right on the box. 40 cents worth for the Ritz 40th birthday. And I think, yes, it's here now. I've got the first Ritz birthday box right in my hand. It is magnificent. There's a coupon to save you 13 cents on Nescafe instant coffee. Save 10 cents on Nutter Butter cookies. 7 cents on Blue Bonnet margarine. And save 10 cents on Snack Made cheese spread. Save a total of 40 cents during the Ritz 40th birthday celebration. Remember, everything's great when it sits on a Ritz. So look for the Ritz Crackers birthday box from Nabisco at your grocer's now. Happy birthday, Ritz. Offer void where prohibited by law.
Who is it?
It's me. Who do you think?
Now, where the hell have you been?
How'd it go?
I asked you, where have you been? Ow!
I drove to town to get us a bottle to celebrate with. There's your answer. Now tell me, how did it go?
Well, not so good. He doesn't have much cash on hand, and I know he wouldn't give it to us anyway.
What about the other thing?
Insurance?
Yes, the insurance.
Well, he's got one more premium to pay. It's due next week.
That's not too bad. We can stick around if I can stomach his attitude that long.
No, we can't.
Why not?
He knows we're broke. We have to leave tomorrow.
Why, that dirty...
Shut up!
Hey, you slapped me. You know what that means.
No, Dick, please. They'll hear.
Patty, are you telling me the truth? Now, Dick didn't hit you, did he?
I told you I fell in the bathtub.
Yeah, I know what you told me.
First you kick us out, then you call me a liar.
Damn it!
What's the matter, honey? Won't it start?
Jimmy, see what you can do. Okay, Walt.
I just can't wait for us to leave.
You can stay, he goes.
If Dick goes, I go with him.
That's right, Pop. She's my little girl now. Dick Siri, if I were 20 years younger, I would do nothing.
It's a starter, Walt.
Oh, hell. Looks like we both stay.
I can probably get a rebuild in town. I gotta go in anyway to pick up a case of soda.
Mail this letter while you're there, will you?
Have we got enough gas in the tanks for me to fill up the truck?
How much we pumped today?
About 25 gallons.
I don't know. We'll have to shut down till Scott comes again.
Well, I'll take half a tank and see what I can get in town.
Now, Jimmy, don't forget to mail out letters for the insurance.
All right.
Dickie, I'm scared. What if we're caught?
Who's gonna catch us? Jimmy's staying in town, and the old man's been asleep for hours.
Won't there be an explosion?
Don't be stupid. That's what the old man's been crying about. The only gas around here is in this can. We'll just have a nice little fire. He gets the insurance money, and his loving daughter gets her share of the payoff. If the insurance people ask where we were, I got friends in Reno who'll say we were there. We did leave this place 2 days ago.
I love you, Dickie. Tell me you love me.
I love you. Now get ready. There. Start the car. Now let's stay and watch. I love a good fire.
Oh, can't we go? It makes me sad. This used to be my home.
Hey, there's a car coming. It's pulling off the highway. Let's beat it. Keep the lights off. Step on it.
You think he saw us?
Just drive. We can maybe get...
Why didn't you let me go back? Why? Oh, God, he's dead.
Shut up. I'm trying to think.
Daddy's dead. Oh, God, we killed him. Oh, God.
There was nothing we could have done. The story in the paper says he was killed in the explosion.
You said there wasn't going to be any explosion. You lied.
Get off my back. It shouldn't have blown up.
Well, let's go back. Give ourselves up. We can explain.
Explain what? That we only started the fire to collect the insurance money? Get something through that stupid head of yours. The police are looking for us, and they ain't interested in finding a couple of firebugs.
We're wanted for murder.
When you're new and kind of nervous too, you'll find a smile will go a long, long way. When your tie lands in the apple pie, a little smile will go a long, long way.
A great way to make a smile go a long, long way in pictures is with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. It comes complete with the littlest, newest pocket Instamatic camera, a roll of color film, magic cubes, extender, carrying case, and everything you need for smile saving for less than $30. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You'll find it at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
So a smiling face can go to steady place. You know the moon's a million miles away. A smile will quit with our smile saver kit. You'll see that smile will go a long, long, smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
Hey, Wayne.
Hold it right there, Dick.
Wayne? What are you doing with a shotgun?
Been reading the papers. You people are wanted by the law, and so am I. How do I know they didn't follow you here, and how do I know you didn't make a deal with them?
Wayne, I wouldn't do that. You know me.
Now get that car out of sight. Meet me inside the house.
And that's the way it really happened. I swear it.
Funny, that's not the way I heard it over the radio.
What did they say?
They had a taped interview with a witness, Jimmy something, Jimmy Day.
What did he say?
That you planned the whole thing? Said he overheard you talking about blowing up the gas station and the old man with it.
That's a lie. We never said that.
Well, too bad you were seen. They opened the old man's will today. Looks like you got aced out of some bucks.
How can that be? The old crock was broke.
We never said anything about killing Daddy. Never.
Yeah, well, seems one of the big oil companies wanted to buy that land.
What?
Well, hell, he was sitting on top of a whole field of raw crude.
Daddy never said anything about that.
The will says that Jimmy gets the motel and the station, or what's left of him. Looks like he gets it all now.
The hell he does.
Well, you can't stop him.
Oh, no? You still running hot cars?
Hey, you're not thinking about going back there, are you?
I'm not thinking. I'm going.
First you say we run, then we come back in a stolen car. We'll be caught for sure.
Shut up.
No, I can't take this anymore.
All right, get out.
You don't mean that.
I'm waiting. Go on, walk. See how far you get.
Oh, Dick, I'm sorry. I was only kidding.
Well, I'm not.
Well, no, Dick. No! Dickie, you don't love me.
Uh-oh, we got company. Could be the cops. Over behind where the motel was. Hurry. Sorry, we're closed. There's a station in town that... You!
Hiya, Jimmy.
Well, how did you... Well, where... Well,
You ask a lot of questions for a guy with all the answers.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Shut up. You're a mind reader. You must know this gun is loaded.
Oh, now, Dick, take it easy.
Why did you lie, Jimmy? You had a good thing going. The motel and the station would have been yours, but you had to get greedy.
No, wait.
I'm not going to shoot you, Jimmy. I just want you to stand between me and your partner, just in case he's pointing a gun this way. That's it. Now hold it right there. Now, I got a few questions, and you're going to give me some answers. You see? Because I got nothing to lose. You got all that oil company's money to think about.
Well, Walt didn't know about the bid from the oil company. He just got the rotten end of the deal.
But you knew. You were the mail boy. Always taking letters into town. I never saw you bring any back.
But I didn't kill him. I didn't have any reason to.
What were you doing out here that night, Jimmy? You didn't come to warn the old man like you told the police. You had no idea we were even around. All of that talk about hearing us planning to kill him was a lie, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Yes. And you better tell me now the real reason for you showing up. You got 5 seconds. We were going to transfer the gas, that's all.
What gas?
In the storage tank. When I saw the fire, I tried to wake up Walt, but it was too late.
You knew it was going to blow, so you didn't get too close. I wondered why you didn't go up with it. You mean the old man knew there was gas here all the time?
No, nobody knew.
You knew?
Yes.
And who else? Stand up straight. I wouldn't want to get hit by a stray bullet. You can come out now, friend.
Scott, don't shoot! We were storing the gas here and selling it on black market. I didn't want Walt to die. He was my friend.
You just killed your partner, friend.
I'll kill you, too!
Hold on! Maybe we can make a deal.
No deal! No one suspects me. With you out of the way, no one ever will.
What happened here?
Well, there's your killer. I think I got him. He went nuts, I guess. He just started shooting. Shot Jimmy in the back. He's over there, too.
You wouldn't mind coming down to headquarters and filling out a few forms. Legal procedure, you know.
Oh, yeah, sure, I understand.
I love you. I love you.
I don't see why we can't do it right here. Just a couple of questions. Your name?
Scott Garver.
Age?
44.
Occupation?
I drive a fuel rig.
Employer?
I work for the oil company.
Each year, when the editors of Motor Trend magazine announce their choice of Car of the Year, people listen and take notice. Motor Trend's Car of the Year for 1974 has just been announced. The all-new Ford Mustang II. It's small and economical with an easy-on-gas 4-cylinder engine, which makes it right for today. But sensible size and economy are only the beginning. Motor Trend calls it, quote, an outstanding concept of affordable luxury and prestige in a small package, end quote. Mustang II, the all-new small car with unheard-of luxury, comfort, and elegance at an unheard-of $2,895 base sticker price, not including dealer prep, destination charges, title fees, or taxes. Luxurious little Ford Mustang II. Motor Trend's choice as Car of the Year in 4 exciting models at your local Ford dealer now.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
A Shortage Story is an original radio drama by Kim Weiskamp. Jackie Cooper was heard as Dick Steering. Featured in the cast were Ann Whitfield, Carl Swenson, Jerry Hausner, Alan Bertman, and Jacques Denbo. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's tale of murder and futile escape. Escape to nowhere. Starring Jackie Cooper. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of Hallmark Cards, Nabisco, Kodak, and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
a great day here at the Ritz Cracker Bakery. Ritz is celebrating its 40th birthday with the Ritz Blitz. That means you're going to save a lot of money because...
I can't see it.
The crowd is getting very excited. We're waiting for the owner's Ritz birthday box. We've been told there are money-saving coupons printed right on the box. 40 cents worth for the Ritz 40th birthday. And I think, yes, it's here now. I've got the first Ritz birthday box right in my hand. It is magnificent. There's a coupon to save you 13 cents on Nescafe instant coffee. Save 10 cents on Nutter Butter cookies. 7 cents on Bluebonnet margarine. And save 10 cents on Snack-Made cheese spread. Save a total of 40 cents during the Ritz 40th birthday celebration. Remember, everything's great when it sits on a Ritz. So look for the Ritz Crackers birthday box from Nabisco at your grocer's now. Happy birthday, Ritz. Offer void where prohibited by law.
Our story opens in a town on the bank of a river in one of our eastern states. It is night, and the street lamps and riverboat lights glow eerily through the pall of fog which clings to the earth and the water. A coal barge made fast to a pier rises and falls as though breathing. Aboard, in the cabin, a bedridden old lady converses with her son.
You don't fuss over me. You got work to do, Carl.
Everything's taken care of, Ma.
You looked at the bridles?
Oh, I forgot.
It's almost time for the tug to arrive. Go look at the bridles.
Okay.
There's bad fog outside. Take a light.
Okay. Hey, who are you?
Help me.
A girl. What are you doing here?
I need help. I'm in trouble.
Police?
No. Look, I'll explain later, but now, please, hide me. You'll save my life.
Well, okay. Here, get under that canvas.
My name is Dominic Stark. I work for the FBI, special agent. I get involved in the damnedest things. Never know from one day to the next whether to pack hunting boots and a shotgun or a wetsuit and a CO2 gun. On this particular night at the field office, I went over to Pete Belden's desk and was about to make a little small talk with him.
Do me a favor, will you, Nick? If you're not up to your neck in something, would you be a pal and take my phone calls for 15, 20 minutes? I gotta get me a sandwich and a cup of coffee or I'll pass out.
Sure. Only don't stay too long.
No, I won't. I'll order him to go and bring him back to my desk.
Here we go. Stark here. Where? Clayton? Natalie Morris. M as in Mary? We'll get on it. Pete'll be right back. He's grabbing a sandwich. Gotcha. So long.
Now, you just be kind of quiet until I see if Ma's asleep yet.
Okay. That you, Carl?
Well, sure, Ma. Who'd you think it was?
Well, I thought I heard you talking to someone. Who's this?
This is Natalie, Ma.
Natalie Morrison.
Natalie, that's my mother, Mrs. Hodgos.
What is she doing here? My stepfather, he was beating me. I was running from him. I saw your barge and jumped onto it from the pier. In America, it is against the law for one person to beat another person. Why did you not call the police? Oh, if I'd stopped to call them, he'd have caught me.
We gotta help her, Ma.
How do we help? I do not mix in family quarrels.
Well, just let her ride with us to Whitestone. She can sleep in here, use my bunk.
Oh, no, you mustn't put yourself out.
I'll roll up in a tarp out on deck.
In that fog?
Well, I like fog when it's not too cold. What do you say, Ma?
Well, she is on board. She can stay on board. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hodges. Thank you.
Ma, I'm going back out and check the lights. Do you want to turn in now, Natalie?
Well, I'm not really sleepy. Too keyed up, I guess. May I go out on deck with you?
Well, sure. Okay, Ma?
If you want to keep her on board, you can let her go outside with you on board.
Okay, go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you. Carl!
Yeah, Ma?
Did you see this man who was chasing her?
Well, no, why?
I was just wondering. Good night, Carl.
Pete Belden brought his sandwich and coffee back to his desk. I immediately filled him in on the phone call.
Oh, I'm not surprised somebody escaped from there. That woman's prison up in Clayton is a cracker box.
Must be.
Somehow she managed to slip by the matron and guards, stole a car outside the prison, and drove it over the state line. That's why it's a Fed case. Incidentally, we have to drive to Madison in the morning.
What else is there on it?
Well, it's all in that teletype report that came in right after the phone call. Name's Natalie Morris.
Any lead on her?
A motorcycle cop found the car she used abandoned in the woods down near the river.
Oh, boy. She had quite a pattern. Get a job as social secretary, save an employer for about 3 months, steal what she could and split.
The personal background's interesting, too. College degree, considered herself above the other inmates. And get this, 2 weeks before the break, she tried to stab one of them.
Nice girl.
The kind you'd like to take home to Mother.
Yeah.
After the stabbing, she underwent examination by the prison psychiatrist. He reported she was not only extremely neurotic, but has definite homicidal tendencies.
Yeah. Well, I guess she's liable to kill anyone who gets in her way.
She's almost as inch to kill somebody if she's not picked up soon. When she made the break, she managed to commandeer a gun.
Yes. Oh, you're still awake, Mrs. Sargos?
Yes, I am awake. I'm glad you came. I want to talk to you.
Oh, about what?
When you were out on the deck with Carl tonight, a man on the radio told about a girl.
Yes?
The man said she wore a brown coat, like the one you wear. Also a brown hat. Your hat is brown. This girl the man told of, she is running away from the police. They chase her because she has escaped from prison.
But I told you I was running away from my stepfather.
What you have told us was a lie. Carl! Carl, come in here.
Keep quiet, Mrs. Sargos. I'm not that girl. Besides, there's nothing you can do now. We're not tied up at the pier anymore. The tug is already pulling us.
I want Carl in here. Carl! Carl!
You will not call, Mrs. Sargos, because if he comes in here and believes you, I'll use this gun on him and you.
You stand alone and wait. She's 20 minutes late. She'll find a smile will go a long, long way. Just check the smile on any crocodile. You'll find a smile will go a long, long way.
Ah, yes. Savor those smiles in great pictures with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You get the newest, littlest pocket instamatic camera, a roll of color film, magic cubes, extender, a handsome carrying case, and more. All for less than $30. So you save money while you save those smiles. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
With just a little cheer that spreads from ear to ear, a little smile will help you like your way. That smile stays lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see a smile will go a long, long, smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
Next morning, and the local police gave us a couple of desks to work at. Before we sat down at them, however, we'd done some other things, like checking out with a fine-tooth comb the woods where the girl had abandoned her car. I found some heel prints, female variety. The local police identified them as being made by the type of shoes furnished the inmates at Clayton. I'd been checking off these items with Pete.
Anyone come up with any leads at the pier?
None. While you were working with the local boys, I questioned everyone I could find who'd been on or near the pier last night, but nobody recalled having seen a woman.
Could she have had a rendezvous with someone?
I doubt it. Her pattern has always been that of a loner.
Special Agent Belden. Sure, just a second. For you, Nick.
Thanks. Stark speaking. Yeah? Yes? Good. That would have been about the right time, too. Uh-huh. Where was that? I see. Okay, thanks. Goodbye. Now we're getting someplace.
Who was it?
A man from the local towing company. He said one of his tugs pulled a string of coal barges out of that pier the girl was traced to. It was just about the time we figured she must have reached the river.
Where are they headed?
Downriver to Whitestone. They're due there late tonight. She might very well be hiding out in one of them.
Better line up a couple of seats on a flight to Whitestone. We want to be there to welcome her.
fog slowed us down some. You want anything, Ma?
No, Carl.
What about you, Natalie?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
You ain't been out on deck this morning. How about some fresh air?
I think I'll stay here for now and keep your mother company.
Anybody else want coffee?
No, thanks. When do we get to Whitestone?
Oh, late tonight. Well, I've got some work to do. You call me if you want anything.
I must compliment you, Mrs. Hodges. You're being very cooperative.
I do what I do for Carl.
I know that. You're a good mother, Mrs. Hodges. A protective one. And in protecting your son, you're protecting yourself. Continue to do so, and you both may survive.
We got to Madison ahead of the tug and coal barges. Our first idea was to hire a helicopter, but the fog was lying too low to get beneath it. However, the local sheriff's river patrol division furnished us with a launch, and a skipper who knew the banks and shallows like the back of his hand. The sheriff had also alerted all the police departments between Madison and Whitestone.
This fog is no help for our side.
Sure isn't. Also, the river gets kind of narrow in spots, according to the skipper. And there are places she might jump for it, especially if she's a good swimmer.
What's the name of the tug we're looking for?
Maggie Jones. The skipper knows.
You think we'll have much trouble locating her in the fog?
Now, he says that regardless, we'll be able to pick up their running lights.
Lights ahead! Where? Port side!
Head for them!
Hey, over there. Those look like barges to me.
And there's a tug up ahead. Okay, skipper, let's move in on the tug.
Natalie, a launch is pulled up alongside the tug.
No.
You suppose your stepfather figured out where you are and hired a launch to chase you?
No, son.
Well, you don't know, Ma. He might.
No, Carl.
But if her stepfather...
Carl, I appreciate your loyalty, but I have no stepfather.
What?
The police are looking for me.
What are you doing with that gun?
Nothing yet.
She escaped from prison, Carl. Her name's Morris, not Morrison. I heard it on the radio.
It's true. Now then, I want you to go out on deck. I'll stay here with your mother. If those men come aboard, you convince them I'm not here. And if anything goes wrong, you're minus a mother.
Okay. But if anything happens to my mother, gun or no gun...
Get out there, damn it, and hurry!
Each year, when the editors of Motor Trend magazine announce their choice of Car of the Year, people listen and take notice. Motor Trend's Car of the Year for 1974 has just been announced. The all-new Ford Mustang II. It's small and economical with an easy-on-gas 4-cylinder engine, which makes it right for today. But sensible size and economy are only the beginning. Motor Trend calls it, quote, an outstanding concept of affordable luxury and prestige in a small package, end quote. Mustang II, the all-new small car with unheard-of luxury, comfort, and elegance at an unheard-of $2,895 base sticker price, not including dealer prep, destination charges, title fees, or taxes. Luxurious little Ford Mustang II. Motor Trend's choice as Car of the Year in 4 exciting models at your local Ford dealer now.
We told the tug owner what our mission was, then checked the first barge in the string. There was no one on it except the owner and an old crony of his. We got back in the launch, pulled alongside the second barge, tossed the line aboard, and hove to. And the owner helped Pete and me clamber aboard.
I was never good at things nautical. However, in the infantry, I was good at crawling under barbed wire.
I'm a little surprised I made it, too. Thank you, Mr. Hodges, for pulling me up so efficiently.
You know my name?
I got it from the skipper of the tug. I'm from the FBI, Special Agent Dominic Stark. Here are my credentials. This is Special Agent Peter Belden. We're looking for a young girl.
On these barges?
We're pretty sure she jumped aboard before the string left Madison last night.
Well, me and my mother are the only ones on this barge.
How about the other barges in the string? Do you know their owners?
They're all my friends.
You see any strangers, especially a girl on those barges?
No, sir. And a girl couldn't be on this barge without my knowing it.
Mind if we look around?
No, not at all. Come on, I'll show you.
What's under the canvas?
Coal. Here, take a look. Nothing else.
Nothing over here, Nick.
Well, looks like a dead end. We'll get back on the launch and check out the other barges.
Sorry I couldn't be of more help, gentlemen.
They've gone?
Yeah, they've gone. You all right, Ma?
Yes, Carl, I'm all right.
What did you tell them?
I told them there was nobody on this barge except me and Ma. They looked under the tarps and into the tool locker, but of course there wasn't anything to see but coal and tools.
That's fine. How close are we to Whitestone, Carl?
30, 40 minutes.
What happens to the barge when we get there?
We tie up to the dock and unload.
Do other people come aboard?
Yes, quite a few.
That would complicate my getting ashore, wouldn't it? Will give you a chance to signal somebody or pull some other trick on me. It just might make things simpler if I used this gun and wasted you and your mother right now.
How would that make things simpler?
Well, for example, if the bodies of you and your mother were stretched out on the canvas at one end of the barge, and I stayed in the cabin at the other end, they'd be so interested in the bodies that they wouldn't pay any attention to the cabin, at least for long enough that I could get ashore.
Well, you wouldn't shoot us in cold blood just like that.
He is wrong in the head, Carl. People who are wrong in the head will kill.
I'm not crazy, Mrs. Hodges. I have full possession of my faculties. I know exactly what I have to do, and when I make up my mind, I do it. And my mind is now made up. Carl, stand over there by your mother's bed.
No.
I can shoot you where you stand, you know. I thought I was being considerate letting you die at your mother's side.
Stop it!
I'll get it, Nick.
There it is.
Thanks. Get the cuffs on it.
Right. Oh, my God, am I glad you came back.
Carl, who are these men?
They're the FBI, Ma.
The FBI? Oh, FBI. Oh, no, I know. When sometimes we listen to the radio show, they are what you call the good guys, eh? No?
Not good guys, no, Ma. Good guys, yes.
Come on, Miss Morris. I think we can find a prison that'll have locks you can't pick. The reason we returned to Carl's barge was that I went back for a final check with the skipper of the tug. From him, I learned that old Mrs. Hodges was bedridden and that she used no cosmetics. The instant he told me, I remembered that when I'd lifted a corner of that canvas, I'd seen a coffee mug with lipstick on it. You might say that Carl Hodges and his mother were saved by a lucky coffee break.
Stand alone and wait. She's 20 minutes late. She'll find a smile will go a long, long way.
Smiles go a long, long way with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You get a pocket Instamatic camera, color film, Magic Cube, extender, and more for less than $30. All at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
Our smile stays lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see a smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
I remember growing up, but most of all, I remember Mama. The day she brought the new baby home and how jealous I was. Then Mama said he was a present just for me to love. Oh, yes, I remember Mama. The look in her eyes the day I became a mother. Then I understood it all for the first time.
This Sunday is Mother's Day. Remember with a Hallmark card, when you care enough to send the very best.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Escape to Nowhere was adapted for radio by Glenn Hall Taylor. Jackie Cooper was heard as Dominic Stark, FBI. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Lorraine Tuttle, Alan Bergman, and Ann Whitfield. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's convoluted tale of now you see it, now you don't. There's fair, you know. Starring Jackie Cooper. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of Hallmark Cards, Nabisco, Kodak, and the Ford Motor Company. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You stand alone and wait. She's 20 minutes late. She'll find a smile will go a long, long way. Just check the smile on any crocodile. You'll find a smile will go a long, long way.
Ah, yes. Savor those smiles in great pictures with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You get the newest, littlest pocket Instamatic camera, a roll of color film, magic cubes, extender, a handsome carrying case, and more. All for less than $30. So you save money while you save those smiles. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
With just a little cheer that spreads from ear to ear, a little smile will help you like your way. That smile stays lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see a smile will go a long, long, smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
Chimera could be the nickname of our slightly dishonest hero in this piece. A Greek word meaning a goat with a lion's head, or something that is but isn't. Gavin McAllister's perception of the larceny in his fellow man is tested in our story, Fair's Fair, you know.
This is a stick-up.
Hey, what the... Hey, Gavin McAllister, you gonna give an old man a heart attack one of these days. Hey, when'd you get loose?
You know me, in and out like a shuttlecock, Pops. That's some act, Mr. Old Man Shuffle.
Don't knock it, Gavin. Them fools a lot of them nosy people.
I don't doubt it. You still doing, business?
Naturally. Think this flea-bitten garage is a front for a flea-bitten garage?
Good. I need 2 items by tomorrow night. A Colt 38 and a parachute. Can do?
Cold gun costs you extra, but sure. What the hell do you want a parachute for?
I'm going bird hunting. How much?
6 for the gun, maybe 1.5 yards for the chute.
Pack them in a garment bag, have them ready by 4 o'clock.
Garment bag costs you extra.
Oh, come on, Pops. You got so much stolen inventory.
Okay. You got to try, you know. See you tomorrow.
No, you won't. A friend of mine will be by to make the pickup.
Trans-American Flight 44, now boarding, Gate 5.
Good afternoon, sir. May I see your boarding pass? Right. That'll be midway down the aisle, 27A's a window.
Thank you.
May I see your boarding passes? Thank you. Left side and coach. May I see your boarding passes? Thank you very much. Well, that's right here in first class. Thank you.
That's a lot, Janet. They owe you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Trans-American Flight 44 to Phoenix. I'm Janice Levitt, and the charming lady in coach is Betty Cotton. Your captain for today is Gerald Andrews, and the first officer is Kurt Lowens. We hope you enjoy your trip on Trans-American. Thank you.
Boy, what a motley bunch today. Looks like a convention for salmon fishermen. Mm-hmm. You look kind of white around the gills.
Oh, heavy night last night. Daredevil Darrell up there thought he could dance the orchestra under a table.
Speaking of that, I guess I should hop up and get the master's coffee.
No, you play Miss Sweetness to the Sheep, and I'll do the honors.
In. Trans-American 44, request 29,000, get Carter 6J. Roger, turning now on new heading 160. We'll advise spring station.
Brisk afternoon coffee?
Report clear.
Naturally. Is this one of this plane fly on anything else?
Oh, I forgot Kurt.
Boy, 14 coffee, 11 teas, and one guy had the guts to ask for me. Don't they ever learn? Oh, we should get that one. He looks good in the seat, but I'm loaded.
Right. Hello, may I get you something?
I can't seem to get the safety belt loose.
Well, here, let me help.
Where?
Rear locker next to the laboratory, brown bag. I think that's got it, sir.
Thank you. You all right?
Yeah, just nervous to my eyeballs.
It'll pass. Think of the money.
Just past the lounge, sir. Either door.
2 minutes from now, right?
Yes, Kurt's getting anxious.
Right.
Excuse me, miss. My belt's stuck, too.
Only around your stomach, sir.
Some people. You know, he tried to look up my you-know-what a minute ago.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's Kurt's. I'll take it. Afternoon, Mr. Owens. Here's your coffee.
Thank you, Miss Levitt. First officer.
Oh, Mr. Owens, dear God, there's a man out here with a gun.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs. Recently, I participated in a Ford LTD fuel economy run from Phoenix to Los Angeles, where the average for 5 cars was 18.8 miles per gallon, with standard 351 V8 engines. The high was 20.3, and I averaged 19.7. My first reaction was surprise, because I think you'll agree the numbers sound a little high. So I'd like to stress that gas mileage depends on many factors. Things like total weight, maintenance, road and driving conditions, and you might not get the same results. But probably most important of all are your personal driving habits, how you behave when you drive. And one of the things we did in the test was to make a point of never exceeding 50 miles an hour. I think all of us who participated would agree that driving reasonably is a very modest price to pay for something else you can get from a Ford LTD. The good feeling of riding in a solid, well-made automobile.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
I don't believe it. Now, which radio do I use? Give me that mic. Trans-America 44, what the hell is going on there?
All right, calm down, Chance. We got the problem, not you. Now, here's the rundown. Hijacker on board holding Betty Cotton hostage. Has a gun.
How did he get a gun on board?
Listen, Everett, keep your mouth in order, or do you want me to get on radio count of the old man?
Okay. Now, what is it you want?
Our ETA your station is $1,400. He wants the fuel top off and $1 million.
Fuel top? What? Oh, $1 million, my aching ass. That tears it fine. $1 million? What the hell? He says there were $1 million?
Listen, Everett, I got 63 passengers in a $12 million airplane, and in case you've forgotten, 3 pretty good crew members up here. And I remind you, that's why this airline pays insurance. Now, what do I tell him while he's waving his pistol?
Well, I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
From the looks of it, as soon as you can won't be good enough.
That's right, Captain. Tell him he's got 10 minutes before I start 5-minute funeral.
You hear, Everett?
Yeah. The old man's going to have some...
10 minutes, Everett. Starting now.
Cut the radio, Captain.
Janice Levitt. Captain Danvers, some of the passengers have been asking about...
Move 1 inch more, Officer Lowen, and this girl... Fire that gun and you'll kill us all. Now, wouldn't that be too bad for both of us? Hold still, miss. I promise not to harm a hair in your pretty head.
May I answer? That's our radio link to company headquarters.
Put it on the overhead speaker.
Danvers.
Chance. I can't reach the old man. He's en route to his home. But I call the FBI.
Chance, you're going to get us all killed.
Captain, do not use the radio anymore. Let the man stew for a while.
But I can't.
Quiet and do as I say.
Now, Miss Levitt, what about the passengers?
Well, if they know something's going on, I think they should be told.
Captain, I'm releasing Miss Cotton here and taking Miss Levitt. You will get on the speaker and tell them there is nothing to worry about. You may say there is a hijacker aboard, but that we will put into Phoenix. How long?
8 minutes.
Good.
Captain, you can't...
Guard, shut up.
All right, miss. Let's go see the nice people. Do you think he'll follow through?
Yes, I think so, Gavin. He's no one's fool.
This is your captain speaking. As some of you have guessed, we have a man on board who's using the plane to extort money
Braver
from
than I thought, but it won't matter.
However, you have nothing to fear.
Had everyone strapped in
I'll give you
and
my
we'll leave the
personal
top
assurance
desk.
that we'll land very shortly
I don't
from Phoenix,
think the passengers
and
will
you'll be
give
able
us
to get
trouble.
planes as
I
scheduled.
don't either. In fact, I'm planning on it. They've become too used to all the news stories about hijacking to do anything rash. Show me how to use this mic.
I estimate about 6 minutes from now till we're able to land.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the captain has been saying is the truth. I have no plans to harm anyone unless they get out of line. I see a gentleman in the third row. You, sir. Please leave the seatbelt fastened. Behave, and in a little while you're home free.
Yeah, Chance here.
Mr. Chance, John Turco, FBI. I'm in the tower. Your aircraft has just landed. Any word from your president?
Yeah, well, I don't know why, but he's approved the money the Bank of Phoenix is collecting it now. Should be ours. That is, unless you got some suggestions.
Well, I'm afraid not, Mr. Chance. I've got men posted around the field, including 2 snipers, but it doesn't look like the hijacker will come out.
Oh.
One thing, though, I'd like to try and get the passengers out in exchange for the money.
Well, have you had any luck talking with the plane?
No, sir. But maybe if you'd come up and give them the word about the money.
Yeah, I suppose I better.
Hey, why this end of the field, Captain?
Oh, I guess they want us as far away from the terminal as possible. May I?
Go on.
Danvers.
Chance, the money's on the way. 2 suitcases as instructed. 100s, 50s, and 10s.
$1 million? I didn't know you could put all that money in.
Please, be quiet.
Captain, put this on the speaker so that hijacking bastard can hear it.
It's on already.
Oh, well, yeah. Look, there's no deal on the money unless you release the passengers.
Tell him the minute the money's on board, he's got him.
I heard. Okay. Now, how do you get the money?
I'll go. No, you won't. I've seen you John Wayne types before. Miss Levitt goes. The money comes back, the passengers go.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'll advise when the money arrives.
Well, after the passengers are on the bus, Mr. Chance, and Miss Levitt's back on board with the money.
You sure this chase plane idea is going to work?
Well, it's our best bet in case they set the 727 down in some remote field.
I hope so. What do you think you'll do?
Well, I got a hunch. There's no mention of destination.
So?
Well, a destination's usual in these cases, except one that I remember. Several years ago, a man named Cooper managed to grab a plane and then used a parachute to get away. Could be he's trying the same thing.
Hello, I'm going to Afghanistan to hunt rocks, and I need a small camera because
Look, I've got 6 different models of the Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera, and you need the Pocket 20. It only weighs about 4 ounces.
Well, that sounds good. I have to walk over loose gravel for 6 months and
what
live
kind of
with the
rocks are
natives.
you hunting?
Diamonds.
Oh, so am I.
The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera. 6 different models, starting at less than $23.
Success is not inevitable. I've returned home many times empty-handed.
Oh, so have I. I remember growing up, but most of all, I remember Mama. The day she brought the new baby home and how jealous I was. Then Mama said he was a present just for me to love. Oh, yes, I remember Mama. The look in her eyes the day I became a mother. Then I understood it all for the first time.
This Sunday is Mother's Day. Remember with a Hallmark card, when you care enough to send the very best.
Captain, I'd advise you to go IFR about now and get down among those clouds just in case they're smart enough to put another plane in our tail. Miss Levitt, come with me. I'll need some help at the chute.
You sure you know how to use this thing?
Absolutely.
Hey, what? You're not getting this money.
Kurt, don't.
You stupid. What are you, nuts? Hey.
Oh.
That ought to take care of
I hate to do this.
What?
Oh!
Neatly done, Janice.
Oh, I hate it. You should have been the one.
He would have never let me near him. Besides, as we planned, Kurt had to be goaded till he was put out of action.
Hurry, out of here.
Quickly before Betty Boop manages to get out of that John.
Oh, that lovely money is ours, Daryl. Oh, I'm so excited.
All right. Save the excitement for later. Help me get your friend to the rear stairs. There. I'll get back to the cockpit and release the ram safeties. You sure you can dump them out?
Oh, sure. What the hell do I care with all that money?
Oh, good. Remember to brace yourself when they open the ramp.
Right.
Is it done?
Yes. You fell like a rock.
Oh, good. That part's over.
Daryl, I think Kurt's coming too.
Well, my sweet, whack him again. Now get the money transferred to the garment bag your friend so neatly left us and let Betty out.
Daryl, you're sure no one will suspect?
I told you they'll never know. They'll never find the body, and even if they do, it'll look like his chute didn't open.
What about the follow plane?
Quit worrying. We're in cloud cover, and I won't report that he's jumped for another 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, sweetheart.
Good. Now we'll get poor Kurt to the hospital. I'm sure the company will consider us heroes. And when we get back, you just plead nervous exhaustion and take that little vacation we planned.
Maybe even at company expense. So you see, Mr. Chance, with the company being so nice about everything, well, I thought I'd take them up on the offer and get away for a while.
Of course, my dear. Take as long as you like. I understand perfectly. I just wish Captain Danvers felt like you and would take some time off, but, well, he's a workhorse. Won't think of it till his regular vacation. Look, I haven't. Why don't you take our polar flight to London?
Oh.
I'm sure we can clear deadhead space for you.
Oh, why, Mr. Chance, that's sweet. Would today be all right?
Hello, operations? Captain Danvers here. Oh, that's right, I'm taking the flight to Rome as planned. I wonder what the weight manifest looked like. Yes, I got a couple of rather heavy packages. Gifts for relatives there. Oh, fine. I'd appreciate that. See you in an hour.
Good evening, Captain. I have a gun if you're interested.
How did you get it?
Survive? Well, your nasty lady friend doesn't hit very hard. The shock of the cold air revived me enough to open the chute. A long walk and some checking, and I am. I noticed you've a package or two there. Mind if I open them? Oh, nice. Where's the rest?
I don't have it.
Oh, can't expect me to believe that, can you?
But it's the truth. Janice Levitt took her half and left. I'm supposed to meet her in Rome tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess it makes sense.
Hey, wait. Can't you leave me, son? A little?
Afraid not, Captain. Fair's fair, you know. Oh, one thought. I wouldn't go to the police. They might find this whole thing a little hard to believe. Ciao, Captain.
Damn.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, Mr. McAllister, it was a real pleasure having had you on my flight. I kind of wish we were laying over in Madrid. Oh, enjoy your stay.
Thank you, I will.
Gavin! Gavin, over here! Oh, you made it!
Alice! How does it feel to be half a Spanish millionaire?
Ritz Cracker Bakery. Ritz is celebrating its 40th birthday with a Ritz Blitz. That means you're going to save a lot of money because...
I can't see it.
The crowd is getting very excited. We're waiting for the first Ritz birthday box. We've been told there are money-saving coupons printed right on the box. 40 cents worth for the Ritz 40th birthday. And I think, yes, it's here now. I've got the first Ritz birthday box right in my hand. It is magnificent. There's a coupon to save you 13 cents on Nescafe instant coffee. Save 10 cents on Nutter Butter cookies. 7 cents on Blue Bonnet margarine. And save 10 cents on Snack Mate cheese spread. Save a total of 40 cents during the Ritz 40th birthday celebration. Remember, everything's great when it sits on a Ritz. So look for the Ritz Crackers birthday box from Nabisco at your grocers now. Happy birthday, Ritz. Offer void where prohibited.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Fair's Fair, you know, is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Jackie Cooper was heard as Gavin McAllister. Featured in the cast were Jane Webb, Jenny Tyler, John Larch, Jack Crucian, and Ben Cooper. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weiskopf's unraveling of a grisly prescription. The Housecall. Starring Jackie Cooper. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of Hallmark cards, Nabisco, Kodak, and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs. Recently, I participated in a Ford LTD fuel economy run from Phoenix to Los Angeles, where the average for 5 cars was 18.8 miles per gallon, with standard 351 V8 engines. The high was 20.3, and I averaged 19.7. My first reaction was surprise, because I think you'll agree the numbers sound a little high. So I'd like to stress that gas mileage depends on many factors. Things like total weight, maintenance, road and driving conditions, and you might not get the same results. But probably most important of all are your personal driving habits, how you behave when you drive. And one of the things we did in the test was to make a point of never exceeding 50 miles an hour. I think all of us who participated would agree that driving reasonably is a very modest price to pay for something else you can get from a Ford LTD. The good feeling of riding in a solid, well-made automobile.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
Doctors are a strange breed. They are scientists, craftsmen, and to a degree, heroes. Dr. Edward Goodley is about to take his surgeon's hands to a most unusual operation. We call it the Housecall. Picture this. County General Hospital. A surgical team is going home after an all-night vigil.
I've been up all night, Pete. I'm exhausted. I got out of surgery not 15 minutes ago. The others will understand. My game would suffer, we'd lose, so you'd suffer.
Oh, but Eddie, you said yourself, golf is good therapy. Get out in the clean, fresh air. Stretch those tired muscles.
Paging Dr. Goodley. Paging Dr. Goodley.
I've got a call, Pete.
Make it snappy, will you? We got a 10 o'clock starting time.
Hello?
Hello, is this Dr. Goodley?
Yes, who's this?
Lynn Carpenter. You probably don't remember me.
Of course I remember. I wrote you a letter of recommendation for county health work.
Yeah.
Did you get the job?
Yes, thank you, but
Is something the matter?
I don't know why I'm calling you. There's no one else I can trust, no one here.
Where are you calling from?
Shady Glade Rest Home. I work here. I think someone should know about conditions out here.
What do you mean?
Well, it has to do with how the old people are being treated. I can't say for sure, but from what patients have told me, and I think they're being...
Hello? Lynn? Hello?
Too tired to play golf, but some dizzy broad hangs up on you and you drive 100 miles out to the boondocks.
So, why did you come with me?
I've never been out here before. I don't know.
Lynn didn't hang up. She was cut off.
Why didn't you call her back?
I did. All circuits were busy. Or out. This is it.
Oh, it looks kind of crummy for a hospital.
It's not exactly a hospital. Shady Glade's a facility for the aged run by the county. They've had funding problems.
I guess so. You know, this place gives me the creeps.
Let's go in.
You're the doctor.
Pull the screen door shut, if you will. The bugs are just horrible this time of year. I'm Mrs. Dixon, clinic supervisor. You would be...
Dr. Edward Goodley from County General, and this is Peter Lyons.
I'm in restaurant fixtures.
How nice. What brings you gentlemen to Shady Glade? We rarely get visitors.
We're looking for someone, Mrs. Dixon.
Yes?
A young woman named Carpenter, Lynn Carpenter. I believe she works here. She called me on the phone earlier this morning.
Well, Lynn did work for us, but she left over a week ago. So she must have spoken to you from her new job. Though I have no idea who would hire the poor girl.
Why do you say that?
Oh, Doctor, Lynn is a very sweet girl. But when it comes to working with the old and infirm, she's a total incompetent. We had to let her go.
I see. I thought she said she was calling from here, but I may have misunderstood.
Well, that must be the case, Dr. Goodley.
In any case, Mrs. Dixon, she did mention something about the way the patients were being treated here.
Oh, we have no patients here. We're all residents. The only privilege we have as administrators is the freedom to leave the grounds.
Lynn used the term old people.
Dr. Goodley, I cannot stand here and argue.
Surely, Mrs. Dixon, two parties are necessary for an argument, and I, for one, have not been a participant. If I had been, I would have called you a liar by this time.
Well...
I'm going over your head, all the way to County Superintendent McPhee. Don't bother to show us out. You'll be hearing from me.
County offices.
I'd like to speak with Superintendent McPhee. Tell him Ida Dixon is calling.
You stand alone and wait. He's 20 minutes late. He'll find a smile will go a long, long way.
More power to those smiles with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. For less than $30, you get a little pocket camera, color film, magic cubes, extender, and lots more for less than $30. For a limited time only at your photo dealers.
A smile tastes lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see that smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
I remember growing up, but most of all, I remember Mama. The day I graduated from high school, her eyes looked bright and glad and misty all at the same time. Oh, yes, I remember Mama. I remember how she cried the day my first child was born, and the love just shone in her eyes.
This Sunday is Mother's Day. Remember with a Hallmark card, when you care enough to send the very best.
See Superintendent McPhee.
I'm sorry, but he isn't in.
When do you expect him back?
Not for the rest of the day. He had a meeting.
Oh, well, let me leave a message for him. Tell him Dr. Goodley from County General was here. I have some urgent business to talk about.
Ida, why didn't you tell me that you suspected the girl before all this happened?
I called you as soon as I knew. You're a hard man to reach.
Where's she now?
I had Percy take her out to the tool shed.
Goodley didn't see her?
I told you he never left the room.
When did he leave?
Oh, 2 or 3 hours ago.
And what about this business of his coming to my office to see me?
He was just throwing his weight around, probably to ask you about the girl. All you have to do is back me up. There's nothing to worry about.
Well, let's hope so. Goodley has a reputation as a real bulldog. All right, take me to see the girl, and I'll be ready for Goodley.
Very well.
Here, let me take that off for you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Dr. Goodley must have spoken to you. Mrs. Dixon and Percy locked me in here. Terrible things are happening. Look, please untie my hands. We have to get away.
There, dear. Now, you're going to be all right. I'm here to help you.
Oh, good.
You say that Mrs. Dixon and Percy did this to
Yes,
you?
and they've done worse to the others.
What others?
The old people here. There have been beatings and horrible, cruel things. I've been told, and I've seen. Oh, Mrs. Dixon.
Yes, child?
This man
is County Superintendent McPhee. He knows all about your condition.
My condition?
Yes. Your fits and rantings. He's here to see that you are properly attended to.
Mrs. McPhee, she's lying. What I told you is the truth. You've got to believe me. Look, they bound my hands and hidden me out here so I couldn't be found.
Nonsense, child. You're a menace to the other residents. We have to keep you in isolation.
Please, Mr. McPhee, tell her to let me go. I've done nothing wrong. She's the one. And Percy, I've got proof.
You have? What proof?
Signed statements, several of them.
Like this one?
Where did you get that? Give it to me. Mr. McPhee, read it for yourself.
May I see it, please? Well, these are strong allegations. Torture, starving. Perhaps this man, Mr. Singleton, is getting senile.
No. Oh, he's a fighter and sharp. Anyway, why would he lie?
Well, now, you say you had several other statements. Where would they be?
Untie my hands and I'll take you to them.
Well, that's a reasonable request.
No, Tom. She knows more than what I've told you.
You mean you... Help! Somebody else!
I tried to help you, but you wouldn't let me.
Percy's going to her room now looking for the other papers. Mr. Singleton was smart enough to give me his by choice. Of course, there wasn't much of a choice. Oh, calm yourself, child.
Mrs. Dixon, I'd like to have a word with you.
We're nearly there. Pete, did you notice the layout at Shady Glade when we were there this morning?
Well, let me think. We were in like a house. There was a smaller building off to one side and trees, lots of trees. That's about all I remember. We left in such a rush. Wow, somebody else is leaving in a rush. Did you see that?
I saw it.
Hey, what are you doing?
Pulling over. We're going to walk in.
We're going to what?
We can go through here. Now stay close to the trees.
And what do you expect to find out here anyway, Eddie?
I don't know. But I don't want to run into anyone while I'm looking, so stay down.
Hey, what's that? Did you hear that?
Look, over there.
Who's he? What's he doing?
I don't know. Let's get a closer look.
Well, what do you know? It's a stone forest. Boy, look at the size of that cemetery.
That's what I was afraid of.
What's that?
That man. He's digging a grave.
Ida, I found the papers.
Lucky for us.
Lucky for you and Percy, you mean. Can't have this kind of carelessness.
What do you mean, lucky for Percy and me? Why, you... I'd like to
Tiger.
scratch your eyes
No,
out.
you wouldn't.
I never should have listened to you in the first place. I take all the risks, and you sit back in your easy chair.
I am a public
You're a
servant.
devious, murdering...
Oh, slow down. You're very belligerent today, Ida. No need for us to fight. Not now. We got what we came for. Now, this girl has no family.
No, that's why we hired her. She rents his off-premises room from us, so no landlord's going to miss her. Same as the others. Percy's taking care of her. What about Dr. Goodley?
Leave him to me. You better be getting back to Shady Glade.
How do you propose I get there?
I'll call you a cab. Here's $20. That should cover it.
What about the other money? You owe me for 7 bodies.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great day here at the Ritz Cracker Bakery. Ritz is celebrating its 40th birthday with a Ritz Blitz. That means you're going to save a lot of money because...
I can't see it.
The crowd is getting very excited. We're waiting for the first Ritz birthday box. We've been told there are money-saving coupons printed right on the box. 40 cents worth for the Ritz 40th birthday. And I think, yes, it's here now. I've got the first Ritz birthday box right in my hand. It is magnificent. There's a coupon to save you 13 cents on Nescafe instant coffee. Save 10 cents on Nutter Butter cookies. 7 cents on Blue Bonnet margarine. And save 10 cents on Snack Mate cheese spread. Save a total of 40 cents during the Ritz 40th birthday celebration. Remember, everything's great when it sits on a Ritz. So look for the Ritz Crackers birthday box from Nabisco at your grocers now. Happy birthday, Ritz. Offer void where prohibited by law.
Been in that shed for a long time. I wonder who he buried in that grave.
I wonder who the second one's for.
Well, we can't stay here. It's getting late. And to tell you the truth, I'm a little tired of playing detective. Why don't we...
Pete, look out!
Huh?
Put down that shovel!
Who's going to make me?
Oh, my God, Eddie, he's nuts!
There's only one of him and 2 of us.
Come here, you.
Now!
I took a divot right out of his head. How's the girl?
She's in shock. We can't move her.
Someone's coming. It's a taxi. That Dixon woman's getting out. She's going into the main building.
You stay here. I'm going up to the house. Mrs. Dixon has some explaining to do. Mrs. Dixon? Mrs. Dixon? Somebody there?
In here.
What happened to you?
Mercy, he did it. He drugged us all.
All right, take it easy, old-timer. Now, don't try to move.
The others are all in the ward, except Singleton. He got away, too. I crawled this far.
Who's Singleton? Isn't there a doctor here?
There was. He's dead.
Mrs. Dixon, where is she? I saw her come in the building.
She's upstairs in the 3rd floor. She's the one who ordered this. She's the one.
It's going to be all right. I'm going to put you back into bed.
Oh.
You ambulance boys made good time. There's a girl out in the tool shed who needs your help.
What about this woman?
Well, nothing you can do for her. Neck's broken. She's dead. My friend's with the girl now. He can help you. There are some people inside who'll need attention as well. The police should be here in a minute. I've got to get to town right away.
Who's there? It's Dr. Goodley, Mr. McPhee. Could I see you a moment? How'd you get into the building? It's close to the night.
The guard let me in. I saw your light on. May I come in?
No, I was just leaving. I have paperwork to do at home.
But this won't take long.
I'm sorry. My duties come before a social visit.
This concerns your duties, and I'm not here to make small talk. I'm talking about complicity in a murder.
Sir, I have a car waiting.
A gray sedan with county license plates?
You're standing in my way.
Like the gray sedan that nearly ran me off the road this afternoon outside the Shady Glen rest home?
Where? Why, I don't believe I've been to Shady Glades since I took office.
You might be interested to know that Mrs. Dixon is dead.
The clinic supervisor dead?
She was pushed out of a 3rd-story window.
Are you accusing me of pushing her? That's preposterous.
No, you didn't push her. A man by the name of Singleton has already confessed that he did.
Singleton? We have no one on the staff payroll by that name.
But you have on the welfare roll. And I presume his government check is in that briefcase you're holding. You thought he'd been done away with, like some of the others. With no next of kin, any number of Shady Glade residents could simply disappear with no questions asked. The government wouldn't know, would they?
This is absurd.
Then there's the matter of the missing Dr. Sherman.
What?
He's not missing anymore. His body's in a shallow, unmarked grave on the edge of the Shady Glade Cemetery.
Stand aside.
I'm not stopping you, but the police downstairs just might. It's all over, Mr. McPhee. Your duties and my visit. I just wanted to let you know.
Paging Dr. Goodley. Paging Dr. Goodley.
Lynn.
I wanted to thank you personally, Dr. Goodley, for saving my life and the lives of all those other people at Shady Glade.
It was you, young lady, who called for a doctor. And don't forget Pete. If it hadn't been for him, we might all be... Well, it all turned out for the best.
What's going to happen to Mr. Singleton?
They called Mrs. Dixon's death a justifiable homicide, so he'll get off.
Oh, good.
Percy won't be so fortunate, and Superintendent McPhee is going somewhere where he'll have a long time to grow old. Mm-hmm. I doubt that he'll do it gracefully.
I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Come on in, Pete.
Well, just for a minute. I stopped by to remind you that we've got a 10 o'clock starting time tomorrow, so don't stay up all night tonight.
I won't if Lynn will join me for dinner.
Oh, I'd love to.
Oh, Doctor.
I need a camera. Yes, I need a camera, and I'm
going to the right place.
I know. I'm going to Afghanistan to hunt rocks, and I need a small camera that fits in the pocket that takes big, clear pictures.
Good. I have exactly what you're looking for.
Oh, yeah?
I have 6 different models of the Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera.
That's wonderful. I'm going to take the native railway for 2 weeks and then get off and walk for 6 months over sharp rocks, so I don't want anything big and bulky, but I...
Look, I have a Kodak Pocket Instamatic 20. It weighs about 4 ounces.
That sounds good.
What kind of rocks are you hunting?
Diamonds.
Oh, so am I.
The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera. Big, sharp, clear pictures from the camera that slips into your pocket. 6 different models starting at less than $23. The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera.
One must be prepared to endure incredible hardship.
Yeah.
And success is not inevitable. I've returned home many times empty-handed.
So have I.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
The Housecall was adapted for radio by Kim Weisskopf. Jackie Cooper was heard as Dr. Goodley. Featured in the cast were Jerry Hausner, Ann Whitfield, Lorene Tuttle, Carl Swenson, and Alan Bergman. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From the studios of Double R Radio.
WRLX's beautiful music. WRLX, Auburn, New York.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's frightened story of blinded justice. The Violation. Starring Jackie Cooper. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the makers of Hallmark cards, Nabisco, Kodak, and the Ford Motor Company. This is the 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
You stand alone.
those smiles with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. For less than $30, you get a little pocket camera, color film, magic cubes, extender, and lots more for less than $30. For a limited time only at your photo dealers.
A smile stays lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see that smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
I remember growing up, but most of all, I remember Mama. The day I graduated from high school, her eyes looked bright and glad and misty all at the same time. Oh, yes, I remember Mama. I remember how she cried the day my first child was born, and the love just shone in her eyes.
This Sunday is Mother's Day. Remember with a Hallmark card, when you care enough to send the very best.
The Lady of Justice stands blindfolded. Ever ask yourself why? How many times have you tried to right a wrong only to discover no one in power cared? That's the problem of Angela Shaw, a pretty, bright, liberated lady in the story of The Violation.
Come on, Angie. I'll walk you to the car.
That was a lovely party, Diana. It was sweet of you to surprise me like that.
Oh, my pleasure. Hey, you sure you'll be okay driving home? There's something ominous about the first rain.
Perfectly. Besides, it'll give me time to think about all that's happened today.
Okay, well, be well, and I'll see you bright and sober in the a.m.
Thanks again.
Evening, officer. The usual?
Yeah. Hey, what are you doing open on a night like this?
Oh, the boss wants to stand open. I can't complain. Coffee?
Yeah, Black. You people. Hey, what are you going to do with all that money, huh? Buy a knife?
Hey, come on, officer. You lay on the same stuff on me every night. You know I'm going to college and what I earn.
Yeah, sure. No need to get touchy, huh, Pedro? You ought to give that up. Join the force. Hey, you know it's great pay. Besides, we can always use another minority.
Here's your burger. I passed there. I wouldn't want your headaches.
It isn't work, it's fun. Hey, look at that. Would you dig that short skirt and spikes? Just the thing on a rainy night.
I guess he's been a slow night, huh?
Not for me. Laid out 6 speeding, and I busted me a couple of crazy creeps coming out of a grocery store holding hands. They just stuck up the place. Although I don't know how they could. I mean, with limp wrists, you figure the guns would just fall out of their hands.
You want anything else?
Huh? Oh, no. Wish it had just rained. One drop, I turn the hog in, I beat it for Murray's. Oh, he's got some hot waitress over. Hey, that was a looker.
Hey, you didn't finish the burger.
You eat it. Gotta go keep the streets safe. Spotted me, didn't you, pretty lady? Well, let's just see if you break any laws.
Well, Angie Shaw, you finally made the grade, didn't you? Yep. Going to the top Shaw, that's me. Oh, good grief, now what? Oh, damn the taillight. I should have gotten that fixed.
Evening, ma'am. Pretty late to be out alone.
Oh, I guess you're right. Some friends gave me a party and...
See your license, please. Would you take it out of the wallet, please? Angela Shaw.
Yes?
Not married?
Yeah, that's right. But I don't see what that has to do with a broken taillight.
Yeah, I noticed the taillight. Could cause you some trouble about that. Maybe even give you a ticket.
Well, I keep meaning to get it fixed, but...
Hey, maybe you ought to bribe a police officer.
What? I would never bribe an officer.
This might be a good time to try.
Now, look. Just give me a ticket so I can go.
You snotty broads are all alike. All right, slide over.
Do it.
Come on, move.
You can't get in my car.
Come in. Now, why don't you tell me about yourself?
Get out of here. Don't.
Come on.
Take your hand off my leg.
Come here. That's it.
Now, if you don't get out, I'll scream.
Go ahead. Who's going to hay your way out here?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, this can't be happening.
Sure it can. Come on. Hey, I know your type. You're going to enjoy it.
Please. Oh, God, this can't. Let go of my hair.
All right, shut up.
Please don't do that. You can't. I mean, you're a policeman.
That's what I'm counting on.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great day here at the Ritz Cracker Bakery. Ritz is celebrating its 40th birthday with a Ritz Blitz. That means you're going to save a lot of money because...
I see it. I can't see it.
The crowd is getting very excited. We're waiting for the first Ritz birthday box. We've been told there are money-saving coupons printed right on the box. 40 cents worth for the Ritz 40th birthday. And I think, yes, it's here now. I've got the first Ritz birthday box right in my hand. It is magnificent. There's a coupon to save you 13 cents on Nescafe instant coffee. Save 10 cents on Nutter Butter cookies. 7 cents on Blue Bonnet margarine. And save 10 cents on Snack-Made cheese spread. Save a total of 40 cents during the Ritz 40th birthday celebration. Remember, everything's great when it sits on a Ritz. So look for the Ritz Crackers birthday box from Nabisco at your grocers now. Happy birthday, Ritz. Offer void where prohibited by law.
When they change a plane flight, I check to see if another is just as good or better.
Fred Underwood, Kansas City postal worker, probably knows as much about airline schedules as the airlines.
I want to give that extra service that goes with airmail. So I move it just as fast as I can to get it out of here.
And airmail is moving. Now you can almost always get next-day delivery to cities up to 600 miles away. And two-day delivery anywhere in the country. Just mail by 4 p.m., use zip code, and mail from a specially marked airmail box.
When I started here, it was all propeller planes and trains. And back in the post office, mail was handled the same way it had been for years. Now there's jet planes and zip codes, and airmail's really going places.
Airmail and zip codes. They speed everybody's letters. If you don't know a zip code, check your phone book or call the post office. Help us help you. Use zip code.
Could I just talk to you?
Sure, just a minute, lady. Hey, Carter, they want your ass over to the 14th.
Please, I need to...
Just a minute, lady, please.
No! Somebody listen to me!
Oh, lady, come on, will ya? Please shut up. I'll get to you.
I will not shut up, damn it! I've just been raped!
Hey, okay. Hey, Klinsky, take the desk over, will you? All right, lady, come with me. Okay. Now, you've been raped, all right? Now, what happened?
In my own car. Oh, God.
Mm-hmm. Now, lady, you got to get it together. Now, you been to a hospital?
He was a policeman. I was raped by a cop.
Bull, cops don't do that.
Now, believe me, please. It was a cop and...
Now, get out of here, lady. Take your 6 stories somewhere else. A cop. What are they going to think of next?
No, it's true. Please.
Come on, lady. I can smell the booze on you.
Diana, help me. Diana.
Angie, what happened? Come on in.
Diana, Sam's not at his apartment, and I don't know what to do.
Your blouse is torn. You look terrible. What happened?
My God, Diana, I've just been raped.
You... What? What a dirty son of a...
He got in my car, and the policeman got in, and he put his hands all over me. He tore my blouse. It was terrible.
I think we better call the police.
No, don't. We can't. They don't believe me. They thought I was drunk.
What?
Oh, Diana, I feel so dirty inside. What am I going to do?
All right. Now, let me think. Okay. First, we got to go down to community emergency.
The hospital?
Sure. We've got to get a doctor to look at you.
No, I couldn't let anybody look at me.
Honey, you've got to. There's got to be medical proof that you've been assaulted. I'm going to wake up that good-for-nothing Phil Cafaro and get him to meet us.
No, Diana, you can't. I mean...
Phil won't give you a rough time, honey, believe me. Come on, we'll take my car.
Are you the rape case?
No, she is, Miss Angela Shaw.
Okay. In here. Get into a gown behind that screen. Where's the cop?
What do you mean, cop?
Well, rape cases, you got to have a cop present. Rules. Can you hurry, Miss Shaw? Emergency's full of people tonight.
Is this all right?
Oh, yeah, sure. On the table, please. Oh, no rest for the wicked. Yeah?
I'm Lieutenant Cafaro. Miss Howard in here?
Phil. Can he come in, Doctor?
You said lieutenant, you police?
Yes.
Oh, good. You can officiate. Miss, the stirrups, please.
I'm embarrassed. I mean, do they have to be here, Doctor?
That's the law. Hold still. Well, there's semen here. Okay, you can get dressed. I'll send a report, Lieutenant.
Does that prove I've been raped?
No, just that you've had intercourse. Little advice, lady. I've seen a lot of these. I mean, if you're mad at somebody, well, you ought to forget it. Rape's hard to prove, if you get what I mean.
Doctor, just file your report and get the hell out of here.
Phil, Angie tried to report it at the station. They just treated her like a whore. They didn't believe her.
Well, I believe you, Angie. Consider it reported.
Thank you.
First thing in the morning, you come down and we'll go through some photos. And I'll talk with the brass. Damn it, Captain, I don't care if the reputation of the department is at stake. The lady was raped by a cop. Captain, I just want permission to start an investigation. Then I damn well will do it on my own.
Say, Lieutenant, got a minute?
Sergeant, you were on the desk last night, right?
Yeah. Say, I want to talk about that girl.
Well?
You know, Lieutenant, rape's a hard thing to prove, especially when the broad's as good-looking as her, when, after all, she's accused one of us.
Not one of us, Sergeant. Just a policeman.
Well, sir, might be some unhappy cops around if you keep sticking your nose where it's not wanted. Like, maybe you're making somebody be nasty.
So?
Well, Lieutenant, you wouldn't want anybody getting nasty. Now, would you, sir?
When you're new and kind of nervous too, you'll find a smile will go a long, long way. When your tie lands in the apple pie, a little smile will go a long, long way.
A great way to make a smile go a long, long way in pictures is with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. It comes complete with the littlest, newest pocket Instamatic camera, a roll of color film, magic cubes, extender, carrying case, and everything you need for smile saving for less than $30. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You'll find it at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
So a smiling face can go just any place. You know the moon's a million miles away. A smile will quit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see that smile will go a long, long, smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
Now, here are the bunkers. Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
Look, Angie, maybe you were raped. How the hell do I know? I mean, you're always going on about being so liberated.
Sam, you don't understand.
Maybe you're getting so liberated you just got smashed and got yourself in a little trouble, huh?
Get out of my life!
Hey, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're wrong. Okay, if you did play around a little, I can understand. Just tell me. I'll accept the apology. Angie, come out of there. You can't run away. Angie, what are you doing in there? I'll break the door down. Angie. Oh, my God.
Dr. Safer, please report to emergency. Dr. Safer.
I feel terrible, Diana. Awful. I mean, I didn't think she would do a thing like that.
You should have believed her, Sam. What did the doctor say?
Well, that the wrist cuts weren't deep enough to sever anything, but she was raving so much he had to sedate her. They want to keep her a couple of days.
Terrific. Oh, Jesus, Sam, why don't you get the hell out of here? See Angie tomorrow if she's still sane.
Yeah, sure. Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
I just got the message.
Tell her I'll come tomorrow.
Oh, sure. Oh, Phil, I'm glad you got here. Can we talk?
Oh, sure. There's an empty lounge I just passed.
I called a lawyer today. He was pretty vague. Said I'd get no place fighting City Hall.
Yeah, the little people got a loud voice.
Did you have any luck at the station?
No, everyone just clams up. I talked to Lieutenant Borden. He's head of motor division, but he's worse than the rest. Rabid police loyalty. Wouldn't believe it was one of his men.
There's something else. Angie got a call. Male voice. Told her it would be unhealthy to pursue her complaints. Scared the poor girl to death.
One thing happened. I was leaving the station to come here and got pulled aside by a detective I knew. Good cop. Came out of motors. Said he was unhappy over the heat I'd been taking and maybe I should look into a cop named Alex Singleton. Oh, I did. Seems there was a couple of complaints on Singleton from women. Lewd advances, suggestions to girls on his beat, but none of them would follow up with a formal complaint.
Could it be him?
Well, his area's near where Angie said she was stopped. Why are you looking like that?
I just got a great idea.
Tell me.
No, I'll show you. Come on.
Hey, Pedro.
Hi, officer. Coffee?
Yeah. Hey, double sugar in that, huh? Gotta keep up my energy, you know.
Well, good night, Peter. Thanks for the great coffee.
Good night, man.
Hey, sweetheart, don't go. Come on, I'll buy you another.
No, thanks. It's getting late. I'd better get home.
Wouldn't like an official escort, would you?
I don't think so.
Well, she got you, officer. I don't think she likes men.
Yeah, see you later.
Phil, can you hear me?
I see him. But this is crazy. I know he spotted you earlier tonight.
Sure, but he thinks I've been cruising. Uh-oh. He's flipped his red light on.
Be careful. And leave the radio open like I showed you.
I will. Just don't scare him off if he is the one.
I see your license, ma'am.
Why? I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, that's for me to decide. You know, I seen you driving around early. You, looking for a little action?
I think you've got me mixed up with someone. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Slide that pretty butt over here.
I don't know what you're trying to do, but I don't do this.
You just need a little straightening out.
No,
Come on.
wait, please.
Yeah.
Phil!
Mrs. Phil, lady, but cooperate. You can call me anything you like. Come on. Isn't that better? How's that?
Freeze, Singleton.
Who the hell are you?
Lieutenant Cafaro. Get the hell out of the car.
Hey, we're both cops, right?
Wrong. You never were a cop.
Come on, Diana. We can't stay here anymore.
Phil, I don't know what... How can we help Angie?
According to the doctor, she could come out of catatonic any time. Or never.
But I thought when we told her Singleton's in jail that it would, bring her back.
I did, too. But maybe the shock of the rape, maybe the treatment she got at the police station, hell, even Sam didn't help Angela.
But she was always so strong-willed.
Something broke inside her. Something that will take a long time to repair.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs. Recently, I participated in a Ford LTD fuel economy run from Phoenix to Los Angeles, where the average for 5 cars was 18.8 miles per gallon, with standard 351 V8 engines. The high was 20.3, and I averaged 19.7. My first reaction was surprise, because I think you'll agree the numbers sound a little high. So I'd like to stress that gas mileage depends on many factors. Things like total weight, maintenance, road and driving conditions, and you might not get the same results. But probably most important of all are your personal driving habits, how you behave when you drive. And one of the things we did in the test was to make a point of never exceeding 50 miles an hour. I think all of us who participated would agree that driving reasonably is a very modest price to pay for something else you can get from a Ford LTD. The good feeling of riding in a solid, well-made automobile.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Jackie Cooper was heard as Lieutenant Phil Caparo. Featured in the cast were Iris Mann, Jane Webb, John Larch, and Ben Cooper. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weiskopf's grisly tale of detachment. An arm's length. Starring Dick Sargent. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by Dial Soap, Monroe Shock Absorbers, Camphofenique, the makers of Kodak cameras, and Breck Shampoo. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
So slowly you hardly notice it. Your 2-year-old car begins to drift, sway, and roll. And it's like driving at sea. A set of Monroe-matic shock absorbers can help put you back on solid ground, because the better the shock absorbers, the better your control. And Monroe-matic shocks adjust automatically to give you solid, automatic ride control. See your Monroe dealer.
Monroe Automatic Ride Control between you and the road.
No pain's a little one when it happens to your child. Camphofenique instantly stops pain of minor cuts, scrapes, or burns.
What about infection?
Camphofenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs that can cause infection, so injuries can heal nature's way.
Janie, feel better now?
It stopped hurting.
morning, Mommy.
For minor cuts, scrapes, burns, Camphofenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly, helps prevent infection. Camphofenique.
Today, the story of a puzzle. There's one last missing piece, and a host of peculiar folks involved in the search. We will soon meet Police Detective Lieutenant Dan Wilson, a hard-nosed cop with a sports page fixation. Dan Wilson's job will be to find just what it is that lies an arm's length away. Picture this: a lakeside mountain resort. It's mid-morning, and the sun is barely breaking through the cloud cover.
Never again do we spend a weekend in the pines. Nothing but rain. We could have stayed home and watched television for all the relaxation we've had.
Stop complaining, Harry. It was lovely just being where the air's clean.
Are you packed?
Not quite.
Then what are you doing outside? Tell me, we could check out now. We could get back to the city before the traffic gets too bad.
I want to get a souvenir to take home.
Souvenirs. Might as well scoop up a mud pie. That'd be the thing to remind me of this weekend.
Don't tell me Ruth was the greatest. Aaron's the best that ever lived. Now look at the stats. He can hit, run, hit with power, steal bases.
Yeah, but can he pitch? Ruth was a great pitcher.
I don't want to hear about it. Wilson homicide. What? Where? When? We're on the way.
Where are we going?
Lake Alston, Dodger Lodge. They found Ed Sleeto. Most of them, anyway.
What do you mean?
His pitching arm. It's missing. That's him, all right. Tattoos and all. Sergeant, where's the couple who found the body?
In the other room. Name of Ryan, guy who runs the place. Van Ness. He's in there with him.
Thanks. We'll take it from here. Nolan, you all right?
God, it'll pass.
You, Van Ness?
Oh, yes, sir. This is terrible. Have you any idea what the publicity would do?
Where's Ryan?
I'm Harry Ryan. Who are you?
Detective Lieutenant Wilson. This is my partner, Sergeant Nolan.
Well, it's about time. We spent our whole weekend knee-deep in mud. Our ice chest is stolen.
Save it for your memoirs. We got a dead man in the other room, and I'm missing the ball game on the radio, so we all got problems. Now, what happened out here?
Harry?
That's my wife. She had to find the damn thing.
Harry?
Ma'am, my name's Wilson. Could you tell me just what happened?
Oh, I was looking for a souvenir, something to bring back home. I bent down to look at a pine cone, and there was this hand. Oh, it was awful.
Nolan, will you get over here? I can't handle hysterical women.
Oh, thanks.
You too. Let's give them some privacy. Van Ness, you know who this is? Was?
I don't know how he got here, who he was. All I know is that...
Fine. What about you?
Lieutenant, I demand to know why we're being detained. All we wanted to do was...
Great. Now I'll write that down in my mind. This one-armed corpse is Tattoo Ed Sleeto, one of the great prison team baseball pitchers of all time. Why, now look at him.
Lieutenant, must you...
Now, why would somebody want to go and do that to such a great talent? He pitched for them all. Chino, Quentin, Full...
Lieutenant, can I see you outside?
Sure.
I got Mrs. Ryan's statement and home address. I think we can let him go for now.
Kind of nice up here, isn't it? Rustic.
You get anything out of those two?
The guy's been in the joint most of his life. His mother's still alive.
You lost me.
Let's go.
Go? Go where?
Back to the city. For some answers.
I'm going where?
To every tattoo parlor on the Bowery until you find the one where Sleeto got that arm marked.
But the arm, it's gone. We don't know what was on it.
But we do know who put it on. Rembrandt Landy was the only one Sleeto trusted with his body. Find him and find out what he drew on that arm and when.
And where will you be?
I'm going to look up Sleeto's mother. She makes great cupcakes.
So you haven't seen any of this time out, Mr. Sleeto?
Would you like another cupcake, Officer Wilson?
No.
I'm surprised Eddie didn't write to tell me he was being sprung again. He always lets me know in advance so I can stock up the Frigidaire.
Do you have any photographs of Ed around here, Mrs. Sleeto?
Well, naturally, I'm his mother. Now, let's see. This is Eddie when he was 5. That's his very first baseball glove.
You got anything more recent?
Well, only his mug shot, but I'm not supposed to have that, am I? Hello? Why, yes, he's here. It's for you, Mr. Nolan.
You got anything?
We found Rembrandt Landy in a back room at Pistol Pete's, but he won't talk.
Why not?
He can't. His throat's been cut.
When we tell you Gold Formula Breck is the only leading shampoo that isn't mostly detergent, we're not putting you on. But because so many people have written to thank us for Breck, we decided to put some of them on. Patty Bunker of Piscataway, New Jersey, you're on.
Dear Breck, I love your Breck shampoo for oily hair. It really works. Shampoos are in competition, so it probably feels good to know your product is so good.
Gold Formula Breck. It has far less detergent, far more natural ingredients than any leading shampoo. And that's no put-on. And here's something else that's no put-on. Right now, the Breck people have a very special offer for you. Because right now, it's Breck season. The sun and wind and water season when you depend on Breck protection for your hair. So to help you stock up, Breck will give you a $2 refund when you buy any 3 different Breck products. For details on how to get your $2 refund, just look for the colorful Breck season display at participating stores. There you'll find everything you need to keep your hair looking great, all Breck season long. Offer void where prohibited by law.
Somebody's not fooling around.
I don't know, Lieutenant. Maybe I ought to go back to pounding a beat. This is getting grim.
You get used to it. Anybody know what happened here?
Well, the shop was closed. No witnesses, no weapon. All fingerprints are wiped out.
Looks like we're finished here, then. I'm going back to headquarters.
Yeah, I could use a breather.
Later. You're going to see the Ryan couple. You got that address?
Yeah, but...
I'll meet you there in half an hour.
Stand back, everyone.
Oh, Christ. Wilson, homicide. Who's the body?
Guy's named Ryan. There's another one inside.
Out of my way. Nolan.
Lieutenant, I can't stand it.
You look lousy.
You haven't seen Ryan's wife.
I saw Ryan. No witnesses?
And no weapon. He's some kind of maniac running around.
Yeah, and I get the feeling we're right behind him.
We're running out of leads.
Maybe not. This thing's narrowing down. I looked through the file on Sleeto at headquarters. I think Tattoo Ed tried to sneak a fastball by us all. Trouble is, someone hit it out of the park. Nolan? Mrs. Sleeto's waiting.
Do I have to go?
I'm going with you.
Please answer.
Well, look at it this way. If she's dead, you're in the clear.
What?
No, you found the others.
Lieutenant.
I'm joking.
Some joke.
Oh, why, Officer Wilson, you're just in time for cookies. How nice of you to come back so soon. And you brought along a friend.
Sergeant Nolan, my partner.
Ma'am?
Would you like a glass of milk?
We haven't time for that.
A cookie, then.
Mrs. Sleeto, your son is dead.
Lieutenant, how could you?
No. Eddie's coming back. He told me.
He told you when he was here last week.
Ma'am, maybe you should sit down.
No, Eddie's not really dead.
I'm sorry, but it's true.
No.
Maybe I should handle this?
He was killed by someone else who was in on that armored car robbery 7 years ago.
But how? Nobody knows.
Ed was only out of prison 3 months of the last 10 years. August of 69 was one of them. That's when the armored car payroll was stolen. The money was never recovered.
Not Eddie. He's not my Eddie.
I leveled with you, Mrs. Sleeto. At least do the same for me.
Leave me alone. I don't know anything.
Lieutenant.
Who else was there? Now, 4 people have died already. We don't want any more.
I don't know.
I'm sorry to be this way, Mrs. Sleeto, but I'm teed off. I liked Eddie. I respected his talent. But he didn't pull that job alone. It wasn't his style. And whoever he was working with wants that money. I want that man.
Go away.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, all right.
Ma'am, please, if you could just remember what your son might have said to you, anything.
He said the money was ours now. All he had to do was go get it. He was a good boy.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Officer?
Yes?
I don't know if it's important, but one day last week a man called here for Eddie, but he'd already gone.
Did he say who he was? Leave any message?
No. He just asked for Eddie. Oh, one thing, though.
Yeah?
The man spoke with a foreign accent.
You don't expect Van Ness to be here, do you?
Well, if he's sniffing all those people, he does get around. There's a car. Somebody's here.
Look, there's a light on in the lodge.
Come on. Ready?
Go ahead.
Hold it right there, mister.
Hey, what is this? What is this?
Police business. Where's Van Ness? The guy who runs the place?
Yeah? I'm Van Ness. I own Dodger Lodge.
Aren't you glad for things that make a happy day? Aren't you glad you found the love to grow and stay? Aren't you glad that we're pulling together? Aren't you glad that we're feeling free? Aren't you glad? 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 Aren't you glad just to be? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad for feeling cool and clean all day? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you've done your best to stay that way? Aren't you glad we're getting together? Aren't you glad when people smile? Aren't you glad? You're your style. Aren't you glad? You're your style. Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? You're your style. Aren't you glad?
I just got in tonight from Mexico. I've been on vacation the past 3 weeks. This is an off-season.
Has anyone been here that you know of?
Only Sparky.
Sparky?
Yeah, Sparky Bell, the caretaker.
Describe him.
Well, he's sort of average height, medium build.
Lieutenant?
Yeah, I hear it. Mr. Van Ness, I have some bad news for you. While you were away, a man was hacked to death and buried on your property.
What?
His name was Ed Schleto. Tattoo Ed. You ever hear of him?
No, I never heard of him.
And you don't know where Sparky is now?
I just this minute got in myself.
From where?
From the airport.
No, don't go away. Nolan, let's go see what that thumping is about.
Lieutenant, look. There by the pilings. What is it?
An ice chest. Probably Ryan's. Open it up.
Oh, my God.
Oh, what do you know? Schlito's missing arm.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Listen.
I don't hear you.
Kill the light. One more step and you're a dead man.
Hey, don't shoot. It's me, Van Ness.
You again. I thought I told you to stay put.
Oh, I was scared.
Scared of what?
Oh, what if Sparky's around?
What about it?
Well, he might want to kill me, too, like that other man. The one you was asking me about.
What makes you think Sparky killed Ed Schleto?
You said he did.
Did I say that?
Well, you made it sound like that's what you meant.
Well, we don't know for sure. You ever see this ice chest before?
Well, it didn't come from the lodge. We don't supply them.
It belonged to a couple named Ryan. Nice people. A little stuffy, but harmless.
Oh, but how did it get here?
The Ryans must have forgotten to take it when they left.
Ryan? I don't recall anyone by that name staying with us.
They were just here. Oh, but you were away. You couldn't have known. Kind of a strange place to keep an ice chest tied to a pier. What's inside is even stranger. Take a guess.
Oh, I'm sure I wouldn't know.
Lieutenant, there's something out there off the end of the pier.
Let's take a look.
It's a... Oh, no, not another body.
It doesn't look like we have to worry about Sparky anymore. Looks like he cut himself shaving. You know something, Van Ness? Van Ness!
Where'd he go?
Van Ness!
Come and get me, copper!
Lieutenant, he could be anywhere. He knows the area. Why don't we call for assistance?
No, I want this one.
But he's nuts. If he killed all those people, why did he come back here?
He had to come back to kill Sparky Bell.
Yeah, kill us too.
Maybe. I'll take that chance.
Thanks a lot.
They were all in on it. Van Ness, Sparky, and Schleto. But Tattoo Ed crossed up the others. He must have buried the money right here after the robbery, then got himself sent up again to wait it out. When he came back, they were waiting for him.
Why hide it here, right under their noses?
People are always looking elsewhere for something that's right in front of them.
You shouldn't have come here! Now you're gonna die!
He's over by the lodge.
No, that's the Echo. He's closer by.
Why doesn't he go up into the woods, try to get away?
The money. He hasn't found it yet.
Are you sure?
I will be as soon as it's light. I know where Schleto buried it. Keep walking. He'll be coming up off your left shoulder.
What?
Don't turn around. When I say to, duck your head.
Duck. Lieutenant, stop. You'll kill him.
Okay, get up, Van Ness. You're lucky my partner's a singles hitter. I'd like to smack you all the way up into the bleachers. Let's go.
Well, I'm glad that's over with. Van Ness really was off his rocker. Imagine killing all those people for something he couldn't even find. By the way, we haven't found the money yet either.
Yes, we have.
We have?
Come on, bring the shovel. Don't you see it?
See what?
These 4 pines. That's what Van Ness couldn't figure out from the tattoo on Schleto's arm. All he saw was a baseball diamond. Now, if we call this tree home plate, and if we pace off 60 feet, 6 inches, we should have something.
Well, hand me that shovel, will you?
Lieutenant, it's here.
Like I figured. It's all so sad, but simple just the same. Where else would Tattoo Edge Schleto, the greatest right-handed thrower in the history of prison baseball, think to hide that stolen money? The place he knew best and loved most. Underneath the pitcher's mound.
When you're new and kind of nervous too, you'll find a smile will go a long, long way. When your tie lands in the apple pie, a little smile will go a long, long way.
A great way to make a smile go a long, long way in pictures is with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. It comes complete with the littlest, newest pocket Instamatic camera, a roll of color film, magic cubes, extender, carrying case, and everything you need for smile saving for less than $30. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You'll find it at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
So a smiling face can go to any place. You know the moon's a million miles away. A smile will quit with our smile saver kit. You'll see that smile will go a long, long, smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
At Arm's Length is an original radio drama by Kim Weiskopf. Dick Sargent was heard as Detective Lieutenant Dan Wilson. Featured in the cast were Mike Ray, Alice Reinhardt, Peter Leeds, Gene Gillespie, and Jim Bowles. The 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's story of a mysterious death. Some people die only once. Starring Dick Sargent. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour. The city is a large one, and the evidence of its continuing growth is all too familiar. Elegant old townhouses of towering shafts of steel and glass and concrete. Only a few things still defy change. Things like aging small houses, the corner pharmacy, a storefront undertaking establishment, and Sam Posen's delicatessen, in whose fragrant interior all men are equal and drooling. There, young and old, rich and penny-saving, rub elbows. Today, Sam has been worrying about something he wants to talk over with one of his favorite customers, Doug Mayo, a newspaper reporter.
Doug, my good friend. Oh, I'm glad you're here.
So am I. It smells good. But why so happy to see me all of a sudden?
I'm worried, and I think you should know what the worry is.
I think I should, too, if you say so.
Come, let's go to the back of the store. It's better no one sticks a schnoz yet in what worry I tell you about.
Okay, Sam. Now, what is it?
I'm worried about a customer of mine. A very nice old lady. She hasn't missed coming to the store in 10, maybe 11 years. Today she missed.
One day?
Yesterday she missed. The day before that she missed. 3 days, Doug. It ain't kosher.
Well, maybe she's sick. Got the flu or something.
You're a newspaper man. Remember reading in the paper a couple years ago about 2 old ladies who wouldn't let the building inspectors into that old house?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember. They were threatening condemnation proceedings or something.
My customer and the other old lady they wrote about are sisters. Now, they still live in that old place, and nobody else ever goes in it. That's why I'm worried. If they are sick, they could die in there without anyone knowing.
Well, why not have the police check in on it?
To tell you the truth, Doug, the cops in this neighborhood are nice. Now, the uniforms are uniform. And I know that those 2 old ladies need cops poking their schnozzes into their business like I need a lachen cop. Oh, please, Doug, see what you can find out.
Okay, Sam. What are the names? Where do they live?
The address I know by heart. Here, I'll write it down for you. Their names are Marie. Now, she's the one who's been such a steady customer. And Ella Stockton. Here, maybe you could go there now. Be right with you, Mrs. Kelly.
But, Sam...
Please, Doug, you should do this for me, schnell.
But, Sam, I came in for a pastrami on rye. I haven't had lunch yet.
Oh, excuse me, Doug. I didn't give you a chance to... I'll make you one to go. I'll be right there, Mrs. Kelly. And, Doug, just so your time shouldn't be a total loss, I won't charge you for the sandwich.
I'll say one thing, Sam. The price is right. The house was just a couple of blocks away, so I walked over. I'd seen it before, but had never paid any attention to it. It was an old brownstone, large and imposing, that had undoubtedly been elegant in its heyday. Now it was shabby, and the soot-tarnished brick ledges made the windows look like staring eyes with gaunt shadows beneath them. The windows that weren't boarded up, that is. I went to the front door and right away discovered the bell wouldn't work. Receiving no answer, it was my turn to worry. Maybe Sam was right. I tried the knob. I stood there for a long moment while my eyes adjusted to the cobwebbed gloom. Hello? Anybody home? Hello? Hello?
Is that you, Ella?
No, ma'am, it's me. May I come in?
Oh, I thought it was my sister returning. Who are you?
I'm a friend of Mr. Posen's. My name is Doug Mayo.
How do you? I'm Marie Stockton. Why are you here? You shouldn't be here, you know. Ella will be angry.
Is Ella your sister?
Yes.
She's not here?
No, she went out on an errand. I'm rather worried about her, too. She's been gone such a long time.
How long?
2 days, I think. No, almost 3. Forgive me. Sometimes it's hard to think.
Where'd she go?
Why, she went to... I can't remember where she... yes, I know. It was about money. She's my younger sister, and I take care of her. I go every day and do the shopping, but one day I had no money, and she went out to see about getting some.
Where would you get the money?
Oh, some man who takes care of it for us.
You mean like a lawyer or a business advisor?
Yes, that's it. Oh, my.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just feel...
Miss Stockton, tell me. Have you had anything to eat since your sister left?
No.
We'll soon take care of that. Where's your telephone?
Oh, we haven't had any need for a telephone for years.
I'll go out and get you something. First, though, do you know the name of the man who handles your affairs?
I'm trying to think. Wait. I just happened to remember something. Ella wrote out a card a long time ago. I carry it to the store whenever I go, just in case of an emergency. It's over there on the table.
Is this it?
Can't see from here. Read it.
In case of accident, please notify William Milstead, 14th floor tower building.
That's it. That's who she went to see, Mr. Milstead.
Well, Miss Stockton, I'm going to visit Mr. Milstead. He may know something about your sister, and don't you worry. First of all, I'm going to Sam Posen's place and have him send over a good meal.
Oh, thank you so much.
Goodbye, Miss Stockton.
Goodbye, young man.
I paid Sam Posen for a good meal, which he promptly delivered to the old girl, along with his own donation of canned goods, sliced meats, and cheeses, in a typical Posen gesture of compassion. From the delicatessen, I went directly to Milstead's office in the tower building.
Have a chair, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you.
Oh, I see you with the Daily News. Well, what can I do for you?
No, I'm not after a story or a column, Mr. Milstead. I'm after information.
If I could be of any help.
Well, I've just come from the home of Marie Stockton. I believe you know her?
Oh, yes, I handle her estate. She's not ill, I hope.
No. She's concerned about her sister, and I promised to be of help if I could. It seems she's been missing for nearly 3 days.
Her sister?
Ella Stockton.
That's very interesting.
Interesting?
Tell me, Mr. Mayo, did you notice anything unusual about Marie's behavior?
Well, she did have difficulty recalling things.
I'll wager she had trouble even remembering my name.
As a matter of fact, she did, but what's that got to do with the disappearance of her sister?
A great deal. Mr. Mayo, Marie Stockton indulges in flights of fancy.
You mean her sister's not missing?
Not literally. You see, she's in Northside Cemetery. She died in 1960.
Milstead's statement had me puzzled. It also had my nose for news, sniffing the breeze. So I went out to the Northside Cemetery and checked. Mr. Tracy from the cemetery's records office accompanied me to the Stockton family mausoleum.
This is what you're looking for, Mr. Mayo. The coffin marker reads, Ella Stockton, born January 10th, 1921, died December 25th, 1960.
Well, that seems final enough.
And this is her husband's resting place.
Husband?
Yes, Robert Blythe, born March 20th, 1917, died December 25th, 1960.
The same day. Christmas. From the cemetery records, I learned the name of the minister who had conducted Robert Blythe's service. I decided to call upon him.
Yes, Mr. Mayo, poor Robert Blythe died an untimely death. Mrs. Blythe took it terribly hard, even though they hadn't been living together for some time. And though I tried to comfort her after the service, she was quite inconsolable.
Had they been divorced?
Oh, no. But there had been an annulment. There were irreconcilable differences, some of which and I say this with utmost compassion for the departed, were largely due to Mr. Blythe's alcoholic problem and his gambling. Ella was a very brave woman.
Well, Reverend, I thank you for your time. I'll be going now.
Oh, won't you stay for a cup of tea?
No, thanks. I have a feeling I don't have too much time for anything except the business at hand. I got in my car and raced back to the Stockton house, let myself in, and went up to the room where I talked with Marie. It was a good thing I did, because she had a visitor. William Milstead, no less.
Oh, hello, Mr. Mayo.
Hello, Milstead.
Oh, I'm so glad you came back, young man. Mr. Milstead
I've just been trying to convince Miss Stockton she should leave with me.
Why?
Well, as I told you, Mr. Mayo, Miss Stockton is not competent to handle her own affairs. I want her to come with me to be registered at an institution where she can be cared for properly. This is no place for her to be living alone.
I don't live alone. Ella takes care of me. She'll be back.
Oh, Marie, your sister's been dead for years. You're living in a dream. Now, let's get your things together and have done with this nonsense.
No, you can't make me think I'm crazy.
If what you're trying to do with Miss Stockton is proper procedure, you undoubtedly have a court order.
Mr. Mayo, I've been handling the affairs of the Stockton sisters for several years. My decision is the authority for this move.
And Mr. Milstead, I'm a newcomer to the situation, I'll admit. But I won't permit you to remove Miss Stockton from her home without a court order to back you up.
This is none of your damn business.
It might be police business. And if you prefer, I'll gladly bring them into it.
You'll regret this, Mr. Mayo. I'll leave now, but I'll get that court order, and I'll be back.
Maybe Milstead wouldn't get a court order, but I knew he'd be back. And I knew Marie Stockton was no longer safe. I got her things together and took her to Sam Posen's flat above the delicatessen, where I knew Mrs. Posen would look after her. Then I called Larry Hayward, a friend of mine at the homicide division. I explained what I'd gotten myself into and asked him to send someone to meet me at the Stockton mausoleum. Larry did better than that. He came himself. It was dark by the time we got there.
This is not my idea of a way to spend a pleasant evening.
Nor mine. Here, shine your flashlight over there. See? There are the two compartments I told you about.
And you insist she didn't die in 1960?
I'm positive. I went over Sam Posen's charge slips and other notations. Ella Stockton was definitely a customer of his for some 11 years until 3 days ago.
Anything else?
As a matter of fact, yes. That day I went to Milstead's office, I happened to glance at the cornerstone of the entrance of the tower building. It didn't register then, but it did after I read the date on that marker over there.
How come?
Well, according to the marker, she died December 25th, 1960. That was Ella's handwriting on Milstead's business card, but the tower building wasn't built until 1963. She couldn't have been dead.
Sounds pretty conclusive, but we'd better be damn sure. I'm going to look in that coffin.
Do you think we ought to get permission?
It's a little late for that. After all, we got into this mausoleum with a pass key, so let's not get conscientious now.
See? Empty.
You're right. This is really weird.
Sounds like a car heading this way. Snap off your light.
Let me take a look. You're right. It is heading this way. Quick, help me close the doors. This works out fine. We can watch through the real work.
Whoever's driving has turned off the lights.
A man's getting out.
He's opened the rear door.
What in hell? He's dragging something from the back seat.
It's heavy, whatever it is.
It could be a body.
He's heading right for us.
It is a body. Now, look, no ad-libbing. Just do as I say. When he comes up the steps, he'll be off balance, so swing the door open and I'll cover him.
Gotcha.
Now. Stop where you are.
Hey, who are you?
The police. Doug, take a look at his big bundle.
You bet. Well, according to her description, I'd say it's the body of Ella Stockton. We finally put the pieces together. Milstead had milked the estate and was afraid Ella would start an investigation. So, when she confronted him at his office on the day she'd gone to ask for money, he'd done her in. He had a similar plan in mind for Marie the day I interrupted his attempt to get her to leave with him. The next day, I visited Sam Posen again. He had a question for me.
Such a no goodnik that Milstead is. But what I'm asking, Doug, is why the marker on the tomb said Ella died on December 25th, 1960?
Because she decided the day her husband died was the last day of her own life. He was all she lived for. That's why she became a recluse. She was no longer interested in human associations and never saw anyone after that except her sister.
And what will become of Marie?
Unfortunately, Milstead didn't milk the estate completely dry. Marie will be taken care of.
And where Ella is gone, she too will be taken care of. Poor little Meshuggah.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Some People Die Only Once is a radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Dick Sargent was heard as Doug Mayo. Featured in the cast were Jack Edwards, Treva Frazee, Peter Leeds, and Jim Bowles. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's oblique look into the other side of crime. The reward. Starring Dick Sargent. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by Dial Soap, Monroe Shock Absorbers, Camphofenique, the makers of Kodak cameras, and Breck Shampoo. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Aren't you glad for things that make a happy day? Aren't you glad you found the love to grow and stay? Aren't you glad that we're pulling together? Aren't you glad that we're feeling free? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad just to be? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad for feeling cool and clean all day? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you've done your best to stay that way? Aren't you glad like we're getting together? Aren't you glad like when people smile? Aren't you glad? Do you dial? Aren't you glad? Do you dial? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Do you dial?
Have you ever wondered what you'd do if suddenly you found a bag full of money? That's the problem that confronts Maggie and Ronnie Oliver. He's an ex-con, badgered into going straight by his accident-prone wife, Maggie, in this hapless tale of circumstance.
Hey, watch it, you bum! Quick, Ronnie, grab that empty spot in front of the bank. Pull in there.
Maggie, you gotta learn to control yourself. One of these days,
I'll
someone...
just run in the drugstore and pick up our prescription. I won't be a sec. Leave the motor running.
Okay, but hurry. Now, I gotta get to the job interview.
Yeah, right. I didn't forget.
Let's see now. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, sir. My name's Oliver. Mr. Oliver. And I've come in response to your ad for the job. No, that won't work. I gotta be more suave. Hello, sir. Oliver's the name. Job's my game. Oh, no, I don't like that. See, I'm applying for the position. Well, yes. I see you've got my application. I thought you'd notice I'm an ex-con. Well, you see, that can be explained. Oh, no, not again.
Hey, don't nobody move for 5 minutes or I'll come back and blow your heads off.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, you got it, Danny. Take off. Marcus and me will see you at the pickup point.
We've been robbed! Help!
Hey, you forgot your money bag?
Police!
Oh, the bank's been robbed.
Hey, which way they go? I think they're in the street.
Hey, wait, somebody. I think I got the money. Right here.
The loot, the thieves,
the money. Oh, my God.
Move over, honey. I'll drive. Come on. You've got an interview, remember?
But, ma'am...
No, but. You promised I could drive. Going on while I was in the drugstore. Boy, that third lazy, rotten snot. Just no good old-fashioned service anymore.
Maggie, will you shut up for an hour so I can get a word in?
Oh, I love driving. Sure, honey. What did you want?
While you were in the store, somebody held up the bank next door.
Super. Friends of yours?
Oh, Maggie, for Christ's sake, that was years ago. Besides, it wasn't my fault.
I love you, and I know that. Only kidding.
Look.
Money. Stuff. Money? That's green money.
It usually is.
You did. You grabbed it. You didn't have to, Ronnie. You could have just gotten the job.
You stopped in the middle of the street, for Pete's sake.
Oh.
Get us home fast as you can, Maggie. And no, I didn't rob anything. Some slob just threw the money in the back seat and yelled he'd meet me at the pickup point.
Wow, look at all that money, and it's all ours.
It is not. It belongs to the bank.
Now listen, sweetheart, dummy. Possession is 9/10 of the law.
Uh-huh, and the law, you're going to miss the corner. And the law gets possession of us. And what happens when the thieves realize what they've done?
I'm trying to think. Oh, no. There goes Mr. Franklin's hedge again.
Maggie, you'd have made a great getaway driver.
Let's hide the car in the garage.
We can't. You got the garage door yesterday, remember?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll hide the money under my coat, and you help me into the house as if I'm sick.
This is dumb. The neighbors will think I've been beating you.
Ronnie, will you quit tickling me?
I'm sorry.
Oh, God, I dropped the money. Pick it up, hey?
Oh.
Oh, Ronnie, the bills are getting away in the wind.
The crazy. Oh. Crazy. This is stark crazy. Come here, you. My holy mother, $100.
Well, that's all of it. In the house.
No, here's one more. Oh, hi, Mr. Franklin. I'll get that hedge back up in the morning. Sorry. Franklin saw me.
Oh, he didn't have his glasses on. He probably thought you were a neighborhood dog. Oh, boy, does you look funny on all fours. Dumb. Just like George Siegel in that picture. What was it?
Forget George Siegel.
Oh, if only I could.
What are we going to do?
Dump the money on the table. Hot dog. Look at all that money. Rent money. Oh, I don't believe it. There must be 100,000 here.
No, looks like $36,563.
Oh, how do you do that? I'll bet you always won the how many jelly beans in this jar contest.
I did, 7 times. Old man Jensen finally gave me the jar. Maggie.
Okay. Now, come on, tell Mama the truth. Were you just sitting there thinking, I don't want to go on that job interview, I'll just rob the bank while wife Maggie's in the drugstore?
No, I swear. This guy came running out shooting, threw the bag in the car and ran up the street. Called me Denny.
Denny?
Yeah. Hey, he must have mistaken me for somebody else.
You mistook him for somebody else, you idiot. Honest, boys, I could have sworn it was Denny, and it was the same kind of old car Denny has. Oh, hey, boss, you got no call to hit me. I ain't holding out on you.
I spent weeks setting up that job, and you blew it. Where's Marcus?
Yeah, at the pickup waiting. And I didn't tell him. You know, he's mean and liable to think I was holding out.
Yeah. Slob, I'm giving you and Marcus 24 hours to get the money back. If not, I turn the mute loose on you. You understand?
Right, yes, sir. Well, we'll find it. I promise you. It was just all the excitement.
24 hours, and make sure you get rid of the guy.
Right, I'll kill him.
You stand alone and wait. She's 20 minutes late. She'll find a smile will go a long, long way. Just check the smile on any crocodile. You'll find a smile will go a long, long way.
Ah, yes. Savor those smiles in great pictures with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You get the newest, littlest pocket Instamatic camera, a roll of color film, magic cubes, extender, a handsome carrying case, and more. All for less than $30. So you save money while you save those smiles. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
With just a little cheer that spreads from ear to ear, a little smile will help you light your way. That smile stays lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see a smile will go a long, long, smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
Freeze, slob! I got him, Mr. Molino! I'm going to kill you, slob. You are a dirty double-crosser.
Danny, put your gun down.
Mr. Molino, I saw him! You're a traitor!
Oh, you feel better, Slob?
Yeah.
Good. Here's your drink.
Why did he do that?
Denny was always a little rambunctious.
Ram what, boss?
Never mind. I think Denny thinks you and Marcus double-crossed him.
I didn't, honest.
Oh, I know. Now, here, use the siphon. Waking up.
Oh, I'm going to kill you!
Easy, Denny. Slob has explained it all. Now, what exactly did you see?
I tell you, him, Alexandro Petro Slobotnik, coming out of the bank. He tosses the loot in the car, right?
And just where were you?
Well, I was in the middle of the street. I couldn't get a parking place, so you see what I mean? But anyway, Slob, he runs out, right? And the guy with the loot, his frizzy-haired wife comes out of the store. They both drive off. Hey, wait a minute. I think I got him. I follow him in the car, right?
You what?
Didn't I do right, boss? I followed him to the house. But I tell you, Mr. Molino, they was counting the money in the car just like they was going to keep it.
We're going to keep it.
So find us and kill us.
Oh, Pooh.
They're pros. They know how to find people.
Listen, they don't even know who or where we are. I think the best thing to do is to get out of the country, until the... Oh, how do you criminals put it? Lay low until the heat's off.
I am not a criminal.
You are now, sweetheart. Oh, now, where's that damn phone?
I don't want to be a criminal.
Oh.
Oh, Maggie, why are you always bumping into things? That was one of my best classes.
Pack our bags. Stuff the money in your socks and my girdle, Oh, hello, Ocean Air. I'd like to know the next flight to, Rio.
I'm still on probation.
Rio de Janeiro. In Chile?
Brazil.
Make that Brazil. 9 o'clock? Good. 2 tickets in the name of Oliver. Thank you. We'll pick them up at the airport.
What about the car? And we can't leave the house. And Mr. Dunbar, the probation officer?
We'll send him a card. Forget the car. It's dying anyway. Come on, I'll help you pack. Oh, gee, I'm sorry, honey. Clumsy, I guess.
That's okay. It's not a set anymore anyway.
Ronnie, it's nearly 7:30.
Coming. Just wanted to turn off the lights. Maggie, it's them.
How could it be? They don't know where we live, do they?
Kill the hall light.
It's dark.
Well, naturally. Come on, we'll get out the back.
Ronnie, don't panic. Maybe it's only Avon calling.
Funny. Come on, I got the suitcases. Oh. Maggie, your big feet are going to get us killed.
I called my feet big before. Oh, I stubbed my toe.
I can't find the back door.
Wait, I found it. Over here.
Boy, it's really dark out here. Oh, what's that?
Ronnie.
What?
We're in the closet.
Oh.
Come on, we can still make it.
I'm afraid not.
Ronnie, what's the matter with your voice?
Hey.
Who the hell are you?
Maggie, I don't think you should talk to them like that.
Your boyfriend has a point, miss.
Mrs. to you. Now, would you mind telling me what you're doing in our house?
Certainly. We've come to kill you.
Oh.
At Monroe, we named our load leveler stabilizing units accurately. Load leveler for the steel coil spring that carries a lot of weight, like towing, small cars with big car loads, or any car with front or rear end sag. Stabilizing unit for the heavy-duty Monroe shock, working with the coil spring to deliver a smooth, more stable ride. Monroe's load leveler stabilizing unit. We named it so you'd know what it does.
When a skin injury makes your child cry out in pain,
Ow, it hurts!
remember Camphofenique. Camphofenique is the multi-purpose family medication that instantly stops the pain of minor cuts, scrapes, burns, stops sting and itch of insect bites. Camphofenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs, protect against infection, helps nature heal skin injuries. Camphofenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly. Camphofenique.
Oh, I'm sorry, kitty.
Slob, will you quit playing with the kitty and get in here?
Boy, he sure looks like Denny.
Never mind that. Check those suitcases.
Yeah, it's here, boss, in his... it's in his socks and his girdle.
That happens to be mine. Get your hands off.
Now, look, don't you hit my wife again, or...
Or what, Crumb?
Or I'll scream.
You'll come with us.
That's our money.
I'm afraid you're wrong.
I mean, where are you taking us?
No, persuade them, Slob. Okay. Just what I asked.
This is illegal. Maybe even kidnapped.
Well, I'm sure you won't live to file charges.
Where are we going to get rid of them?
Take them to the deserted railroad station behind the new shopping center. Marcus, cross the tracks here.
I didn't even know this old station was still here.
Quiet. Maggie, maybe we shouldn't antagonize them.
I think they're already antagonized. Listen, boss, or whatever your name is, let's make a deal. 50-50.
No deals.
20-60? 90-10. How about a finder's fee?
Marcus, stop here.
Marcus doesn't say much, does he?
He's a mute, but he's very effective. Slav, you get out first.
Okay, ma'am.
Oh, damn, my dress caught.
Good girl. Now, go, Maggie.
Oh, you got Slav. Let's get out of here.
Marcus, get him. Slav, get off the ground. Slav, stop. You can't get away.
Oh, yes, we can. Oh, Ronnie, you're brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Let go of my arm.
No, you'll just fall.
Ouch. Sorry. They're shooting at us.
Oh, come on. Head for the shopping center up the hill. We need lots of light and people.
Well, they're sure losing their manners.
Oh, Maggie.
What? Ronnie, what's the matter?
They were the shoulders. They got me in the shoulder.
We gotta stop.
No, come on. We're almost there. Through the parking lot.
Maybe we should go in one of these stores. They wouldn't try anything in there.
Marcus, put him off.
Right. Over there in Toyland.
Ronnie, you're bleeding.
It usually happens with a bullet wound. Quick, Albert's coming in. Get down behind this pile of cartons. Oh, Maggie, now you've done it.
Very good, Mrs. Oliver. Now, please come with me. Marcus has you covered.
Oh, no, Maggie, don't.
No, Marcus, get up off the floor. It was only a toy.
A toy gun?
Yeah, the spark sure scared old Marcus.
Now, slow down. Walk natural. Let's get to a phone and call the cops.
I couldn't agree more. I love you, my crazy
Good evening, ma'am. Sir, could we talk a moment?
No time. We're in a hurry.
Marcus, this way.
Only take a moment.
Here they come.
Oh, sorry.
Stop them. Stop, please. They stole my wallet.
That's brilliant.
Hey, you, stop. All right, hold it there, all of you.
Ouch.
Go easy on him, Doc. He's a hero.
Thanks, Doctor.
Doc, if you're finished, could you leave us alone for a minute? Oliver, I've been a cop for a long time, and you get hardened about ex-cons and criminals, but I gotta hand it to you and Mrs. Oliver. That was a fine piece of work you two did. Merlino and his men will be put away for a long time.
Hey, Ronnie, look at this machine.
Oh, Maggie, will you leave things alone?
Yes. Well, I've got to be going. By the way, the bank manager said stop by any time for the reward.
Reward?
Yes, I thought you knew. You get 10% of the amount recovered. Let's see, that's...
$3,656.30.
That's amazing. That's right. How did you...
He's got the gift, Inspector. Good night.
Yes, well, good night.
Maggie, we're rich.
Oh, no, you don't. I know that look. We put that money in the bank, and tomorrow you see that personnel guy, right?
Right. Hi. I'm Ronnie Oliver. You're looking. No, you're not looking. No, I mean, well, the job's probably filled. I mean, who wants an ex-con?
Oh, quite the contrary, Mr. Oliver. We're quite prepared to give a man a chance now that he's paid his debt to society.
Yeah?
When we tell you Gold Formula Breck is the only leading shampoo that isn't mostly detergent, we're not putting you on. But because so many people have written to thank us for Breck, we decided to put some of them on. Kelly Frankovic of Scottsdale, Arizona, you're on.
Dear Breck, I like Breck shampoo. It makes my hair very nice. My mom likes it too. How do you make it?
We make Gold Formula Breck with far less detergent.
Far more natural ingredients than any leading shampoo, and that's no put on. And here's something else that's no put on. Right now, the Breck people have a very special offer for you, because right now it's Breck season, the sun and wind and water season, when you depend on Breck protection for your hair. So to help you stock up, Breck will give you a $2 refund when you buy any 3 different Breck products. For details on how to get your $2 refund, just look for the colorful Breck season display at participating stores. There you'll find everything you need to keep your hair looking great, all Breck season long. Offer void where prohibited by law.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Reward is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Dick Sargent was heard as Ronnie Oliver. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Ben Wright, Alan Reed Sr., Casey Kasem, and Bob Tuck. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's drama of deception and death. The Villainous Verdict. Starring Dick Sargent. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by Dial Soap, Monroe Shock Absorbers, Camphofenique, the makers of Kodak cameras, and Breck Shampoo. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Let me take your picture. Let me take your picture.
I'm going to take your picture.
What are you going to take my picture with? I have a camera.
Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera right here.
I have a Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera right here, and I carry it with me all the time.
I have a way to do this now. Are you ready for this? I challenge you to a duel.
A duel?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Kodak Pocket Instamatic cameras at 5 paces.
10 paces.
5 paces.
Are you tired? That's hardly even time to get warmed up.
Oh, you're scared. I can see your hand shaking.
Yeah, your head is shaking.
All right, I'm going to count
up.
off.
You count.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the matter?
You win.
How come? You shot first.
I shot my foot.
I'll take 5 prints.
The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera. You can get big, sharp, clear pictures from the camera that slips into your pocket. You'll never have to leave it behind. The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera.
Wait, I want a rematch.
Of a duel? Forget it.
Come on. I'll shoot your good side, all right? Let's go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ha! Gotcha.
Hey, you shot me in the back.
That's right. That's your good side.
A jury has spent many hours deciding the fate of an accused man. In a hot, stuffy courtroom, the spectators, the attorneys for the defense, and the prosecution await the verdict. A side door is opened, and the jury returns to the box. The air is tense as the clerk calls upon the foreman of the jury to rise. Intoning with an indifference born of rote, he asks, "How say you? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?"
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
I'm Milton Dresden. I'm a district attorney of a sizable city like many you know of. My office had spent months building up a case against a known criminal, and we thought that getting conviction would be as routine as Hank Aaron hitting a homer. But Hank probably has his bad days, and we'd had ours. The morning after the jury acquitted Brad Butler, my assistant, Rick Bundy, did exactly what I figured he'd do.
Chief, did you see the paper this morning?
I sure did. We got clobbered, didn't we?
Look at that picture right on the front page. It's disgusting. A 10-year-old kid would have convicted Brad Butler on that evidence.
Unfortunately, 10-year-old kids aren't eligible for jury duty.
Yeah, one good thing, Chief. Even though the editorial blasted the verdict, they emphasized that it wasn't your fault.
That gives me some comfort, but little satisfaction.
Trouble if certain people knew I'm telling you these things.
Don't worry, we'll be most discreet.
Well, first of all, in the beginning, most of us in the jury believed Butler was guilty of the murder, but there was one man who insisted he wasn't and really threw his weight around.
Who was that?
The foreman, Mr. Walter Vernon. He never gave us sound reasons, just kept insisting Butler wasn't guilty.
You mean he leaned on the others enough so that they changed their votes?
Hour after hour, he argued until we were just about worn out from listening to him. The first change came when the jury was taken out to lunch. The men who had been seated on either side of Mr. Vernon changed their votes. At lunch the next day, he sat between two other jurors
And they changed their votes?
Yes.
Did they give any reason for the change?
Not real reasons. They just hemmed and hawed some, but finally, the only two holdouts for a guilty verdict were one other juror and me.
And then he leaned on you two?
At dinner, Mr. Vernon sat with a man who was siding with me,
And he changed?
Yes.
So, after dinner, you were the lone holdout?
Mm-hmm. And I was determined to stand my ground when I got this message from an attendant.
Message?
Yes, about my son. He's in the Army. The message said he'd be in town on a final furlough before being shipped over to West Germany. Well, naturally, I wanted to see him, so I went along with the others.
That's understandable.
But the message was a fake.
A fake?
My son called me this morning from camp. He knew nothing about the message. That's why I decided you should know about it.
I'm very glad you did, Mrs. Golden.
Do you think the foreman had anything to do with the phony message?
I have no way of knowing. I just think it's strange.
And I agree. Rick, find this Vernon character and bring him in for questioning.
My pleasure, Chief. Believe me.
Well, Rick Bundy got Vernon into my office, and the ex-foreman of the jury acted just about as I figured he would.
Well, I hope this won't take long, Mr. Dresden. I've got a very busy schedule, and most of the pressure I'm under was built up because of 30 days I spent on the jury duties. My desk is swamped.
I understand. And I appreciate your coming down here, because this matter is of tremendous importance. It has to do with the verdict reached by the jury yesterday.
Yes?
We have a statement from a member of that jury to the effect that you seem to have exerted pressure upon certain jurors.
Pressure?
So that under the influence of that pressure, they changed their views on the case.
That's ridiculous.
You deny the charge?
Categorically. I think I see what you're trying to do. Now that you've lost the case, you're looking for a reason to justify it.
Just a minute, Mr. Vernon. You
It's
can't...
okay, Rick. Mr. Vernon is entitled to express his opinion. And you're also entitled to know, Mr. Vernon, that I intend to investigate this charge thoroughly. So please remain available for further questioning.
Come in. Vernon, what the hell are you doing here? I told you never to come to my office. I suppose you were followed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reno, but I had to see you, and I didn't dare talk over the phone.
All right. What's up?
I just came from the DA's office. One of the jurors has charged that I was responsible for the acquittal of Brad Butler. The DA's going to investigate.
All right, now relax. They can't prove nothing.
Well, I have a hunch they're really going to go after this one. And if the DA should find out about you being on it,
I'm not in on it.
Look, even though I did the actual pressuring, you were the one in back of it. Now, I demand the same protection you gave to Butler.
Who is it?
It's me, Brad Butler.
All right, come on in. Close the door. Yeah, timing is great. You remember Mr. Vernon?
Yeah. Hi, Vernon. You did a good job on the jury.
Too good. We've got a problem.
The DA smells a fix. He's starting an investigation. If he finds out what he's looking for, it means a new trial. Our friend Vernon here might do an El Foldo if the heat gets too strong.
So, what do we do about it?
Well, remember that favor you owe me?
Yeah, I remember.
Mr. Reno, you got to do something to keep them from getting to me. I'm worried.
Oh, now, don't worry. Butler here owes me a favor. He'll keep the DA and his men from getting to you. And he'll take care of your worries, too.
How?
It's very easy.
You don't kid around, do you, Brad?
Not when I owe somebody. I like to get out of debt fast.
Well, you paid in full. Now get him out of here.
It happens so slowly you hardly notice it. Your 2-year-old car begins to drift, sway, and roll. And it's like driving at sea. A set of Monroe-matic shock absorbers can help put you back on solid ground because the better the shock absorbers, the better your control. And Monroe-matic shocks adjust automatically to give you solid, automatic ride control. See your Monroe dealer.
Automatic ride control between you and the road.
No pain's a little one when it happens to your child. Campho-Phenique instantly stops pain of minor cuts, scrapes, or burns.
What about infection?
Campho-Phenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs that can cause infection, so injuries can heal nature's way.
Janie, feel better now?
It stopped hurting, Mommy.
For minor cuts, scrapes, burns, Campho-Phenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly, helps prevent infection. Campho-Phenique.
The killing of Mr. Vernon was something we hadn't anticipated. Finding his body in Fairview Park gave a tremendous setback to any chance we might have had to prove that Brad Butler's acquittal was fixed. However, we managed to interview 3 more jurors, and they expressed a willingness to repeat their testimony in court. I mentioned this to my assistant, Rick Bundy.
One thing puzzles me.
What's that, Rick?
These jurors said they'd been intimidated by threats to reveal damaging facts from their pasts. Now, how did Vernon find out about these things?
My theory is that he didn't. I think the information was passed on to him by somebody else.
You think he was acting as a stooge for Butler?
I don't think Butler has the brains for it. Now, we know that Butler's a professional killer. As such, he's hired by someone. And I think whoever hired him is the one who dug up the dirt on the jurors. Milton Dresden speaking. Yes. Oh, that's a damn shame. Yes, thanks. Goodbye.
What's up?
Earlier, when the police reported the killing of Vernon, they also found the body of a cop a few feet away. He had 2 bullets in his chest. That phone call just now reported that he died a half hour ago.
Okay, Brad, why is it so important to see me right now?
As far as I'm concerned, the stuff hit the fan.
Oh, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
Well, I took Vernon's body out to dump it last night like we planned, and I brought him to the park like you said.
Yeah?
Well, just as I'm lifting this big hunk of meat out of the car and dragging it over to the hole I dug to plant him in, a cop comes out of nowhere. He starts with that "what's going on here" crap, so I don't take no chances. I let him have it.
Why, you big jerk, you might as well have put a contract on yourself. The DA will turn the whole force loose to find a cop killer.
Oh, that don't shake me none.
Well, it shakes me. Now, I got a piece of this, too. Now, you get your stupid face out of sight and play Mickey Mole. Dig a hole and go underground.
We did a lot of questioning, not only of the jurors, but of people who had been intimately acquainted with Vernon. Now, I couldn't put my finger on any one thing, but I got the definite impression that Vernon had been acting for someone else. My assistant, Rick, was hot on it. He did a lot of good legwork, then reported...
I think I found something, Chief.
Good.
I checked into Vernon's business affairs pretty thoroughly. He's been having some problems.
Like what?
He's involved in several small enterprises. All were heavily mortgaged. One single mortgage held by, guess who? Bill Reno.
How did Vernon get mixed up with that scum?
Reno's got dough in a lot of legitimate businesses. You know that.
Yeah, and don't tell me. Just before the trial, the mortgage was canceled.
You called off is probably more accurate. There's no record of Vernon having paid them.
It sounds like you had a busy day.
Yeah, busy enough. By the way, have you gotten the lab report on those clues the police picked up in connection with the cop killing?
We've got the ballistic report on the 2 slugs that were in the officer's body, but, of course, we don't have any weapon to connect them with. All we're sure of right now is that they're .38s, and from the same gun that killed Vernon.
How about the tire tread marks near the body?
And the plaster cast came out clear, but nobody's had anything to compare them with. I think that, for now, we'll stick with the mortgage clue.
Oh, what's our next ploy, then?
I'm going to pay Bill Reno a visit.
Well, Mr. Dresden, you know, I'm quite impressed. After all, a district attorney doesn't call at my office every day. What's on your mind?
Murder.
Murder? Anyone in particular?
Yeah, Walter Vernon.
Walter Vernon? Should I know?
I think so. You did business with him.
I did? Oh?
Yes, you held a mortgage on several of his enterprises.
Oh, that Walter Vernon. Hey, he was kind of a nice guy. Who'd want to kill him?
We believe a man by the name of Brad Butler killed him. But we don't believe he's the man who wanted him killed.
Who's Brad Butler?
He might be another business acquaintance of yours. He's a hitman, a professional killer. He was acquitted of a murder charge by a jury of which Walter Vernon was foreman.
Why would he kill a guy who helped acquit him?
Vernon was bribed to bring in that acquittal. And I think you did the bribing.
you legal beagles, you kill me. Always deducting something whether it needs it or not.
My suspicion is based on more than deduction. We've got some hard evidence.
Oh, proof?
Yeah, we'll have the proof when we pick up the man who dumped Vernon's body in Fairview Park. You see, we know the person who did that also shot a policeman. The officer undoubtedly surprised him in the act.
Deducting again, eh?
Not entirely. The bullets that killed Vernon came from the same gun that wounded the officer.
Oh, was he badly wounded?
He's in City Hospital right now. The doctor tells us he should be well enough by tomorrow to be questioned. Well, I've got a crowded schedule today, so I've got to go. I'll contact you again as soon as we get the policeman's story.
Oh, I'm sorry you have to leave. You make the business of deducting sound very interesting.
It should be more interesting to you tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Reno.
If you get the policeman's story, you son of a... Peggy, get me Brad Butler on the phone right away.
When we tell you Gold Formula Breck is the only leading shampoo that isn't mostly detergent, we're not putting you on. But because so many people have written to thank us for Breck, we decided to put some of them on. Patty Bunker of Piscataway, New Jersey, you're on.
Dear Breck, I love your Breck shampoo for oily hair. It really works. Shampoos are in competition, so it probably feels good to know your product is so good.
Gold Formula Breck. It has far less detergent, far more natural ingredients than any leading shampoo. And that's no put-on. And here's something else that's no put-on. Right now, the Breck people have a very special offer for you. Because right now, it's Breck season. The sun and wind and water season when you depend on Breck protection for your hair. So to help you stock up, Breck will give you a $2 refund when you buy any 3 different Breck products. For details on how to get your $2 refund, just look for the colorful Breck season display at participating stores. There you'll find everything you need to keep your hair looking great, all Breck season long. Offer void where prohibited by law.
I know honesty is supposed to be the best policy, but when you're dealing with the likes of Bill Reno, well, let's put it this way. I told him the officer had been wounded, but I purposely forgot to say fatally. I watched his face as I told him the officer would be able to talk the following day, and caught the merest twitch of an eyelid. I was sure I knew his next move and set the trap for him. With a newspaper concealing my face, I watched from behind the 4th floor nurse's desk at City Hospital. 2 detectives, each wearing a doctor's smock with a stethoscope dangling from a pocket, were waiting. One was at the fire escape window at the end of the hall beyond the dead officer's room. The other was at the nurse's desk pretending to be busy with reports. I called to the detective nearest me. Hey, Lou, here comes Brad Butler. Signal your partner.
Right. He heard me.
Now, you lousy pig, now you can have a nice long rest.
Police officers, hold it.
Drop that knife, Butler.
All right, now turn around.
Boy, you.
Now frisk him, Mike.
What do you know? This guy came well equipped. Not only a switchblade, but a 38.
What did you expect? Shotguns?
No, Butler, we expected a 38.
And when the boys at the lab fire it into the water barrel, we know damn well the bullet markings will be exactly like those that killed Vernon and the police officer.
Get your hands off of me!
Take it easy.
I want my lawyer, and I want him fast. Lay off, I said.
Butler, you amaze me. I thought you got all that venom out of your system when you stabbed those nice plump pillows we wrapped up in the blankets for you.
That's what I think of you.
Better save your spit, Butler. You've got a long, dry spell ahead of you. Put the cuffs on him, boys.
Aren't you glad for things that make a happy day? Aren't you glad you found the love to grow and stay? Aren't you glad that we're pulling together? Aren't you glad that we're feeling free? Aren't you glad? 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 Aren't you glad just to be? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad for feeling cool and clean all day? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you've done your best to stay that way? Aren't you glad? Glad we're getting together. Aren't you glad? Glad when people smile. Aren't you glad? Do you style? Aren't you glad? Do you style? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Do you style? Aren't you glad?
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Villainous Verdict is a radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Dick Sargent was heard as Milho Dresden. Featured in the cast were Jim Bowles, Gene Gillespie, Peter Leeds, and Mike Ray. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's spine-tingling tale of the supernatural. The Strange Odyssey of Sandy Mitchell. Starring Dick Sargent. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by Dial Soap, Monroe Shock Absorbers, Camphofenique, the makers of Kodak cameras, and Breck Shampoo. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Maybe your car should be two cars, one for everyday driving and another for heavy loads like carpools or towing trailers. The Monroe Max Air Air-Adjustable Shock Absorber supports you on a column of air, and it's infinitely adjustable for the lightest loads to the heaviest. It's like having two cars in one. So see your Monroe dealer and ride the air. Monroe Max Air Air-Adjustable Shock Absorbers.
Monroe automatic ride control between you and the road.
Gotcha.
Now that you got rid of the mosquito,
Darn mosquito really bit me.
here's how to get rid of the stinging pain and itch.
How?
With Camphofenique. That awful itch is caused by fluid mosquitoes inject under your skin. The penetrating action of Camphofenique gets to the cause to stop the itch. Protects against infection from scratching, too.
That Camphofenique really works.
Camphofenique relieves the sting and stops the itch instantly. Camphofenique.
You're You're about to meet two people. One of them will be dead soon. Our story concerns Sandy Mitchell, young, vibrant, on the verge of life. The other is Worth McClendon. He's tired of life. It has nothing left for him, except perhaps Sandy Mitchell.
Hey, Sandy, come on. Quit staring at the ocean and play.
What? Oh, okay, Stanley Ward, but don't say I didn't warn you. I'm the Billie Jean King of volleyball. My serve. Terrific. First serve, and it's in the water. I'll get it. Hey, don't bear counting on point. Oh, Dad, help! Dad! Look, Dad, help her! She's collapsed! Someone get a doctor!
Sandy, you awake, sweetheart?
Hi, Mom. Come on in.
Oh, Sandy, I'm sorry. Do you hurt?
Hey, don't tear up. I'm fine. Just a little weak in the knees.
I've been with Dr. Sherman. He says you just collapsed.
Yep, plunked down like a zinc penny. All of a sudden, it was a very strange feeling.
You know, don't you?
I've always known. It's the bones, right?
The doctor doesn't say for sure, but it's serious. The test...
It's all right, Mom.
It's just that ever since your father died, things have fallen apart.
Dad died at peace with himself. I will, too, when my time comes. But you know what I want to do with the time I've got? I want to see my country.
But, Sandy, I don't... I mean, well, it seems better if you were to come... Okay. I know what that look means.
Boy, I never could fool you. So it's okay?
If the doctor says you can, then it's okay.
Oh, he will. I know just what he'll say. To the day.
You sound so sure. Oh, Sandy, I love you so.
Express now boarding gate 12.
Come on, Mom, hurry or I'll miss the bus.
You'll write, won't you? Tell me all the things you see.
Oh, every day, twice when I see too much.
And come home. You'll do that, won't you? In time?
I don't know. I'll try to, Mom.
I love you, Sandy.
Dear Mom, day 3. The country is incredible and worth the trip. Which, speaking of, I met a lovely man named Worth McClendon, a sweet, sad person who got on in Denver this afternoon.
Private to your mom, or can I see?
Well, maybe I'll give you a copy when we get to San Francisco.
San Francisco. It should be the Golden City, shouldn't it?
It can be, if it's at the end of your rainbow, Worth.
Sandy, under that girl exterior lies the heart of a philosopher.
No wonder here is just a giant hunger pang.
When we get into Salt Lake in the morning, I'll buy you a giant breakfast.
Wish, oh wish the night would go away and part the curtain for just one more day.
Hey, that's sad. I thought you were supposed to cheer me up.
Right. Mustn't mope or be the dope. Old saying of old boyfriend.
Was he nice, or is that what you're running away from?
Oh, I'm not. I'm running, too. And what about you? What are you running from, Worth McClendon?
Fear, tomorrow, myself. Check one or all of the above.
Hey, look, we must really be high on the mountains. It's snowing.
Hey, Vicky, come here.
Hey, Pipe, I'm trying to sleep over here.
All right, you two kids, get in your seats or I'll put you off at the next town.
Hey, driver, take it easy.
Artie, pay attention to me. The road sure seems slippery with all the snow coming down.
No, don't be concerned. Nothing happens on these runs. The driver's probably been through 100 times. Oh, what the hell?
Be at peace, Ruth. Don't worry.
Oh, my... Look out!
Sandy? Sandy, where are you?
Hey, mister, help me.
I'm trapped. Sandy? Oh, my God. Sandy!
When we tell you Gold Formula Breck is the only leading shampoo that isn't mostly detergent, we're not putting you on. But because so many people have written to thank us for Breck, we decided to put some of them on. Nancy Michalowski of Justice, Illinois, you're on.
Dear Breck, whenever I wash my hair with Breck, the next day at school, kids ask me what kind of shampoo do you use, because it is real shiny. I like your product very much. Thank you.
Gold Formula Breck. It has far less detergent, far more natural ingredients than any leading shampoo. And that's no put-on. And here's something else that's no put-on. Right now, the Breck people have a very special offer for you. Because right now, it's Breck season. The sun and wind and water season when you depend on Breck protection for your hair. So to help you stock up, Breck will give you a $2 refund when you buy any 3 different Breck products. For details on how to get your $2 refund, just look for the colorful Breck season display at participating stores. There you'll find everything you need to keep your hair looking great, all Breck season long. Offer void where prohibited by law.
Artie, where are you? It's so dark.
Someone, help me. I'm coming. Hold on. Mister, I think I'm trapped under something.
Oh, please. Won't someone help me? Oh, God, with pain.
Oh, miss, where are you?
Leave her. I'm dying. You gotta get me out.
Just shut up. I'll get you out in a second. Miss?
Is that your hand?
Grab hold, miss. I'll try to pull you free.
I'm cold. I'm so cold.
I know. Don't worry. We'll get out of here. Sandy, where are you?
Oh, the seat's moving. I can't move my arms.
Oh, easy, miss. I think the bus is on its top, but most of the windows are broken. I'll shove you and you wiggle out, okay?
Okay.
Try and get up near the trees.
Oh, God.
Now, me. Come on. Why are you getting bigger?
All right, I see you. Hold on. Sandy, where are you? Artie, right? Okay. Well, let me shift the seat.
Get this old bag off me. She's dead.
Okay. Now, get out the window. Come on, move.
This way, Artie. On the riverbank up here.
Come in.
Come on, mister. You gotta get out of there. The fire's getting bigger.
Maybe this is the time, Worth. Maybe you should give it up.
No, you can't.
Sandy, where were you?
I'm here now. Come on, we must get out. The fire will reach us.
What about the rest of the passengers?
All dead, including the driver. Worth, what's wrong with your leg?
Broken, I think.
Here, put your arm around my shoulder. Good. Now through the window.
Here, we're up here.
Look at all the luggage. Better grab some. We'll need the clothing.
Give us a hand up, please.
Oh. Everybody get down.
Never saw a bus blow before.
Artie, I'm scared.
So am I, Vicky. Hey, what do we do now, mister? You think anybody heard the crash?
Maybe. Although, to be truthful, I don't think so. We're miles from anything. With all this snow coming down.
You mean no one's going to come and get us?
No, I'm going to have to go for help.
You can't, Sandy. You don't even know where we are.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. By morning, somebody will come.
Worse, they won't. I know.
How?
Well, the snow forecast. It'll probably close the roads.
Well, then Artie should be the one. With this leg, I'm sorry, I don't think I'd get very far.
Not me. I ain't moving from this spot.
What was that?
That's all we need. Quick. We must build a fire. Artie and Vicky, get branches, whatever's dry.
I'll get a couple of the suitcases. We'll need warm clothes. And Worth, in the morning, I'll go for help.
We'll talk about it then. First, let's get a fire going.
If you're not careful, you're going to find a reason to go on living.
Yeah. Now, wouldn't that be something?
I'm going now.
What? Sandy, you can't. Maybe help will come.
I don't think so. Anyway, wish me luck and stay off that leg. I put a temporary splint on it while you were asleep.
Well, wait. Do you know where to head?
I think so.
Maybe I should wake Artie?
Oh, no. Better he stays quiet. He'd just get in the way. See you soon?
Be careful.
I will.
Artie, wake up.
What?
You're dreaming.
What's wrong?
Hey, let me go.
You were having bad dreams.
God, this is a bad dream. It really happened.
Yes, but Sandy's gone for help. So I want you to get some more wood for the fire.
Wood. More wood. Hell, I'm not some beast of burden.
Artie, get the wood.
All right.
What was that?
Just snow moving, I think.
Mr. McClendon, will we ever get out of here?
I think so. Sandy seemed very sure we would.
Oh!
Artie, get back here, quick!
The mountain's coming down.
Under that overhang. Artie, the overhang! Vicky, help me. I think Artie made it. We'll have to dig him out.
Where? I don't remember where.
Here, I think over here. Look, there's a corner of his coat. Quick, dig.
Oh, Artie. Oh, look, he's alive.
Yeah, just knocked out. Let's get him back to the fire.
Oh, he's going to be all right. We're going to get out. I know it now.
I think so, Vicky. I think we will.
Glad is what happens when you use dial soap. It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else. To get you going clean and fresh.
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin. You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial. And that's saying something.
Dear Mom, I'm trudging through the snow for 7 hours. Great fun. Glad you're not here. Love, Sandy. Hello? Oh, anybody, can you hear me? Please don't start. You'll never hear me. Hello?
Who's there?
Where are you? Oh!
Now, you hold on. I'm coming. Holler out so as I can find you.
Here, I fell. Over here.
Oh. What the hell are you doing out here?
Have you got a telephone? There's been a bus accident. I've got to get help.
Got here as soon as I could. Where's the lady?
Here. Can we go right away?
Oh, miss, I'm a little bit worried about the weather and the light.
Oh, nonsense, Seton. Now, you get your wily ass in the air. People might be dying out there.
I think I can tell you where the bus went over. Oh, please.
Okay, come on, hop aboard. Now, Duff, if we get them out, I'll let you know. I'll take them up to the ranger station. How many, miss?
3. Mr. McClendon, a helicopter. Can we land?
We're not here, but up on the ridge, maybe, if there's enough light.
Stay where you are. We are coming down.
Were you okay?
Sandy, yes, we're over here.
It's starting to snow again. Can they fly in snow?
I don't know, Vicky. Sir, young lady, you okay?
Oh.
Yes, except for our friend here. He took a nasty cut on the head in an avalanche. You think we can get him out?
I bought some blankets and food. Yes, I think we can take him out of here. There's enough light for one trip. But I'm afraid with this snow, it'll be impossible for me to get back in before morning.
Well, we can manage, as long as you can take him.
Right. Okay, come on. There's no time to wait.
I'll help you with Artie. Whereas you better get a fire going. Sandy, thank you. You saved our lives. You're welcome. But you better bundle up. It'll be a long night.
Hey, Mr. McClendon. Miss, wake up. Rise and shine. We're going home.
Oh, morning.
Oh, boy. Am I glad you're here?
Where's the other girl? Where's Sandy?
Right here.
Well, she was.
Sandy?
Sandy?
She was right beside me when I went to sleep. Well, maybe she's trying to find some more wood.
No, I don't think so, sir. No tracks. I'll take the chopper up and see if I can spot her. Sandy?
Sandy!
No, damn it. I let you talk me into flying out, but I'm not leaving this ranger station without Sandy.
Sir, we're doing all we can. Seaton flew back in to bring out more of the bodies. You should have planned.
Get out of my way! McClendon!
Well, that's Seaton. McClendon. Here. What the hell's going on?
I don't know. But the girl, Sandy, she's dead.
What are you talking about? She was with me last night.
Seaton, you can't upset him.
Doctor, get the hell out of here or I'll beat your brains out.
Well, she can't be dead.
I don't understand. We dug around in that charred bus, and under some seats way in the rear was the girl.
No.
Trapped. I guess the seats protected her from the fire, but
what? For God's sake, go on, man.
The doctor at the crash site, he said when the bus went over the edge, she was killed.
Sandy.
So there it is. She's missing all these great pictures. She needs everything.
That's amazing. Listen, I think I have exactly what you're looking for. It's a brand new thing. It's a Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit.
What's that, will you?
It has a Kodak Pocket Instamatic 10 camera and a
It's got a case and film and
magic cubes and
well, that's everything she needs.
Exactly. Everything
well, listen, I can't spend a lot of money on
well,
this. Tell me your hobby, after all.
This is perfect. This is less than $30.
Oh, that's terrific. With a complete outfit? I can't believe that.
How are you going to get this to her?
I'm going up on the roof. Like I get her everything, I'll just hand it to her as she goes by.
She goes
every
by
90 minutes.
Every 90 minutes.
At an altitude of 38 feet.
That's really
well,
low.
that liftoff was a little off. It's a good orbit. I don't know where she goes.
How she got started as an amateur astronaut.
Boy, I wish I knew. She was rewiring a house.
Now available for a limited time only. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit for less than $30. It makes a smile go a long, long way.
Oh, I can't wait to see the picture she takes with it.
Splashdown is
Thursday in the pool. I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Strange Odyssey of Sandy Mitchell is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Dick Sargent was heard as Worth McClendon. Featured in the cast were Peggy Walker, Edgar Bergen, Janet Waldo, Casey Kasem, and Ben Wright. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Now we have the 30s and the 10s for the programs next week. Monday the 20th, White Flame Burning Bright. On Tuesday the 21st, Mind of the Beholder. For Wednesday the 22nd, Why is Ted Marcosi Driving Betty Insane? Number 23 is The Man in 211. That's 523. There's A Man in 211. And for Friday the 24th, Death is The Puppeteer. And we will give you those at regular speed in 5 seconds.
The big red-headed guy is not bright, but he's a hell of a pyromaniac, a frightening person. I'm Lyle Wagoner, and I portray the arsonist on our next Zero Hour. Tune in.
I just made a deal for you with a guy who owns a warehouse.
I don't want to work in no warehouse.
You don't have to work there. All you gotta do is burn it down.
Hi, I'm Lyle Wagoner. You just heard a fragment of a scene from White Flame Burning Bright, this station's next Zero Hour broadcast. I play the role of Big Red, a pyromaniac. For suspense and excitement, be sure to catch this chilling drama. Hi, I'm Lyle Wagoner. I'll be here as Al Peters, sheriff of a small town caught up in a furor of controversy when the Zero Hour presents Mind of the Beholder. It's all right to listen. I'm Lyle Wagoner. I'll be here as Al Peters, sheriff of a small town visited by its most illustrious famous daughter. Listen.
Manny, I've got something to say to you.
No dialogue. The script says no dialogue.
Why don't you shut up and listen?
Sheriff, that badge don't give you the right to push people around.
Well, I'll take it off. You should be used to that.
Take it easy, Al. Okay, Longman.
You will listen to me.
Listen for Zero Hour presentation of Mind of the Beholder. This is Lyle Wagoner. In the next Zero Hour, I play Ted Marcosi in a delightful romp in the vineyards of horror. Join me in Why is Ted Marcosi Driving Aunt Sally Insane? This is Lyle Wagoner. In the next Zero Hour, I play Ted Marcosi, a thoroughly delightful fellow.
Madame, are you alive? Oh, Rosalind, the knight tried to kill me. But, Madame, she's only empty armor. Don't contradict me. Look, his battle axe is buried in the floor.
I can look inside. No one is in there, Madame.
But was that true? Join us for Why is Ted Marcosi Driving Aunt Sally Insane? I'm Lyle Wagoner. I'll be here as Rob Lewis, apartment manager, among other things, when the Zero Hour presents There's a Man in 211. Don't miss it. I'm Lyle Wagoner. I play Rob Lewis, a young man with a new bride, on the next Zero Hour. Vicky and I manage a new apartment building. Listen.
Rob, are you awake? Listen, someone's walking around the upstairs apartment.
Well, maybe our tenants have insomnia.
Honey.
What?
The Myers are in apartment 101 down the hall. The one upstairs hasn't been rented.
It's called There's a Man in 211. Listen in, won't you? This station's next Zero Hour broadcast brings you a story about a mysterious backstage murder. I'm Lyle Wagoner. Join me for Death is the Puppeteer.
Excuse me, Mr. Wakefield. Mr. Granby can't come down.
Why not?
He's dead.
Oh, my. Look, Al.
Lieutenant Dan McBride is called in to investigate a murder that took place backstage in a theater and gets 2 for the price of 1. I'm Lyle Wagoner, inviting you to stay tuned for Death is the Puppeteer on the Zero Hour.
And there you have the lineup of promos for next week's shows. Again, they are ordered now to be 28 seconds in length to allow you to say what time they will be coming up on your station. And, of course, some are a little less due to editing here at the network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's macabre adventure in pyromania. White flame burning bright. Starring Lyle Waggoner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matouche Wine, and Kodak. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Way to make a smile go a long, long way in pictures is with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. It comes complete with the littlest, newest pocket Instamatic camera, a roll of color film, magic cubes, extender, carrying case, and everything you need for smile saving for less than $30. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You'll find it at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
So a smiling face can go to any place. You know the moon's a million miles away.
Arson. A terrifying word, even to those whose everyday job it is to seek out and combat its perpetrators. Sometimes arson is the work of evildoers in the so-called respectable strata of society. At other times, as in the present case, it is plotted in sordid surroundings, such as the dingy, run-down flat in a dying section of a big city occupied by Red Wheeling and his wife, Marge. Now it is early evening. Red in a soiled, threadbare bathrobe, and Marge in a faded housecoat, are seated at the old-fashioned oak dining table.
Shuffle the deck, Marge.
Oh, Red, I want to finish the funny.
Oh, come on, shuffle.
Okay.
Good. Now cut them. Now look at the top card.
Yeah?
Now remember it and put it back in the deck. All right, now I'll shuffle again.
Okay.
Now, I haven't touched the cards, have I?
No.
Okay, count down 3 cards.
1, 2, 3.
Now, the next card is yours. Turn it face up.
That's the wrong card.
Well, it can't be. The book says the card will be the one
Hey, is
right
that you,
after...
Mom? Yeah.
Well, hello, Mrs. Davis.
Well, what's with the bathrobe, Red?
Oh, I was just resting.
Resting? From what? Oh, now, Mom, will you go get dressed?
What for?
I found a job for you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I got 2 or 3 things lined up for myself.
Yeah, and you've been handing me that line for the past 6 months. 6 months in which you've been putting the bite on me for food and rent. Now I've had it. Now go get dressed.
Well, wait a minute, Mrs. Davis. What is this job?
You know that warehouse at 5th and Bedford?
Yeah?
Well, I just made a deal for you with a guy who's tied in with it.
Oh, I don't want to work in no warehouse.
You don't have to work there. All you gotta do is burn it down.
This is Chief O'Connell. I'm calling from the warehouse fire at 15th and Bedford. It's a good chance this might be arson. Send over a couple of your best men, huh? Yeah, right. Out.
Chief O'Connell?
Right.
Yeah, I'm Clem York, arson investigation.
Howdy.
And I'm Bill Walker, also arson investigation chief.
Hi. Glad you got over so quickly. The alarm came in about a half an hour ago. We don't know how long it was before it was turned in that the blaze started, but it couldn't have been too long.
Yeah, looks like you've got it under control here.
Yeah, we were lucky. Could have been a whopper. Flames are out, but we're checking for hot spots and doing some precautionary operations.
Chief, what made you suspect it was arson?
Oh, I got it right here in my car. Yeah, this piece of glass is from one of those lower windows there. Doesn't look like ordinary smoke to me. I think it's from some chemical or some other material that develops in intense heat.
Yeah, I think you're right. What do you make of it, Bill?
Well, I hesitate to guess, but my hunch is that the smoke was from something highly volatile, though.
Well, we'll take it with us and get it into the lab. I'll make some scrapings of the smoke and get it under the microscope. Probably photograph this stuff.
Good, good.
Is it cool enough over there for us to get close and poke around a bit?
Well, yeah, but be careful, huh?
Oh, by the way, Chief, any witnesses around when it started?
No, I haven't found any so far. I've asked the police who are holding back the crowd and guarding the intersections to ask around.
Well, let us know, will you?
Yeah, will do. See you later.
Hello?
Marge, Red home yet?
Oh, hi, Mom. No, he isn't.
Well, he should have been home an hour ago.
Yeah, well, maybe he forgot to take the matches with him.
That wouldn't surprise me. Look, when he comes in...
Oh, wait a sec. That you, Red?
Yeah, honey.
He just came in. I'll put him on. Hey, here.
Well, who is it?
It's Mom. She wants to talk to you.
What about?
I don't know. Talk to her and find out.
Hi, Mrs. Davis.
What kept you?
Well, I went to the magic store.
Where?
The magic store. The fella just got in some new tricks.
Oh, jeez. Will you never grow up? Do you know how long I've been waiting to hear how the job went?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. The job went okay.
Did the place burn down?
Well, it must have. When I left, the whole sky was lit up, and there were a lot of fire engines, too.
Anyone see you?
Well, of course not, Mrs. Davis.
Good.
Oh, Mrs. Davis, when do I get paid?
I'm collecting from the man tomorrow morning.
Would you bring my share over early, huh?
What's your rush?
Well, I want to buy some of those tricks before the guy at the magic store sells them to somebody else.
Oh, brother.
Hello? Hello? She hung up.
Hello, Mr. Know-It-All here, the man who knows everything about everything.
How long did it take Michelangelo to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel?
4.5 years. Too bad he didn't have a roller. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
What's the fastest service in tennis history?
Forest Hills, 1962. You got pizza in 5 minutes, a hot dog in 3. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
Can you name the 50 states in alphabetical order?
Sure can. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
What car from a major U.S. manufacturer offers you the smallest displacement 4-cylinder engine for gas economy and outsells any import?
Oh, well, it's the...
Ford Pinto.
I didn't know that.
Well, did you know that all Pintos come with an economical 4-speed manual shift standard while you have to pay extra for it on a Vega?
No, I didn't know that either.
Well, now that you know, stop in at your local Ford dealer.
Over the last 5 years, Ford dealers have sold more small cars with wheelbases of less than 112 inches than any other single group of dealers in America. Come see your local Ford dealer. He's small car headquarters.
Hello. Mr. Know-It-All just left for his Ford dealer.
Arson, Clem York speaking. Oh, yeah, Bill Walker and I are working on that case. What'd you find out? That cinches it. It's arson, all right. Yeah, thanks, pal.
That's something, huh?
Yeah, the smoke on that glass was from magnesium.
Real fireworks.
You're not kidding. And there was nothing in that warehouse with a magnesium base.
Well, that might tie in with something I got last night. A kid who'd been watching the fire told me he'd seen a guy hanging around the warehouse about 6 o'clock last evening. He threw away some cardboard boxes.
Did the kid remember what the guy looked like?
Well, just that he had red hair, was a young guy, maybe 25 or 30. He said another kid picked up the boxes. Kid I talked to said he'd get in touch with his pal and get the boxes for me, if his pal still has them. I told him I'd check with him this afternoon.
Yeah, well, go ahead. Meanwhile, I'll call identification down to PD and get some mugshots on all the known red-headed arsonists. We could show them to the kids. Maybe we'll turn up something.
Gee, Marge, I just come from the magic store. Where do you see my new trick? It's real far out.
Oh, Red, can't you see that I'm reading?
Oh, it'll only take a minute. Look.
Well, what's it supposed to be?
Well, it's just 2 rings, one inside the other. Here, see if you can take them apart. That's the trick.
But for crying out loud, Red, I can't make it work.
Oh, it's easy. Here, give me. Now, wait a minute, Marge. I can do it. Let's see.
Some genius.
Yes, well, that's funny. It worked at the store.
You hear that?
Yeah, right here, Mrs. Davis.
You stupid jerk. You mental midget.
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Davis?
I send you out on a simple little job, and you blow it.
What are you talking about? I did the job. I set fire to the warehouse.
You set fire to a warehouse. I told you 5th and Bedford. You set fire to a warehouse at 15th and Bedford. You burned down the wrong joint.
Did you find that other kid, Bill?
Yeah, he still had the boxes, too. They're over there on the table. The stickers on them indicate they came from Newton's sporting goods shop on Main Street. They contain signal flares, like yachtsmen use.
Magnesium. Did you check with him?
There was only one clerk on duty, and he hadn't sold any flares in the past few days.
Well, I think we better try again. Find out if a red-headed guy bought any more flares this afternoon.
Why?
There was another warehouse fire while you were out, and this time at 5th and Bedford. Might be more than a coincidence. They saw a brilliant white flame when the fire broke out. Could mean that magnesium was used again.
Yeah, sounds like it.
By the way, did that second kid recognize any of the pictures?
No, but I did get a character clue on our suspect.
What kind?
Well, a red-headed guy had a deck of cards with him. He tried to show the kid some tricks, but he couldn't do them.
I could make him anything from a would-be card sharp to just some kind of a show-off. I guess all we can do now is wait for that sporting goods store to open in the morning.
Where's Red? He's out. Picking up some new tricks, I suppose. There's one trick I wish that jerk would learn.
Why, what's that?
How to make himself disappear. It'd sure make life easier.
Oh, Mom, why are you always picking on him? So he made a little mistake.
Little mistake? He made a king-size boo-boo. The guy that wanted the warehouse at 5th and Bedford burned down paid good money for the job.
Hey, why did he want it burned down?
Well, it's his racket. He buys a lot of stuff on consignment and puts it in the warehouse. Now, just before the fire, he has it moved out. Everybody thinks the stuff is burned, so he declares bankruptcy to get out of hock and then sells the stuff to a fence and keeps the money.
Oh. Well, then everything's going to be all right.
How can you say that?
Well, the reason Red's not here is that he went out to make things right for you.
How?
He left to burn down the 5th and Bedford warehouse. Now, that ought to make you proud of him.
Oh, no.
Why, what's the matter?
That's Jughead. He's really fixed it now.
What do you mean? He's setting the fire you wanted.
When Red burned the wrong building, the guy figured the deal was off and moved all the stuff back into the warehouse this morning. Oh, now he'll really be bankrupt.
Matisse Rosé is any kind of wine you want it to be. It's a picnic wine, a candlelight wine. Just try some and see how Matisse Rosé feels at home on a yacht, a backpack motorhome, whatever you got. Matisse Rosé, you like it a lot. Try some and you'll see.
Matisse is a rosé wine imported from the old world to go with everything good. It has a light, easy-to-like taste, so it makes good food even better. Good people, friendlier. And good times, well, just try some and see.
Try some and you'll see.
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby & Company, New York, New York. To be any kind of wine you want it to be.
Hey, 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 Matisse Rosé.
Reported to me on a piece of window glass from the second fire, Bill. Magnesium. Yeah, it's got to be the same firebug.
Well, we got a fix on him. His name's Charles Wheeling, alias Red Wheeling.
And how'd you come up with that?
I went back to the sporting goods store this morning and showed him the mug shots. One of the clerks identified him. And to cinch it, the store just put that brand in stock this week.
Did you find out where he lives?
Well, the closest I could come was to locate where he lived 6 months ago. No forwarding address, naturally. Should we have the police put out an APB on him?
And there might be a way to find him sooner.
Oh, how?
I checked on the owner of the second warehouse that was burned. Turns out it's owned by a dummy corporation.
So they had a convenient fire.
Yeah, could be. Now, if they did, and if Wheeling was hired to do the job, getting that owner's name could clear up this case. The incorporation papers are being looked up right now.
Mr. York?
Yeah, right over here.
I'm from Identification Bureau. These were sent over to us by Fire Chief O'Connell.
What are those things?
One of those puzzles that has two rings you're supposed to separate. You can figure it out. They were found in the warehouse that burnt yesterday.
Well, how come the fire didn't blacken that chrome?
Well, they were found under a packing case. I guess the flames never got to them. It's all in that report, sir.
Okay, we'll study it. And thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Hey, good luck with it.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
Now, for one thing, they pulled some prints off the rings. Yeah, their wheeling's all right.
Which definitely places him in the building prior to the fire.
But we still have to find him.
I got an idea. Let's have copies of this picture made. We'll send them to the police in the 19th and 20th precincts.
Well, why only those two, Bill?
Well, Wheeling's last known address was in the 19th, right?
Right.
And the shop where he bought the flares was in the 20th.
Yeah.
The way I figure it, he must be somewhere in the area of the 19th and 20th. Now, he wouldn't go all the way back to his old neighborhood to buy signal flares.
Hey, I just thought of something.
Oh, what?
Didn't you say one of those kids you talked to said the red-headed guy was trying to do some plain card tricks?
That's right.
All right, now, before we give the police the pictures, let's look in the yellow pages, find out what trick stores or magic shops are in that 19th and 20th precincts. Maybe we could pull something out of the hat ourselves.
You guys home?
In here, Mom.
In here, Mrs. Davis.
How long will it take you back?
Back? What for, Mrs. Davis?
That warehouse guy is gunning for us. We gotta split. We gotta get out of town fast.
What? But why should we run away from the warehouse guy? I burnt down his building for him.
Yeah, and everything he owned with it. He's got a gun. That's why we should run away from him. He wants to make little round holes in your big square head.
Oh, well, okay, Mrs. Davis, but you don't have to get so nervous. I'll go. You just stay here.
Stay here? You idiot. He's after me, too.
Oh, that's terrible, Mrs. Davis. He can't shoot a woman.
Oh, Red, please, come on, now get going. A man like that'll shoot anybody. The warehouse man.
No, it's the cab driver. I brought you some extra bags. He's bringing them up. What do you think you're doing?
Well, I don't want to leave my cards and puzzles and tricks behind. They're in this drawer with my socks.
Come in. Come in. Ain't locked.
Hello?
You ain't the cab driver.
No, ma'am. I'm from the fire department. I'm arson investigator Bill Walker. Here's my ID. This is my partner, Clem York.
What do you want?
We want Red Wheeling.
I'm Red Wheeling. Well, what do you want me for?
We have a warrant for your arrest.
You...
Mrs. Davis.
You know my name?
Yeah, we have your name on a warrant, too.
You certainly don't have a warrant for me.
No, but you better stay in town. We'll want you as a material witness.
Wait a cut and pick a minute, you guys. You can't just look Oh, hell, fellas. This isn't a real gun. Look. When you pull the trigger, the barrel opens up and a little flag rolls down, and it's got a sign on it that says bang.
Oh, you're really something else, Red. You didn't give a damn whether or not those fires you set might have killed people. But now you make the scene with a gun that's only a trick one.
Oh, I got a lot of tricks. Hey, look at these cards. Now, give me a number from 1 to 10.
10. It's a good round number, Red. In years. And I think you're going to get it. Frisk him, Bill.
Yeah.
Just in case he's got something up his sleeve. Then we'll get the cuffs on him and Mrs. Davis, and we'll take him downtown.
Now I work dig and ditch, and I'll never get rich, but I've learned me a lesson or two. You judge a good man by the dirt on his hands and beech nuts, the tobacco you chew. Since I was a kid, each thing that I did helped teach me what I'm telling you. When you fight, it's to win. When you're right, don't give in. And beech nuts, the tobacco you chew. The great thing about being raised around here is they raise you on beech nuts, chewing tobacco. Like they say, beech nuts, the tobacco to chew, cause it just keeps on getting better, moister, more satisfying. Beech nuts, all you ever need to learn about chewing tobacco. Now, Poppy might yell, but he taught us kids well, and most things he said I still do. I'll live by my word, don't repeat what I've heard, and beach nuts the tobacco at you.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
White Flame Burning Bright is a radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Lyle Waggoner was heard as Red Wheeler. Featured in the cast were Barbara Bowles, Bibi Janice, Herb Vigran, Jerry Dexter, and Bill Lally. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley B. Hoffman, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weisskopf's sidelong glance at a small-town entanglement. Mind of the beholder. Starring Lyle Waggoner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matouche Wine, and Kodak. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Hello, Mr. Know-It-All here, the man who knows everything about everything.
When it's 4 a.m. in Philadelphia, what time is it in Rome?
4 a.m. That's Rome, New York, of course. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
How long is the Orinoco River?
It dried up 6 days ago.
Oh, then how long is the dried up Orinoco River bed?
18 miles, without the headboard. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
What is the weight of the Eiffel Tower?
In tourist season, about 20 minutes. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
What station wagon outsells all other wagons, big or small?
The
Pinto wagon.
I didn't know that.
And when it comes to resale value, based on a national average of NADA prices, both 1- and 2-year-old Pintos return more of their original sticker prices than Vega or VW.
You know, I didn't know that either.
Well, now that you know, stop in at your local Ford dealer.
Over the last 5 years, Ford dealers have sold more small cars with wheelbases of less than 112 inches, than any other single group of dealers in America. Come see your local Ford dealer. He's Small Car Headquarters.
Hello, Mr. Know a few things.
You can't go home again is a well-worn phrase, but apt nonetheless. Ellen Whitehead left her hometown several years ago to seek fame and fortune, and now she returns to find her own town has turned against her. Why should this be? All she's done is change her name and become a movie star. Now she's called Bernadette Blue. Our story is called Mind of the Beholder.
Are we going to let these immoral smut peddlers find a home in Middle Point? No! We're all regular, clean-minded folks with kids to raise. And we don't want no dirty moving pictures, do we? No! Just because she flew up here doesn't mean that Bernadette Blue is still welcome. Am I right?
Sheriff Peters, you've got to do something or we're going to have a riot on our hands.
Don't worry, Smiley. I'm here to protect the people, even if it's only from themselves.
Can't you do something about this sensible fella? Everything was fine till he come to town picking up a fuss about what I show in my movie house. Now folks is all riled up looking for a fight.
There ain't going to be no fighting as long as I'm sheriff, I can tell you that.
I say when she gets here, we run her right out of town. We don't want her or her kind.
That'll be enough of that. That'll be enough of that. All right, hold it down. That's all quiet, everybody. This meeting's over. You can't take the law into your own hands.
Then, Sheriff, do your job.
That's what I am doing. Mr. Sensible, you got an illegal rally going on here. Now, either you break it up or you're going to jail.
You can't do that.
Folks, go on home. We can't act like vigilantes just because somebody you may not like comes to town. If you want to have a meeting, have one. But not on the streets. That's what town hall is for. Now, come morning, you can have your meeting. Here he is. Get back, everyone.
Oh, it's so good to be home.
Clear the way. way. Miss Blue, get in the
Yeah, let me through here. Sheriff, I'm Manny Tucker.
Well, get in the wagon. Go home, everyone.
Thank you all for coming.
Well, what about the limousine?
Well, Manny, what do you think of my hometown?
I think we're crazy to come here if you really want to know.
I'm Sheriff Peters. Folks were a little excited back there. we ain't used to having celebrities in Middle Point.
Yeah, well, if I'd known there was going to be a lynch mob, I'd have brought along a camera crew.
Well, you would think of that, Manny.
You'll be staying at the hotel, I take it?
No, we're planning on staying with my folks.
Oh, well, Mr. and Mrs. Whitehead are out of town just now.
They are? But they knew I was coming. I wrote to them.
Well, they thought it might be best to take a short vacation, and that's what...
They're ashamed of me.
No, not ashamed, exactly.
No matter. I still have my house key. Go ahead, Manny. Offer.
Are you putting me on?
No.
Well, I guess that's it. Your luggage on the porch. What's this?
Oh, don't tell me you've never seen a $20 bill. Keep it.
For what?
Oh, don't force a man.
Well, I give it to him.
No, I can't take that. People might get the wrong idea.
Well, I'm going inside. Hurry!
He's such a rich man. He's the worst cheapskate I've ever seen. The chauffeur makes more than some of the actors.
Well, Miss Blue, I hope you enjoy your stay in Middle Point. I'd best be getting on back now.
Wait. Aren't you Al Peters? Didn't you have a kid brother, Paul? We went to high school together. I was little Ellen Whitehead then. You look a little like Paul.
Yeah, Paul's dead. He got killed overseas.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here, take it. If I have to put it in your pocket, I will.
No, I'll take it.
Good. I'm glad. We'll be coming to town tomorrow to see the sights. Manny has to meet with a picture show man anyway. Maybe I'll drop in and see you?
Well,
I'll do it first thing. Night, Sheriff. Yeah?
You mind if I ask you something kind of personal?
Oh, feel free.
Well, all those things you do in your movies, well, you don't really. I mean, it's fake, isn't it?
No, Sheriff, it's real. Every frame.
Oh,
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Rosé is any kind of wine you want it to be. It's a picnic wine, a candlelight wine. Just try some and see how Matisse Rosé feels at home on a yacht, a backpack motorhome, whatever you got. Matisse Rosé, you'll like it a lot. Try some and you'll see.
Matisse is a rosé wine imported from the old world to go with everything good. It has a light, easy-to-like taste, so it makes good food even better. Good people, friendlier. And good times, well, just try some and see.
Try some and you'll see.
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby & Company, New York, New York. To be any kind of wine you want it to be.
Hey, Matisse Rosé.
Where she's spokeswoman for a group called Women Against Salacious Pornography, or WASP. Let's welcome Ms. Constance Phillips.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be... it's good to be here. When Mr. Sensabaugh contacted my organization, I knew I had to come here to your town to raise the real issue that's at stake in this onslaught of degeneracy and breakdown of our basic moral fiber. Now that, of course, is a blatant and utter exploitation of women in these films. The men who make these movies cater exclusively to other men, men's fantasies, men's ideas of women's fantasies, and it is these men in pursuit of the almighty dollar who perpetuate the attitude in this society that women are merely toys to be played with. It is my firm belief that if women throughout the country would take a united stand...
I think you're missing the point here.
I'm not finished.
Yes, you are.
Just who do you think you are?
Please, do this my way. Look at your audience. They don't know what you're talking about. You've got to speak their language.
What? Talk about laundry detergent and rug cleaners?
Please trust me.
Well, you invited me. Let me say what I have to say.
These people are like children. If you don't say what they want to hear, they'll tune you out. Look, I'm on your side.
Oh, the hell you are. You're as bad as the others. Why don't you wake up?
Ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be having a bit of a misunderstanding.
Come on!
Sit down! Order! Our next speaker came all the way
You can't cut me off like that.
all the way from...
You sexist pig!
Lady, you're out of order! Our next speaker...
You know what you're going to do with that gavel.
Lady, sit down!
What's going on at Town Hall? You want to go see?
I don't think we should right now. Feelings are running a little high.
Oh, it's about me, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Does everyone in town feel the same way about me? About what I do?
Well, I can't speak for everybody.
How do you feel?
Who, me? Oh, I don't know. Seem like a nice enough gal. You sure are pretty, I can tell you that.
Well, that's not what I mean. I don't know what I mean. I just feel like a freak, that's all.
Now, hold on a minute.
I went to Hollywood to be in the movies. I always wanted that. You know, to be an actress. Well, now I am. Don't make that much money, but it's a lot more than I was making being a waitress.
Now, you don't have to explain.
I want to.
All right.
Well, it all started one night when a girlfriend of mine introduced me to men.
Have a seat, Mr. Tucker.
I thought maybe you'd have a bed in your office.
No. We're all business here.
Hey, you got a pretty full house downstairs for matinee.
Oh, yeah, it's like that all the time. Mill rats, you know. Most everybody around here works the trees one way or another, day and night. So I schedule my starting times according to when the shifts change.
Hey, that's smart.
That's business.
Right. That's the name of the game.
We were just about going under till you came along. You know, the other theater in town was getting all the big movies. Got some deal going with the distributor.
Distribution. That's the name of the game. I make them. I know the market. Which theaters to book and ship out the prints. You show them, people come, we make money, everyone's happy, right?
Yeah. At least everybody was till that Sensible fella blew into town. He don't like us too much.
Sensible? Well, T.S. for him.
Pardon?
Tough sledding.
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, you know, Smiley, I think the two of us are going to have a long and prosperous association. Shoot, I got 10 more XXX features in the works right now.
No.
I got girls coming to me begging to break into movies.
Yeah?
Yeah, you heard of the casting couch, haven't you?
Yeah.
I may have to rent me a warehouse full of couches.
No refund.
It's me, your star. Is Annie in there?
Oh, hi there, Sheriff. Miss Blue. Hey, come on in.
There's no refund. Oh, that's funny.
I'd offer you a seat, but we're all full up.
Maybe Mr. Tucker wouldn't mind standing.
No, I like it right where I am.
Well, here, sit here.
No, thank you. I won't be staying long. Manny, I got something to say to you.
No dialogue. The script says no dialogue.
Why don't you shut up and listen?
Oh, easy now, Sheriff. That badge don't give you the right to push people around.
Well, I'll take it off. You should be used to that.
Okay, lawman.
Hey, hold it.
Damn it, won't anybody listen to me? Oh.
My lamp. She broke my lamp.
She wanted to tell you she's quitting.
So?
Tucker, I can't make you leave. You haven't broken any laws, so I can't jail you. You just finish up your important business with Smiley here and go on back to where you came from. Because I'll tell you one thing. My job is to protect everyone here in Middle Point, no matter who they are. And you're making my job awful hard.
The mind will teach a man's what he can when he can. And no man makes exceptions for you. You learn to stay on your guard, looking out for your part. You learn boots nuts to the back of your Jew. Like my daddy told, when you go after cold, you're not down there to take in the view. You keep respect for the mind, concentrate all the time. Of course, beach nuts to the back of you Jew. What makes beach nuts such a traditional favorite? It's 'cause beech nut just keeps on getting better. It's a moister, more satisfying chew. Next time you're buying chewing tobacco, try beech nut. You won't be disappointed. Then when your shift's done, you come back to the sun. You and the boys lost a few. It ain't such a bad life. She ain't such a bad wife. And you got your beech nut tobacco to chew.
Hello?
Sheriff Peters,
Yeah?
this is Leo Whitehead.
Oh, yeah, Leo. Leo?
Sheriff, Elsie and me come home a little while ago. We had a change of heart. We wanted to see Ellen, our little girl. We didn't know she was going to be here at the house. See, we found her in her bed, like she was sleeping. Only we can't wake her.
I'll get the doctor.
It's too late, Sheriff. Our little girl's cold. She's dead.
Smiley, open up. It's Sheriff Peters.
Oh, coming. Oh, what's the trouble, Al? It's 6 in the morning. I just got to bed.
Get dressed. Be at town hall in half an hour. I'm calling a meeting.
Oh, what's going on?
Where's Tucker?
How should I know?
Oh, where is he? He's in a hotel somewhere.
Al, are you drunk?
Yeah, I'll find him myself. Now get going.
All right.
Open up. It's the sheriff. Sensible, open this door.
Oh, what's the meaning of this? You got me out of bed. Tucker. Not you again. I heard you were around.
You boys acquainted?
Are you kidding? We toured together for years. I wouldn't say toured. Debated is more like it. You can call it what you like, Sensible. If it wasn't for me, you'd be out of business. If it wasn't for me, there'd be no one to stop you. Oh, come on, don't make me laugh.
I'm beginning to understand. Thank you. Now, I reckon just about everyone here knows me. If you don't, I'm Al Peters, Sheriff of Middle Point. I've lived here all my life, and I like it here. I ain't strayed far, but I know things are different in other parts. Well, lately, things have been different here, too. I'm sure all of you know that Smiley Grant over here has been showing new kinds of moving pictures in his theater. Now, some of you gone to see him, but some of you haven't. As long as Smiley's not letting in juveniles, people underage, he's not breaking any law. Folks either pay their money and watch, or they don't. Then Mr. Sensible here comes to Middle Point and says Smiley shouldn't be allowed to show those movies at all. Now, Joe Baker, he shows movies, too, and has for a long time. All kinds, but mostly westerns and war movies. I lost my brother Paul in the war. I loved that boy. Last time I saw him, he had a hole in him big enough to drive a truck through. I don't go to war pictures no more. But Joe Baker can show them. That's the way I see it.
Oh, hey, it's that kind of talk that confuses people.
I'm not confused, Mr. Sensible. You can sit down now. And you can stop clapping, Mr. Tucker, because you ain't going to like what I got to say. There's been a murder in Middle Point. Now, hold it down, everyone. Hold it down. I've been out to the Whitehead place an hour ago. Bernadette Blue was killed last night.
What?
That's right, Mr. Tucker.
Well, who killed her? Why aren't you out looking for the man who did it?
Because the killers are here, in this room.
Well, what you looking at me for?
Tucker, he did it. No, Tucker didn't kill no one. He's been in town all night.
That's right. I got witnesses. You have witnesses.
We're all witnesses to what happened.
Sheriff, speak English.
Be glad to. I had a talk with Ellen Whitehead yesterday. Seems like no one else cared about what she had to say. She told me how it was for her after she left Middle Point a few years back. She wanted to be an actress in Hollywood. A lot of girls had that dream, I guess. Well, Mr. Tucker here put Ellen Whitehead into the movies. He called her Bernadette Blue. You might say he took advantage of her.
Now, wait a minute, Sheriff. She came to me.
And you paid her a fair wage, right?
She needed me, not the other way around.
She needed you, you needed him, he needed us, but who needed Bernadette Blue?
Well, so who killed her?
This is the murder weapon.
What is that?
A bottle of sleeping pills. Empty.
Well, she didn't get them from me.
They were hers.
Then you're saying that she killed herself? It wasn't Tucker?
I'm saying that it was Tucker. And you, and me, and everyone here. And still nobody seems to give a damn. Well, I'm through with my speech. If anyone's interested, the funeral's tomorrow. Mr. and Mrs. Whitehead might appreciate some of their neighbors coming. You all can decide that for yourselves.
I need a camera. Yes, I need a camera, and I'm going to Afghanistan. I know. I'm going to Afghanistan to hunt rocks, and I need a small camera that fits in the pocket that takes big, clear pictures.
Good. I have exactly what you're looking for.
Oh, yeah?
I have 6 different models of the Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera.
That's wonderful. I'm going to take the native railway for 2 weeks and then get off and walk for 6 months over sharp rocks. So I don't want anything big and bulky, but I...
Look, I have a Kodak Pocket Instamatic 20. It weighs about 4 ounces.
That sounds good.
What kind of rocks are you hunting?
Diamonds.
Oh, so am I.
The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera. Big, sharp, clear pictures from the camera that slips into your pocket. 6 different models starting at less than $23. The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera.
One must be prepared to endure incredible hardships.
Yeah.
And success is not inevitable. I've returned home many times empty-handed.
So have I.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Mind of the Beholder is an original radio drama by Kim Weiskopf. Lyle Waggoner was heard as Al Peters. Featured in the cast were Jane Webb, Jack Crucian, Frank Nelson, and Alan Bergman. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weiskopf's strange saga of apartment living. There's a man in 211. Starring Lyle Waggoner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, and Kodak. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Let me take your picture. Let me take your picture.
I'm going to take your picture.
What are you going to take my picture with? I have a camera.
Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera right
So do
here.
I
carry it with me all the time.
camera right here, and I carry it with me all the time.
I
want
have
to
a
take
way
your
to
picture.
do this now.
Oh,
Are you
really?
ready for this? I challenge you to a duel.
A duel?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Kodak Pocket Instamatic cameras at 5 paces.
10 paces.
5 paces.
Are you tired? That's hardly even time to get
Oh,
warmed
you're
up.
scared. I can see your hand shaking.
Yeah, your head is shaking.
All right, I'm going to count
You
up.
count.
Right.
1, 2,
3, 4, 5, pound.
What's the matter?
You win.
How come? You shot first.
I shot my foot.
I'll take 5 prints.
The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera. You can get big, sharp, clear pictures from the camera that slips into your pocket. You'll never have to leave it behind. The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera.
Wait, I want a rematch.
Of a duel? Forget it.
Come on. I'll shoot your good side, all right? Let's go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ha! Gotcha.
Hey, you shot me in the back.
That's right. That's your good side. There's something indelible about the first of anything. We always remember the first kiss, the first love, the first home together. Rob and Vicki Lewis are young newlyweds with their future ahead of them, and a new modern one-bedroom apartment as their first home. It's so new, in fact, that they are the first to move into the building. Or are they? What they don't know yet is there's a man in 211.
As managers of the apartment building, you'll naturally have some responsibilities to the tenants once they start moving in.
Mr. Natov, you'll want to screen all applicants, right?
That's right, my boy. You can't be too careful in who you rent to these days. I spell out every detail in the lease. No children or pets. It's all there in black and white.
Rob, honey, come look.
Oh, excuse me.
Surely.
Isn't this the cutest kitchen you've ever seen? The whole apartment is perfect. Oh, we're going to be so happy here.
I just hope we can afford to stay.
Honey, of course we can. We're both working.
Vicki.
Rob.
Oh, wait a minute. The owner's still here.
I really must be going, so perhaps we can finish up. Mrs. Lewis, you like it?
Oh, I love it.
Well, no reason you shouldn't. I wish I'd had something like this when I first got married.
We'll be the best managers you've ever had.
I'm sure you will, dear. You know, this is a thrill for me, helping young married people like you get off to a good start. Pretty soon the whole block will be filled with nice young couples. You should have seen it here before my company bought up the property. Nothing but shacks. Well, you've got everything but the keys. This is the master key. There are 2 sets for each unit, so that's 25 in all.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis, I have your number at work. You know how to reach me. One of you will be here every day between 9 and 6, right?
That's right, yes.
Good. You'll be getting your phone when?
Tomorrow, they said.
That's fine. Well, enjoy.
Goodbye, Mr. Natov.
Goodbye. Vicki, he's gone.
Rob, what did you tell him?
Well, I said you were the fairy princess, and I used to be a frog.
No. I mean about working. Doesn't he know I'm a school teacher?
A substitute teacher.
Yeah, but I won't be here every day. I'm not going to stop teaching.
Well, we'll work something out. I'll talk to Mr. Hanson in the morning. Without me, he's got no one to manage his restaurant. Oh, baby, don't look so glum. Once I'm accepted to law school, we won't have to worry about the future.
Oh, I don't know if I married you because I love you or if I just fell for your Prince Charming routine.
Ribbit. Ribbit. Do you mean it?
Of course not.
Damn that man. I'd like to pour hot coffee right in his lap.
What's the matter, Marie? You got a picky customer?
Mr. Lewis, if this piece of meat was any rare, I'd have to lead it in on a rope.
Yeah, it's been that kind of a day. Well, you go have Cookie fry up another one. We'll be off soon.
You look about as tired as I feel. Don't you ever go home?
Have you been talking to my wife?
I don't need to. I'm a woman.
Well, get in the kitchen, woman.
Oh, ain't you the one?
Good evening, Hanson's.
Yes?
Vicki?
Honey, why are you still there?
Oh, Hanson's late as usual. I can't leave. We're really packed. Now, you understand, don't you?
Go ahead and eat without you, then.
Well, I'm sorry, honey. Vicki? Vicki? Yeah, let's see. Bills. Ah, here it is. Yeah, let's see. Dear Mr. Lewis, because of the overwhelming number of qualified applicants who have sent transcripts to our graduate law department, we are unable to consider your application at this time. What? What's the idea of hanging up on me?
I didn't hang up. We were cut off.
Oh, come on.
I called back and you were gone.
Well, I don't know whether to hug you or slug you. Come here, baby. Oh, Hanson walked in right after we talked. I'm going on nights starting Monday.
Oh, honey. Nights? Well, then we'll never see each other.
What can I do?
We've been married over a month and we're strangers in our own home.
I know. Well, at least you'll be able to get out during the days. I'm sure the blackboard erasers need cleaning.
You're more important than my going back to work.
We'll stay home together. Great. We can read menus to each other all day long.
Oh, not another one.
Yeah. That's 4 rejections, 2 to go. Looks like the only way I'll get into court is to be arrested.
Oh, honey, don't be down. Our first tenants moved in today.
Really? Well, who are they? What are they like?
Well, it's Mr. and Mrs. Myers. They're a little older than I thought they'd be.
How old are they?
In their 60s. He's retired.
60s? Well, what about Natov's speech about nice young couples?
How many young couples can afford this rent?
Well, one less than Natov thinks.
Rob, are you awake?
Huh?
Listen, someone's walking around the upstairs apartment.
Well, maybe our tenants have insomnia.
Honey.
What?
The Myers are in apartment 106 down the hall. There's somebody else upstairs.
Hello, Mr. Know-It-All here, the man who knows everything about everything.
What was so amazing about Pavonumi, the flying fin?
He couldn't fly, and he came from Dusseldorf. Finished? Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
How old is the oldest man?
145.
He's 137.
He's 145. He lies about his age to keep working. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
Do you know what you get as standard equipment on the Mustang 2?
You got me.
With Mustang 2, you get an easy-on-gas 4-cylinder engine, 4-speed shift, bucket seats, even a tachometer, all standard.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Which is the best-selling car? Camaro, Firebird, Barracuda, Challenger, Javelin, or Mustang 2? Mustang 2 outsells all those other cars combined.
Gee, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, well, now that you know, stop in at your local Ford dealer.
Over the last 5 years, Ford dealers have sold more small cars with wheelbases of less than 112 inches than any other single group of dealers in America. Come see your local Ford dealer. He's small car headquarters.
Hello, the former Mr. Know-It-All.
Yes?
Good morning, Mr. Myers. I'm Rob Lewis, the manager.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I met your pretty wife yesterday. Everything's fine, just fine. Come in and meet the missus.
Oh, I can't just now. I'm on my way to work.
Well, after work, then. You and your wife stop by for a cup of tea. Louise and I always have tea before bed. My name's John, by the way.
Isn't tea a stimulant? Doesn't it keep you awake nights?
Oh, nonsense. Say after 9 o'clock, the atom bomb couldn't get me up.
Well, what about your wife?
Son, we've been married going on the year 40. Now, don't you think I'd know my wife's sleeping habits by this time?
Yes, I guess so.
You guess?
So neither of you were up around 3 this morning?
No, sir. No way.
Leave the dishes, Vicky. I'll get them later.
Oh, catch me, Prince. I'm going to faint.
Come on, we're going up.
What? Oh, wait, I'll get a sweater.
No, you won't need it. We're only going down the hall. We've been invited to tea.
Oh, so you're a school teacher. Well, that's wonderful. Do you take sugar or lemon?
Oh, sugar, please. 2 lumps.
And so with the market slumping like it is, maybe we'll have to move to a cheaper place. We don't want to, though. As soon as a few more folks move into this building, it won't be so lonely. It's too bad
Here's your tea, John. Mr. Lewis?
Thank you.
I was just saying that to Rob, it's too bad we're not allowed to have pets here, at least till more people move in.
Well, somebody's breaking the rules around here.
Mrs. Myers?
I distinctly saw a big, long-haired black cat crawling around outside this afternoon.
What must have been a neighborhood cat?
No, I found him up the stairs, although I must admit he was much faster than I.
What cat? I didn't see any cat.
John, you were napping.
I was?
Where did the cat go, Mrs. Myers?
Well, he walked very deliberately to the last apartment on the end and went inside.
How did he get in?
The door was open. He walked in.
Honey, she's an old lady. Her mind was playing tricks on her.
Like we imagined we heard footsteps up here last night?
Rob, I was home all day. I would have heard if there was anyone here, and I didn't.
That's funny.
What is it?
This end table. I could swear it was at that end of the couch last night.
Well, it was dark, wasn't it?
It's dark now, too. All the windows are locked. Maybe I did leave the door open.
Honey, let's go.
I want to look in the kitchen.
All right.
Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Oh, now you're being silly.
Yeah, I guess I am. Well, maybe I'm working too hard. Well, let's... Whoop. Okay. What do you say now?
What is it?
Well, take a look. That's as real as we are, honey. I just kicked over a saucer of milk.
No answer?
That's busy. You want me to stay home today?
Well, do you want to? I'm so confused.
Well, there has to be some reasonable explanation for this. Now, we've got 2 keys to that apartment. What is it, 211?
Mm-hmm.
Natov's got 1. Oh, I don't know. This whole setup is weird. Those tenants, this place, everything.
What do we do?
Well, I'm going into work. I'll try to reach Natov from there. Now, you call me if anything strange goes on around here, okay?
Okay.
Now, you promise?
Promise.
All right, well, I'd better run. Goodbye, baby.
Bye. Have a good day. Hi, Mr. Rosenberg.
Hello, Vicky. Come in.
Juice rosé is any kind of wine you want it to be. It's a picnic wine, a candlelight wine. Just try some and see how much juice rosé feels at home on a yacht, a backpack motorhome, whatever you got. The juice rosé, you like it a lot. Try some and you'll see.
Matus is a rosé wine imported from the old world to go with everything good. It has a light, easy-to-like taste, so it makes good food even better. Good people, friendlier. And good times, well, just try some and see.
Try some and you'll see.
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York. To be any kind of wine you want it to be.
Hey, 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 Matus Rosé.
Mr. Rosenberg, I wish you'd make up your mind. First, you tell me you do want my husband to know about you, and you disappear. Then you deliberately allow Mrs. Myers to see Rudy, so she'll tell Rob and you set out a saucer of milk. I don't understand.
But you do trust me.
Well, you've been practically my only company since we moved in. I like you, Mr. Rosenberg, but I don't know that I trust you.
I've kept my word. I told you that you'd have tenants. I even told you what their names would be and how old they were.
Yes, you did, but...
And I promise you, Vicky, what I said about your husband will happen, too. He will be accepted to law school, mark my word. But you must go along with me just a little longer.
Why not go directly to Mr. Natov? He's the one you want to see.
Mr. Natov is a very tricky fellow. You must know that by now.
Well, he is a little hard to reach.
And I must see him. But it must be done this way. You'll see why later.
Mr. Rosenberg, I don't know how much longer I can go on lying to my husband.
Please bear with me one more day, just one day. My newspaper has to come today.
Good afternoon, Hanson's.
Rob Lewis, please.
Mr. Lewis is gone for the day.
Yes? Would you know where he went? This is his wife.
Well, honey, he said if you called to tell you he was going to see the man.
What man did he say?
You know something he told me, but I can't remember.
Was it Natov, Mr. Natov?
Well, that's it. That's the man he said.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Irresponsible young people.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Natov.
Mrs. Lewis, I'd like to have a word with you.
Where's Rob?
I have no idea.
What?
I spoke to your husband on the telephone. He told me people have been moving in. An old couple, Myers.
You sound surprised.
I sent no one by that name to this apartment building.
You didn't?
Absolutely not. Our agreement was that I would screen all tenants.
But I thought they said...
Where are they?
Oh, apartment 106, but they were not an hour ago.
No, what's that? Who's upstairs?
But didn't Rob tell you? Where is my husband?
But tell me what?
There's a man in 211. Rob?
Vicky?
In here, honey. I've got a surprise for you.
Oh, am I really steamed. I finally got Natov on the phone, arranged to meet him downtown, and he didn't show. I stuck my neck out, walked off the job, and he didn't show.
Rob, honey, look.
Oh, what's that?
It came today. It's from the university. You've been accepted to the law school.
Hey, that's great. Oh, Vicky.
What was that?
Oh, honey, stay here.
Now, don't tell me you don't hear that.
Rob, don't go up there.
You stay here.
No, don't. It's none of our business. It's Mr. Natov.
Oh, good. I want to give him a piece of my mind.
Come back! Don't break the door down. Use the key.
What on earth? There's nothing here.
What happened to the furniture?
Well, where's all that commotion, that scream? Where's Natov? I'm calling the police.
Why?
Why? Because some strange things are going on around here. What's the matter with you, Vicky? You can see, you heard. Noises in the night, phantom cats, oddball tenants, disappearing furniture. What is this? A conspiracy to drive me crazy? If it is, it's working. If you know something I don't, well, tell me.
There was a man here.
What man? Why didn't you tell me before this?
I couldn't. Mr. Rosenberg, well, that's his name. He could see into the future.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe you ought to lie down.
It's true. Where are you going?
Back downstairs. I'm calling a cop and a doctor.
What are you going to tell the police? We don't know what happened.
Well, you tell them what you know about Mr. Rosenberg. I can't make sense out of anything. Especially this newspaper that was sitting outside of Meyer's apartment. Who knows what happened to them?
Hey, isn't that a picture of Mr. Natov? And that's Mr. Rosenberg. Financier and squatter killed in shootout. Prominent land developer Leonard Natov, 46, was shot to death today by a man who refused to leave his condemned house.
What?
Ben Rosenberg, 64, dropped Natov with one shot, then turned his .22 caliber rifle on himself. Both men were pronounced dead at the scene.
Oh! Let me see. Hiss judge under fire as U.S. moves for retrial. Alger Hiss? Where did this paper come from?
It was delivered today. Mr. Rosenberg.
You say you saw this Mr. Rosenberg?
Yes, many times.
And he could see into the future?
Yes, he knew about the Myers coming and your letter of acceptance.
Honey, I believe you, but this newspaper. Look at the date. Saturday, July 9, 1949.
Now I work dig and ditch, and I'll never get rich, but I've learned me a lesson or two. You judge a good man by the dirt on his hands and beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Since I was a kid, each thing that I did helped teach me what I'm telling you. When you fight, it's to win. When you're right, don't give in. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Great thing about being raised around here is they raise you on beech nut chewing tobacco. Like they say, beech nuts the tobacco to chew because it just keeps on getting better, moister, more satisfying. Beech nuts all you ever need to learn about chewing tobacco. Now, Poppy might yell, but he taught us kids well, and most things he said I still do. I live by my word, don't repeat what I've heard, and beech nuts the tobacco I chew.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
There's a Man in 211 is an original radio drama by Kim Weiskopf. Lyle Waggoner was heard as Bob Lewis. Featured in the cast were Jane Webb, Frank Nelson, Jay Jostin, Bill Keane, and Diana Hale. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's route through the dangers of horror. Why is Ted Marcosi driving Aunt Sally insane? Starring Lyle Wagner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shanley Industries, Matthew Swine, and Kodak. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard and beechnuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. You go after big mouth in close to the bank and beechnuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beechnut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beechnut just keeps getting better. Like beechnut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beechnut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beechnut's the tobacco you chew.
This tale of doom has something for everybody, even Aunt Sally's. A kindly old spinster who just happens to be rich. Join us now in the great dining hall of the Marcosi mansion for Why is Ted Marcosi driving Aunt Sally insane?
Does the madam wish anything more?
Oh, Ernesto, my compliments. Rosalie is truly a fine cook.
Madam, our hearts are but to serve you. I will bring dessert.
Now, where could that good-for-nothing nephew of mine be? Oh, get away. Ernesto, someone. A frog, for God's sake. There's a frog in my plate.
Madam.
Take it away. Take it away. It's ghastly.
I'm sorry, madam. How could a frog...
It fell from the ceiling.
A froggy. Froggy.
Oh, it's in the salad platter. It's in the salad platter.
I haven't, madam. I will dispose.
Lordy, a frog. Now, how could a...
Good evening, Auntie.
Oh, Ted, land's sakes, you scared me to death. Where have you been? Dinner's over and the most awful...
Why, Auntie, you look positively white.
Well, you would be, too, if a frog fell in your dinner plate.
Perhaps he was only looking for a home.
Oh, Ted, I love you, gads, but it's good to have the breath of life in his own muzzle here.
I'm glad you invited me.
Will you be able to stay the summer?
Of course. The city's become a bore, and I wouldn't think of leaving you.
Well, Ted, the candles, they blew out.
Oh, don't worry, Auntie. I'll get them.
Oh, my chair, it's moving.
Be calm. I'll get them lit. But, Angie, what are you doing way over there?
Oh, something or someone moved my chair. Now, you wouldn't be fooling with your old aunt, would you?
Why, nonsense. I was at the end of the table.
Oh, well, okay, but I want to tell you, strange things are going on in this house.
Call, madam.
Oh.
Auntie, why don't you take a good night's sleep? Do you a world of good after your day of excitement.
Oh, yes. Oh, you're right. Ernesto, see that Master Ted has anything he wants.
Shall I help you with the chair?
No, dang it. I've got to learn to run this blamed chair myself. Good night, Ted.
Good night, Auntie.
Damn, should have had this elevator built larger. Come on, chair, do your stuff. Have to have this chair beefed up.
Madame, are you all right?
Oh, Rosla, the knight tried to kill me.
But Madame, it is only empty armor.
Don't contradict me, look.
How could that be?
Damned if I know. I looked up and its battle axe was swinging down. And see how deep it is cut into the floor.
I shall look inside it. No one is in there, madame.
Oh, enough. I'm going to bed. Tell Ernesto to cart it down to the cellar with the rest of the medieval junk. I never did understand my late husband's preoccupation with that stuff. And Rosla.
Yes, madame?
Be sure I'm awakened when my niece arrives in the morning. Who's there? Who's there, I say? It's the middle of the night and I want this tomfoolery stopped. Where are you? Where are you? Get out! Get out! Oh, Ted, Ernesto, help! Somebody! Oh, Bill! Bill, my heart! Help!
Madame, did you call?
It's good of you to come out on a night like this, Dr. Corday.
Well, Sally is an old and dear friend. But I don't understand her heart. It hasn't acted up in years. Are you sure nothing unusual happened here tonight?
Oh, no, Doctor. Not a thing.
You stand alone and wait. She's 20 minutes late. She'll find a smile will go a long, long way. Just check the smile on any crocodile. You'll find a smile will go a long, long way.
Ah, yes. Savor those smiles in great pictures with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You get the newest, littlest pocket Instamatic camera, a roll of color film, magic cubes, extender, a handsome carrying case, and more. All for less than $30. So you save money while you save those smiles. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
With just a little cheer that spreads from ear to ear, a little smile will help you light your way. That smile stays lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see a smile will go a long, long smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
Hello, Ernesto.
Miss Glenda, welcome home.
Oh, thank you. Would you... I can't get my luggage.
Whoa, little Miss Moffat. Welcome to Horror Hill.
Oh, Ted, you shouldn't talk that way about Aunt Sally's house.
Pooh, my sweet but backward youth.
Ted, what was that?
That sounds like Auntie. Come on.
Ted, my shoes.
Forget them. Come on.
Master Ted, please in here. Oh, I was preparing Madame's bath, and I came to wake her, and... Oh, God, Ted, look. The bed is covered in blood.
Oh, Ted, is that you?
Easy, Auntie, easy. Teddy's here with Glenda. Are you all right?
Oh, it's blood. Someone's poured blood all over me.
Rosala, get Ernesto to burn the bedding. Glenda, help me get Auntie in her bath.
Glenda?
Relax, Aunt Sally. Let Ted get you into the tub.
Maybe you'd better help her. I'll check on Ernesto.
Okay.
Oh, Glenda, I'm so glad you've come. The most terrible things have been happening. Ever since Ted arrived. Oh, no, he couldn't.
Couldn't what? Do you think he had something to do with the blood?
I don't know, truly. He's always been so attentive. But I must confess, it all started with his arrival. Lights go off when I'm in the room. Go on in the middle of the night. 2 days ago, my wheelchair lost a wheel in the garden, right near the edge of the cliff. But tell me something. You see him much more than I do. Is he all right?
Oh, I shouldn't tell you this, but Ted is heavily in debt. I know because he tried to borrow from me. Practically demanded that I take money from Father's trust. I didn't give him anything.
But my brother left him a fortune.
I told him it was time he started acting like a man and did something with his life.
Well, you could have given him some, you know. Your share of the estate was just as large.
Well, perhaps...
Well, never mind. I'll talk with him. Now, let me look at you. Oh, my dear niece, must you look like such a frump? Goodness, look at the way you've got your hair.
Well, it's the way it's most comfortable.
Oh, bah. How do you think you'll ever attract a young man? And look at that frock. off a rack.
I don't think I'll ever attract anybody. But Ted thinks I look pretty.
Well, Ted can't marry you. We'll just have to do something about you, or you'll end up a shriveled old lady like me.
Ted, where are you?
Up here, top of the elevator shaft.
Well, you've really made a mess of our plan. The old girl is getting suspicious.
You folks realize you don't have to give up luxury to get the gas economy of a small car?
You don't?
No, you don't. Mercury Comet is the only small car with the luxury of a little cooler in it. That's just one reason why this year Comet outsold Fiat, Audi, or Volvo. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
You're looking for a small car with good resale value? No. Well, here's an interesting fact you ought to know. The 1972 six-cylinder Mercury Comet is selling for more money today than the day it was new. I didn't know that.
Hard to believe.
It's true. And Ford Motor Company offers gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on Mercury Comet and on all its small cars. Ford Pinto, Pinto Wagon, Maverick, Mustang II, and Mercury's Capri. Well, I didn't know that. Well, now that you know these things, you can't afford not to see your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer today. If you see them in the morning, you could be driving home in the small car you want tonight.
Suspicious. The old girl's smarter than I thought.
And you're getting more stupid every day. Our plan was just to scare her.
Just hold the elevator door, Ernesto.
We collect the
Wait,
state
listen.
She drops dead.
No.
But your heavy-handed lack of imagination has her suspecting everything.
Oh, Ernesto, how could they?
Shut up. I know what I'm doing. There now. When the old girl gets on the elevator, snap, we inherit.
Ernesto, get me out of this contraption.
I hear her chair.
Take me down the back staircase. I'm calling Inspector Pushit.
Where's Ernesto and Rosala?
Ernesto's with the old lady. I don't know where Rosala is.
Damn, sounds like she's going around the other wing.
Oh, the elevator will work just as well later. Are you sure you trust those two?
I'm sure of it. They're as money-hungry as you. In fact, they came to me. Rosala caught me dumping a jar of moths in the ventilating system. She got Ernesto, and the two of them made me promise to come up with a hell of an amount. Why not? I'm sure you and I can think of a way to dump them later.
I'm sure we can.
Good. Let's go down and cheer Auntie up.
Madame, you forgot your robe. Madame? I have never used elevator. No, I mustn't. See, who will know? It will be like I am mistress. Which button? Someone, I think.
Oh, God, what now? Oh, please answer.
Oh, Blanche, please.
Hello, this is Sally Marcosi.
You'll have to speak up, man.
Hello. Oh, dear God.
Ernesto, let go of my brother.
He killed my rubies.
Oh, good girl. For a minute, I thought his thumbs would go right through.
Oh, you hit me. I only want to scare him.
You did that all right.
Ernesto, he didn't mean for Rosala to use the elevator.
It was an accident. I told you. Besides, she wasn't supposed...
me. Ernesto, your wife was never allowed to use the elevator. You understand that, don't you?
Where's good woman?
Yes, we know how you feel.
Besides, Ernesto, without us, you get no money.
No money?
And now, you get Rosala's share, too.
Oh, I never think of that. Other good women must be here.
Now, we've got to do something right away. I overheard Aunt Sally trying to call the police. I think I cut the line in time.
Well, Now that she knows, we'll just have to increase our terror tactics.
Ted, why don't we just... Well, you know.
Kill her? Now listen, you've got to understand. She must die of a heart attack, so there's no investigation. Let's go. I've got an idea.
I hope you know what you're doing. This place gives me bumps. Look at that old guillotine.
Come here, look at this. Iron Maiden. The idea back then was you put someone inside and slam the lid, and the spikes went right through the heart.
Oh, how awful.
Ernest, no. I don't like it down here.
Come in, Auntie. We have a surprise for you.
Ted, Glenda, don't, you can't. I've always treated you like my own.
Shut up. Ernesto, wheel Auntie over by that wall.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Why, that's simple, Auntie. Stand away, Ernesto. We're going to make your heart stop. This is a crossbow. You'll notice the steel arrow. I'm told this will penetrate a 6-inch piece of wood.
Ted, can't you find a better way?
See, Auntie? Maybe one of them will go right through that chair of yours. Ernesto, stop her.
Get out of my way.
Ernesto, watch out for the guillotine. Oh, my God. Ernesto's lost his head.
Come on, she's getting away. Grab those other arrows.
Here, only 2.
Stop! Listen. There, it sounds like she's gone up the ramp to the gardens.
Here, this door. There she goes, down by the arboretum.
You circle around in case she tries for the garages. I'll cut across. It's no use, Auntie. I know where you are. Come on, sweet Auntie. Maybe we can make an arrangement.
Auntie, over here. I won't let Ted hurt you. I tell I won't. What the... That's her chair. Where's Auntie?
Auntie, come out. Where are you?
I don't understand. Better stop this chair. Now, how do I turn this thing off?
I see you, Auntie. Glenda. Oh, God, Glenda.
Ted, why?
And I didn't mean it. I thought it was Auntie. Oh, God, don't die.
She tricked us. Got out of chair.
Oh, sweet sister. Don't.
Good of you to drop the bow, Ted.
What?
Now hold it right there. Oh, good. I was hoping I'd said enough on the phone.
I do not understand it. A shame it is. I have known the boy all his life.
More than a shame, Inspector Fouchard.
Fouché.
If only they had waited a few more days.
A few more days?
Yes. You know, there was a special secret clause in their father's will. Why, when the 2 reached 30, they would receive the rest of their inheritance.
The rest? Was it much?
Oh, yes, it was a great deal. My brother must have known his children very well.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus Rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. And in New England, Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all.
Hey, Matus Rosé,
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Why Is Ted Marcosi Driving Aunt Sally Insane is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Lyle Waggoner was heard as Ted Marcosi. Featured in the cast were Arlene Harris, Rhoda Williams, Lou Krugman, and Herb Vigran. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood by the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's story of murder in a theater. Death is the Puppeteer. Starring Lyle Waggoner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, and Kodak. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Hello, Mr. Know-It-All here, the man who knows everything about everything.
What baseball record does Greg Bruno hold?
An original copy of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
Who made up Abraham Lincoln's cabinet?
Carl Schwab in Walnut. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
Can you tell me where the Great Plains are located?
At the great airports, of course. Hello, Mr. Know-It-All.
What compact car offers two gas-stingy engines, a six-cylinder, and the smallest displacement V8 made by a major American manufacturer?
Well, that's the,
That's Ford Maverick, Mr. Know-It-All.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And did you know that the five-passenger Maverick has more rear seat legroom than either Nova or Valiant?
I didn't know that either.
Well, now that you know, stop in at your local Ford dealer.
Over the last 5 years, Ford dealers have sold more small cars with wheelbases of less than 112 inches, than any other single group of dealers in America. Come see your local Ford dealer. He's Small Car Headquarters.
Hello, this is the new Mr. Know-It-All.
Since the time of the ancient Greek theater, with its processions and its choruses, man has been fascinated with seeing and hearing his dreams, his frustrations, and his revels reenacted upon the stage. In the theater, we may laugh at high comedy or tremble at stark tragedy. And when tragedy strikes where there is comedy, it is most telling. As in the story you're about to hear. But our drama occurs not on stage, but backstage. In a theater where a revival of vaudeville is being held. May Granby of the comedy team of Granby and Granby emerges from a dressing room, descends a spiral iron staircase, and crosses to the stage door.
Hey, where you going, May? Out. But you're on in 15 minutes.
Not me. Let me out of here.
Hey, wait a minute. Cool it. Now, what's the problem?
I'm through. I've had it. I'm turning in my grief.
Look, baby, you can't walk out like this. It ain't professional.
Don't give me that show must go on garbage.
Does Al know you're leaving?
I don't care whether that bum knows or wants to stop.
Now, wait. Hey, Pop.
Right here, Mr. Wakefield.
Go up down to Granby's dressing room. Ask him to come down here, will you?
Oh, okay.
Now, let's try to settle this thing. Now, what's the beef this time?
The beef this time and all the time is that I just can't stand working with him.
But he's your husband.
He's also a comic, only he ain't funny. He says I sing off key. He says I step on his laughs.
All comics are like that. You can't walk out on him just because he gets a title or performance or two.
Oh, that ain't why I'm walking out. He's on a new kick now. He thinks I'm on the make for Tom Kent, that tenor in the Flash Act. What would I want with a tenor? I like a guy with...
Have you given Al any reason to be jealous?
No. Kent told me I had real talent, and I told him I thought he was a real doll to say so. Al heard only the real doll part and blew his stack. Now he thinks we've got a thing going between us.
The whole fight was over that?
Yeah. But it was one fight too many. And if you think I'm going to let any blackface comic, even if he is my husband...
Excuse me, Mr. Wakefield. Mr. Granby can't come down.
Why not?
He's dead.
Oh, not Al.
You the manager of this theater?
That's right. I'm Wally Wakefield.
I'm from Homicide, Dan McBride. Have you touched anything in this dressing room since the body was discovered?
Not a thing. I found Mr. Granby just like that.
The reason he's in blackface, Lieutenant, is that he and his wife are due to go on. Incidentally, I went on stage and told the audience the remainder of the performance was canceled due to a death in the cast.
Good. I mean, what's the story on this man Granby?
He was a relic from the old days of vaudeville. After all, burnt cork comics aren't exactly the new generation's idea of hip comedy.
Did he work by himself?
No, his wife played straight for him.
She here?
Downstairs. Oh, by the way, she hasn't seen the body yet. We thought we'd better get things cleaned up a bit first.
Yeah, and you discovered the body, right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Wakefield. We were all downstairs, backstage. Asked me to come up here and send Al down to him and May.
May?
Yeah, that's Mrs. Granby. When I came up, the dressing room door was closed. I knocked. When I got no answer, I opened the door and peeked in on account of I'd seen Al in here just a few minutes before.
Mm-hmm. And he was lying just as he is now?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see that knife before?
Many times. It's been in the prop room for years.
That'd be where the stage properties or supplies and other paraphernalia kept?
Right.
Yeah. Any idea who might have done this?
No, sir.
Did you hear any arguments, quarreling or anything before the stabbing?
No.
Yeah. Any strangers come in or go out your stage door?
No.
Okay. That'll be all for now, but we may want to talk to you again, so don't leave the theater.
Why should I leave? I work here all night.
Mr. Wakefield, as I recall, you said you hadn't seen the body until I arrived.
Right. After I'd insisted Mrs. Granby not come up here, I stayed with her, trying to calm her down.
When did you see him last?
During the supper show.
How long have you known him?
Well, a few years, on and off. I used to manage a vaudeville house. I booked the act several times.
Mm-hmm. How'd you get along with him?
Oh, fine. Hey, look, you don't think I
was just asking a question.
We got along fine, very friendly.
Mm-hmm. Had he had any trouble, arguments or such, with any of the people who were working here?
One, his wife.
Oh? What sort of trouble?
Oh, the usual man and wife spats, professional jealousies popping up and so on. He had a big go-round only today, as a matter of fact. I caught her just as she was walking out of the show.
Did she say what made her decide to leave?
Said Al gave her a bad time, suspicious that she was getting involved with Tom Kent.
Who's Tom Kent?
A singer. Works in the Flash Act on the bill.
Was she involved?
Well, she told me she wasn't. And as far as I know, she was always loyal to Al.
And I was always loyal to Al. You gotta believe me.
I'll try. Mrs. Granby, do you think you're up to looking at your husband's body now?
As up to it as I'll ever be, I guess.
What is it?
That body. That's not my husband.
It isn't?
No. Take that wig off him.
A wig, huh?
Mm-hmm.
There we are.
You see? That guy's got blonde hair. That's Tom Kent.
This rosé is any kind of wine you want it to be. It's a picnic wine, a candlelight wine, just like some fancy one. This rosé is a home on a yacht, a backpacking motorhome, whatever you got. This rosé.
Vertus is a rosé wine imported from the old world to go with everything good. It has a light, easy-to-like taste, so it makes good food even better. Good people, friendlier. And good times, well, just try some and see. Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York. It could be any kind of wine you want it to be. Hey, Vertus Rosé.
Bob, are you sure Granby didn't leave the theater?
Sure as I'm standing here. Not by the stage door, anyway.
You get anything from the other ushers or doormen, Mr. Wakefield?
Checked them all. None of them saw Al Granby leave by any of the exits.
Hello. Communications? Lieutenant McBride here. I want you to put out a pickup on Al Granby. Suspicion of murder. About 5'10", auburn hair, balding in front. Now, give me the lavatory, please. This is Lieutenant McBride. I need a labman over here at the Henry Irving Theater. Yeah. And have him bring a photographer along, too. Get him over here on the double. Hiya, Pat. You made good time. The body's right there. You know the angles I need. Shoot him.
Right, Dan.
Oh, and Dave, dust a knife handle for prints. And maybe the doorknob and the dressing table.
Yeah, I'll get everything I can.
While I was waiting for you guys, I figured out something. I think the blackface makeup and the wig and the dressing gown were put on this man after he was killed. Take a look at the hole in the fabric, right around the knife.
Yeah, you're right. The knife didn't make that hole. It was cut or torn so the dressing gown could be slipped over the knife handle.
Right. And I think he died immediately. There's only one blotch of blood here. Obviously, he didn't move around after the stabbing. Now then, come over here to the other side of the room. Now, this is a puzzler. There's bloodstains on the floor and on the windowsill. I'd say this is how Granby got out. He was bleeding, too.
Well, then he must have been wounded while attacking the dead man.
Not likely. The dead man was stabbed from behind, and there's no sign of a struggle.
Yeah, well, I suppose it could be that... Well, what was that?
Well, it sounds like the old doorman. Come on. Now, watch it, Dave. These stairs are tricky, and the whole stage is dark.
Oh, here, I got my flashlight.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
Help someone.
It is the doorman. I can't see you, Pop. Are you okay? Dave, shine your light over there towards the stage door.
Hey, look. There he is, stretched out on the floor.
Take it easy, old-timer. Don't move. Now, tell me, what happened?
He hit me on the head. Got away.
Who, Pop? Who?
Al Granby.
Who's there?
It's me, McBride.
Oh.
What's the idea of sneaking out here to the box office? I gave explicit orders no one was to leave the green room.
Well, I had business to attend to. We canceled a show tonight. That means a lot of refunds. I wanted to go over the receipts.
Why didn't you ask permission?
Well, I did. The cop you stationed at the green room said it's okay.
You should have asked my permission.
I'm sorry.
How'd you get out here? Through the stage door?
No, I came out one of the fire exits side of the theater.
Were the lights on backstage when you left?
Yeah? Why?
We found the lights turned out, and Pop was slugged. Whoever clobbered him must have gotten out the stage door into the alley. You were seen in the alley.
The fire exit's open on the alley. I never touched the old boy. Look, if I was planning to take it on the lam, I wouldn't be here now, would I?
You might be. You could be out here emptying the till while looking for a chance to split.
Oh, you could get laughs on that routine.
Okay, I'll give you a straight line. What about the fight you had with the tenor, Tom Kent, the dead man?
Who told you that?
One of the stagehands. Now, come on. Lock up your cash and get back to the green room.
Oh, hi, Dave. Are you about through? I've got all the pictures we need.
Yeah, I think I'm about done. The morgue's taking the body.
Yeah, Dan okayed it.
Yeah, well, where is he now?
Oh, he decided to investigate further. You know, the blood over there on the windowsill.
Oh, so that's why the window's open. Oh, what'd he do, get down the fire escape?
Yeah, he's on his way back up now.
It's hard to believe. When I was a rookie in uniform, I chased a guy up a fire escape to a third-story balcony. That was before I developed a balcony of my own. Well, at least the climb down and back was worth it. Even if I did get half the dust on the fire escape all over my nice new double knit.
Here, let me help you brush it off.
Oh, no, thanks. I can manage. By the way, I've concluded that Al Granby didn't slug the old doorman.
So what now?
I'm releasing all the suspects.
Hey, you found the murderer?
Not yet, but I have a hunch who it is. Let's go downstairs.
More questions, Lieutenant?
Not for now, Miss Granby.
Does that go for me also?
Yep, you're on your own. And you can buzz off too, Pop.
These are my working hours. I stay.
No, do what you like. Right now, I'm going to concentrate on finding Al Granby.
If you find him, please call me. I gotta know what's happened to him.
I'll let you know, Miss Granby. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Lieutenant. I'll be around if you need me.
Thanks a lot. Hey, you two stick with me.
Okay. Hey, where are we going?
Back downstairs into the theater. Into the theater? Yeah. But this time, we're going by way of the fire escape.
The mind teach a man what he can when he can. And no mind makes exceptions for you. You learn to stay on your guard, looking out for your part. You learn beech nuts to the back of your chew. Like my daddy told, when you go out the cold, you're not down there to take in the view. You keep respect for the mind, concentrate all the time. Of course, beech nuts to the back of you chew. What makes beech nuts such a traditional favorite? It's cause beech nut just keeps on getting better. It's a moister, more satisfying chew. Next time you're buying chewing tobacco, try beech nut. You won't be disappointed. Then when your shift's done, you come back to the sun. You and the boys hoist a few. It ain't such a bad life. She ain't such a bad wife. And you got your beech nut tobacco to chew.
How high 2 stories seems when you're outside a building.
Don't worry. If you fall, it's not any higher outside than it is inside. Hey, hold it a minute. Yeah, this is the level we want. We're lucky. The window isn't locked.
Well, what's in there, Dan?
The property room.
Hey, this is directly below Al Granby's dressing room, isn't it?
And that's what gave me the idea. Now then, when I open the window, everybody climb in. Shh. Be absolutely quiet.
Oh, it's dark. How about my flashlight?
No. Can't take a chance.
Well, what are we looking for?
We're not looking for. We're waiting for.
Well, who are we waiting for?
I don't know for sure, but I have a hunch. Hey, close that window. I don't want whoever comes in to suspect anything. Now, that's good. Now, Dave, have your flashlight handy, but don't turn it on until I give the word.
Yeah, all set, Dan.
Okay, fellas, now be quiet and get behind that big packing case. No, not that one. This one. Now then, that door over there leads to backstage. It won't be long before someone comes through that door, and whoever it is, it'll be our murderer. Shh. Someone's coming. Okay, you. Hold it. Turn that flashlight on, Dave.
Don't shoot. It's me, Pop.
Yeah, we know it's you, Pop. We can see sharp and clear. Here, get your hands behind your back.
You have to do that.
I'm afraid so. After what you've done, I don't want you to get your hands on me.
How'd you know, Lieutenant?
A stagehand told me you used to perform in musical comedy. He said that sometimes, when you were singing as you worked around here, Tom Kent, whose voice was young and still in good form, made fun of you.
Well, he didn't have to needle me about sounding like a fraud or an old crow. He never sang opposite Fritzy Chef or Blanche Ray, or I couldn't take it any longer. I had to wipe that sneer off his face.
You better not talk until you get a lawyer, Pop.
I know all that stuff about my rights. I don't want a lawyer. And I killed Al Granby, too.
Hey, what? Dave. Because he saw you kill Tom Kent, right?
Right. He was a witness. I had to kill him.
Yeah, that's why he couldn't have slugged you backstage. He was already dead. And you were the only one with the key to the master light switch box. You switched off the house lights and faked being slugged.
Yeah, but why did you blacken Kent's face? Why that afro wig? And why wrap him in Granby's dressing gown?
Yeah, it was stupid, I guess, but I figured it would confuse the police long enough for me to take care of Al and get out of town. It was all for nothing, wasn't it, Lieutenant?
I'm afraid it was, Pop. And if you'd been thinking straight, you should have known that at your age you couldn't have carried off a packing case with a man's body in it.
Was that man to drag out of the prop room? He'd never have made it.
Haven't you noticed? He didn't make it.
So there it is. She's missing all these great pictures. She needs everything.
That's amazing. Listen, I think I have exactly what you're looking for. It's a brand new thing. It's a Kodak Pocket Smile Saver
Look
Kit.
at that, will you?
It has a Kodak Pocket Instamatic 10 camera and a neat
It's got a
carrying
case and film and
magic cubes and
well, that's everything she needs.
Exactly. Everything
well, listen, I can't spend a lot of money on
well,
this. Only our hobby,
this is perfect. This is less than $30.
Oh, that's terrific. With a complete outfit? I can't believe that.
How are you going to get this to her?
I'm going up on the roof like I get her everything. I'll just hand it to her as she goes by.
She goes
every
by
90 minutes.
Every 90 minutes.
At an altitude of 38 feet.
That's really
well,
low.
That liftoff was a little off. That's a good orbit. I don't know where she goes.
How she got started as an amateur astronaut.
Boy, I wish I knew. She was rewiring the house.
Now available for a limited time only. The Kodak Pocket Smile Saver Kit for less than $30. Makes a smile go a long, long way.
Oh, I can't wait to see the pictures that she takes with it.
Splashdown is
Thursday in the pool. I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Death is the Puppeteer is a radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Lyle Wagner was heard as Dan McBride. Featured in the cast were Jim Bowles, Grace Leonard, Tony O'Dare, Jerry Dexter, and Herb Beitner. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Coulis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weisskopf's health chart of an epidemic family. Dr. Rivington, presumably. Starring William Shatner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, Beach Nut Chewing Tobacco, and Dial Soap. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Comparing the total cost of ownership is the only way to be sure you get your money's worth when buying a new car. And Ford says there are three important considerations that make up the total cost of ownership: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Don't overlook that last one, trade-in value. I'd like to give you some interesting facts about trade-in that are difficult for the average consumer to come by. Like the fact that based on a national average of NADA wholesale prices, both the 1973 Torino and the 1973 Gran Torino returned more of their original purchase price than their closest sales competition. The facts speak for themselves. A solid, well-made car will generally return more at trade-in. Ford says that's one of the reasons why Torino is the best-selling car in its class.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Money can buy many things, but not happiness and not health. Today, a story about greed and its inevitable conclusion, trouble. It's entitled Dr. Rivington, Presumably. Let us join the doctor now as he looks in on an elderly woman patient.
You're a fortunate woman, Mrs. Wunderlich, though I have some rather shocking news for you.
Am I going to die?
I should think sometime you will, but not in the foreseeable future, seeing as we caught it in time.
Oh, I'm so glad I came to see you. The other doctors told me it was all my imagination. Quacks, all of them.
Now, do you see this dark area on the X-ray, Mrs. Wunderlich?
Yes.
This is the beginning of what is commonly called a cancer.
Oh, no.
I've developed a method of curing cancer non-surgically. In fact, it's painless.
Oh, but it must be very expensive.
I'm afraid so, but considering I'm saving lives, $10,000 is a modest sum. You pay on the installment plan, of course. Now, according to the forms you filled out, you have a son.
Yes. Kingston Wunderlich. He's a millionaire, you know.
Well, then, you're as good as cured.
But he mustn't know. I'll get the money.
Take one of these pills before every meal and at bedtime. You don't have any small children around the house.
I live with my stepson, but he's 35.
Well, I'll see you next week, then.
Yes, of course. Oh, thank you, Dr. Rivington.
Dee Dee will show you out.
You're a lucky woman, Mrs. Wunderlich.
Oh, I know.
Kingston Wunderlich. Isn't he the one who's always giving money to charities?
He's the one.
Dinah, dear, isn't that outfit a bit extravagant? We are taking a commercial flight.
Don't change the subject, Kingston. I want to know why we have to stop and see your mother. We both know how she feels about me.
Dearest, we have to change planes there anyway. One day is not going to make any difference. Did you pack my medicine?
Oh, you're as bad as she is with your prescriptions and allergy pills.
I'm concerned about my health, and you should be too. After all, if I die, you stand to inherit a great deal of money.
Darling, don't talk like that.
Then please go and change. Wear something more wife-like.
For you?
For her.
What about Clarence?
He'll be too drunk to notice either way.
You rang, sir.
Jensen, take the luggage down. Mrs. Wunderlich will be along shortly after she's dressed.
Yes, sir.
Is that all you can say? Good for you.
What do you want, a parade? The guy's a crank, I tell you.
You're wrong, Clarence. Dr. Rivington is a specialist.
Right, and I'm an astronaut.
Oh, you shouldn't be drinking so early in the day.
Go take one of your pills. Take them all.
Oh, you're a very sick young man.
Oh, that's funny coming from you.
I just don't know what to do with you. Kingston will have to decide.
I'm sick of Kingston. My whole life has been Kingston this, Kingston that. He's the sick one in this family.
I'm going to ask Dr. Rivington to recommend a psychiatrist.
For Kingston?
No, for you.
Dr. Rivington, isn't that a name?
Dr. Rivington is a very nice young man. And you know, he's always smiling.
I don't doubt it.
Oh, well, maybe it just seems that way. Up close, I noticed he has a small scar at the side of his mouth that sort of turns up like this.
Wait. Do that again.
Like this.
Where did you hear about this doctor?
At the beauty parlor. I read about him in a pamphlet. I have his address in my purse. Are you planning to see him?
As soon as possible.
Oh, good. Maybe he can cure you of your drinking.
Yeah, and maybe he can.
May I help you?
Is the doctor in?
Oh, yes, but he's indisposed at the moment. May I... sir, you have to make an appointment.
I don't need one. Dr. Rivington, I presume?
Clarence!
Juice rosé, baby, kind of wine you want it to be. It's a picnic wine, a candlelight wine. Just try some and see how my juice rosé feels at home on a yacht, a backpack motorhome, whatever you got. like it a lot. Try some and you'll see.
Matus is a rosé wine imported from the old world to go with everything good. It has a light, easy-to-like taste, so it makes good food even better. Good people, friendlier. And good times, well, just try some and see.
Try some and you'll see.
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York. To be any kind of wine you want it to be.
Hey, 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 Matus Rosé.
Rivington, healer of the sick. I like that. You got any spirits, Doc?
Oh, sure.
Well, not a very steady hand for a physician.
Here. Now, what do you want?
Oh, not much. Half.
Half? Oh, that's ridiculous.
Isn't it? I wonder if Kingston Wunderlich would think so.
Kingston Wunderlich? Who's he?
He's my brother.
But your name is Dad.
Oh, we're stepbrothers. And your name is Carlson.
And now look, Clarence.
Oh, this sure beats bogus encyclopedias. You always were resourceful, Carlson. That disappearing act of yours wasn't bad either.
You were drinking up the profits. I couldn't trust you any longer.
But you can now. You're going to have to.
Kingston, you're a panic. But you do look a little pale around the gill.
Well, that's why Diana and I are going to the Virgin Islands to let the sun bake us to a golden brown.
Oh, my son, the globetrotter.
Darling, shouldn't we be getting back to the hotel soon?
No, we have time.
Oh, you'll stay for lunch. I have cucumber sandwiches. They say cucumbers are good for stamina.
Oh, Ma, we'd love to.
Kingston.
Oh, run along if you must, dear.
I have some shopping to do. You two enjoy yourselves.
It was wonderful seeing you again, my dear.
A rare treat. Give my love to Clarence.
Oh, an impossible woman. I've said that from the beginning.
Mother, please.
She's the type Clarence would find attractive.
By the way, where is Clarence?
He went to see a doctor.
Clarence went to a doctor? What are those pills, Mother?
Oh, these? Oh, nothing, just a diet supplement.
Oh?
Yes, Clarence went to see a specialist about his drinking.
That doesn't sound like Clarence.
He's reforming. He told me he may even look for a job.
Dinah?
Clarence.
What are you doing in town? Are you with Kingston?
Would you like a drink, sir?
I'll have what she's having. Make it a double. Where's Kingston?
At your mother's? Where else?
Too bad cancer is not contagious.
What do you mean? The old bag has cancer?
Not really, but she thinks she does. And she doesn't want Kingston to know.
Ah, too bad it's not the real thing.
Well, I've got a deal with the doctor. She's going to have a long bout with the disease, but she'll recover.
Does she have to?
What do you have in mind?
I can see that the money goes directly to you, Clarence.
I'm with you so far.
Then, after a period of time, well,
Well, that could be arranged.
Good. Then it's settled?
Almost. I have a return favor to ask.
I'm listening.
You say you and Kingston are leaving town tomorrow. Could you postpone it, say, 3-4 days, a week?
I don't see how.
If you were to come down with something, a virus, one that confined you to your hotel room. What floor did you say you were on?
10th floor.
And if Kingston were to discover that his mother had terminal cancer, he'd be very depressed. Maybe even suicidal.
I couldn't push him out the window.
I could. Then that cancer might just kick in sooner than anyone thought.
Just our luck. We finally hook into a prime sucker and this Dabbs has to show up. Can't we do something about him?
Indubitably.
Huh?
Without question, beyond the shadow of a doubt, yes.
Well, what then?
Clarence, Mr. Dabbs, is a highly predictable character, a lush.
Don't put that away. I need a drink.
Not from this bottle. This is Mr. Dabbs's private stock.
Huh?
One shot of this, and he won't bother us anymore. You see, Dee Dee, we're going to kill him.
Now I work big and ditch, and I'll never get rich, but I've learned me a lesson or two. You judge a good man by the dirt on his hands and beech nuts, the tobacco you chew. Since I was a kid, each thing that I did helped teach me what I'm telling you. When you fight, it's to win. When you're right, don't give in. And beech nuts, the tobacco you chew. The great thing about being raised around here is they raise you on beech nut chewing tobacco. Like they say, beech nuts, the tobacco to chew, because it just keeps on getting better, moister, more satisfying. Beech nuts, all you ever need to learn about chewing tobacco. Now, Poppy might yell, but he taught us kids well, and most things he said I still do. I'll live by my word, don't repeat what I've heard, and beech nuts, the tobacco I chew.
Mrs. Wonderlick.
Oh, I want to thank you so much, Doctor, for giving Clarence a job. He must be very busy. He hasn't had a drink in 2 days.
Mrs. Wonderlick.
Is that my new X-ray?
Yes, and I'm afraid it could be better. As you can see, the dark area has not cleared.
Oh, is this it, Doctor? Am I washed up?
Oh, by no means, Mrs. Wonderlick. I have something far more potent. These pills have never failed.
Oh, they're colorful.
The dosage is the same as the others. However, the recovery period is slightly longer. And then the matter of money. They're exactly twice as expensive.
Well, money is no object when it comes to health. My son will take care of me.
Ah, good. When you come in next week, I'm certain we'll have more positive results.
Oh, how do you feel, Mother?
Well, the doctor says I'll pull through. Look.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wonderlick.
Goodbye, dear. Oh, Clarence, will you be home for dinner this evening? Kingston promised to be there.
How can he be? Dinah's still sick.
Well, he said she'd be looked after.
I'll try.
I'll expect you.
Don't wait up, you old hag.
No respect, Clarence.
Clarence, would you like a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, but you must. We'll drink a toast to cancer.
I said no. I've got to have a clear head today. There's some business I have to take care of. Family business.
Kingston, open a window, please. It's so stuffy in here.
Take your pills first. Those 3 on the dressing room table.
Where did these come from?
Mother, she swears by them.
There. Now, will you please open the window?
Yes, dear. I'll be having dinner with Mother.
How is she?
Very sick, I'm afraid. She has cancer.
How terrible. You don't seem upset.
Well, I'm not really. The man who told her is a quack. He calls himself Dr. Rivington, but he's an old con man named Carlson. Clarence used to work with him.
What? Kingston, I'm not sure I feel at all well.
Oh, lie down, dearest. Those pills will make you sleep.
I can't see.
Please, Dinah, get back in bed.
What have you done? Kingston, you poisoned me.
So I have.
Oh, Kingston.
Mother was right.
Clarence. She's dead. He did it. He must have. Why would she kill herself?
Now, Clarence, get hold of yourself. Who's dead?
He's mad, I tell you. He killed that beautiful girl. He'd kill us all.
He's sly.
Now's our chance. Clarence, you need a drink.
No. Yes. He must know about her. About us.
Here. Now, you drink this. You'll feel better.
Yes.
Have another.
That was stronger stuff than I thought.
Someone's coming.
Quick, shut the door.
Excuse me, nurse. Is the doctor in?
We're closed.
Ah, Dr. Rivington. I'm Kingston Wunderlich. It's a pleasure. I see my stepbrother's here, out like a light.
Yes, Mr. Wunderlich. He's had a few too many.
Poor Clarence. Dead to the world.
He's just drunk.
Yes, of course. I wanted to stop by and thank you personally for the wonderful way you've treated my mother, Mrs. Wunderlich.
Huh?
I'll do all that's in my power to see that you receive a grant to further your research.
My research?
Yes, in the treatment of chronic hypochondriacs.
Oh, I'd appreciate that, sir.
Oh, I'm in a frightful hurry at the moment. There's a plane waiting for me. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to do me one small favor.
I'd be honored.
Since you're closing for the day anyway, could you drop my stepbrother off at home and put him to bed? Here's the key to the house and the address.
Oh, well, it's the least we could do. Yes, we'll do it right now.
Oh, I wonder if I might use your telephone.
Certainly, go right ahead. We'll be going now. Come on, Dee Dee. Grab his legs. Mr. Wunderlich, be sure to turn out the light when you leave.
Will do. Ciao. Hello, police? I want to report a murder. Yes, a man and a woman. Oh, Ma, I'm so glad you decided to come with me to the islands. It's good for you to get away.
Oh, yes, especially after all that happened. I still can't get over it. That nice Dr. Rivington and his pretty nurse, murderers. Oh, well, I still have you, Kingston.
When we get back to the States, you'll move in with me. I'll take care of you, Ma.
Oh, dear. I do believe I'm coming down with something.
Aren't you glad?
Glad is what happens when you use Dial soap.
Aren't you glad?
It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else.
Aren't you glad?
To get you going clean and fresh.
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? You use Dial. Aren't you glad? You use Dial. Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? You use Dial.
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin. You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial. And that's saying something. I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Dr. Rivington, presumably, is an original radio drama adapted by Kim Weisskopf. William Shatner was heard as Kingston Wunderlich. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Sam Edwards, Allie Robbins, Marvin Miller, and Alice Backus. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weisskopf's overview of an underground newspaper ad. Wanted. starring William Shatner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, Beech Nut Chewing Tobacco, and Dial Soap. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Want ads are often misleading, especially those under the heading personals. Mike Matthews responded to one and now finds himself in an awkward position. A blackmail will be exposed, but there's hope. Private Detective Steve Terrell is on the case, and Terrell just loves his work. In fact, he's even placed an ad of his own. The copy begins, Wanted, a willing companion, which incidentally is the title of today's story.
Hey, Matthews. Over here. Thought you might have forgotten. Not a chance. Yeah, sit down. What are you drinking?
I'm not. Did you bring it?
You bring the money?
Let's have the photographs first. Where are the negatives?
Well, you didn't really think I'd bring them here.
Listen, Pomerantz, or whatever your name is, you played out your string. This is the last money I can raise.
Look, we're not putting the bite on you for any more. Not now, anyway. But I will take what you brought. Yeah, it's all here. Well, I could at least spring for a drink. What'll you have?
Just stay away from me, Pomerantz. You and that girl both.
Now, behave yourself, Matthews. Oh, and say hello to the wife and kids.
Hi, Mike. How'd it go? I paid the bloodsucker like you said to Steve, but good. Go on home. I'll take it from here. What are you going to do? It's done. What do you mean it's done? Pomerantz still has the negatives. Read this. The one circled in red ink. Pomerantz and his lady friend have got themselves a new boy. Wanted. A willing companion for weekend rendezvous
of fun and games. Straight, well-endowed businessman looking for free-thinking woman, 25 to 35, to share capital gains.
Well, sounds like a winner, Maggie.
He sounded filthy rich over the phone. I'm meeting him for dinner tomorrow.
Now, just make sure you don't go where you might run into Matthews. You know, I'm against doing this twice in one city.
But this town is crawling with ringers. These street sheets are full of them. Look, why don't you lay off Matthews if he puts you uptight? Starting tomorrow, we'll concentrate on this one. Mr. Steve Thompson.
So, my wife won't suspect I'm bringing some paperwork along. You won't mind?
Only if you work on it, Steve.
You're very forward, Miss Pearson.
Well, your ad said free-thinking woman. And please, call me Cindy.
All right, then. Cindy, I'll pick you up at 4 o'clock Friday. Where do you live?
Oh, not my place, Steve. My boyfriend is not a free-thinking man.
Oh.
I'll meet you.
Where?
Well, how about here?
All right. Gosh, this is really exciting. I've never done this before.
Oh, neither have I.
Here's your check, sir. Will any of these suffice? I'm sorry, sir. We don't honor credit cards. Oh, well, that's all right. I'll pay cash. Keep the change. Thank you, sir. Have a pleasant evening. Shall we? Cindy? Shall we go?
Oh, Oh, of course. Vic! Vic!
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, Vic, this one's too good to be true.
Yeah? Well, you better be careful of him then.
No, I mean it. Thompson's as timid as they come. His wife walks all over him.
Then we got to watch out for her.
Oh, stop being such a cynic. I had the meal of a lifetime tonight. The bill was over $50, and he paid for it in cash.
Well, he'd better get used to it.
He tossed down the bourbon pretty good, too, so we shouldn't have any problem knocking him out. You got the film?
Oh, yeah, miles of it. Now, where are you going to be?
I'm meeting him Friday at 4. We'll be driving up to his private cabin near Idlewild. I got the directions.
Oh, yeah, this is good. Now, I'll go up ahead of you and sort of drop in Friday night.
Vic, Saturday night's fine with me. Even with his glasses. He's kind of cute.
Charlie.
Steve, it's Mike. What happened?
Well, it's all shit. I said. What took you so long to call?
It's family night. I had to take Diane and the boys to the movies. We just got back. Hurry, I don't want her to get suspicious.
Well, I'm a little bummed.
Steve, will you tell me what happened?
Oh, well, a friend of mine has a cabin in the mountains, so stop by my office tomorrow and I'll give you directions. Now, I already gave them to the girl to pass along.
You think she went for it?
Mike, you missed an Academy Award performance.
I'll be sure not to miss the next one.
Mike, who's that?
It's Steve Terrell, private eye extraordinaire.
Yes, Frank. Next time you have a show on the air, call me sooner. It's Frank Vaser.
There's a rehearsal in my office at 10 in the morning. Can you make it?
Oh, who's Frank Vaser?
He's a writer friend of mine.
Mike?
Oh, sure, Frank. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Okay, I'm passing out now. Bye.
Mike, go up and say goodnight to the boys.
Sure, in a minute.
Is something the matter?
No, why?
You just seem nervous lately.
Oh, it's business, honey. I've got this impossible new account.
Can I do anything to help?
No. I should have the deal closed by Monday.
Now I work digging ditch, and I'll never get rich, but I've learned me a lesson or two. You judge a good man by the dirt on his hands and beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Since I was a kid, each thing that I did helped teach me what I'm telling you. When you fight, it's to win. When you're right, don't give in. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Great thing about being raised around here is they raise you on beech nuts chewing tobacco. Like they say, beech nuts the tobacco to chew because it just keeps on getting better, moister, more satisfying. Beech nuts all you ever need to learn about chewing tobacco. Now, Poppy might yell, but he taught us kids well, and most things he said I still do. I live by my word, don't repeat what I've heard, and beech nuts the tobacco I chew.
Steve, over here on the couch. What are you doing? Not so loud. My head is an echo chamber. What'd you do, sleep here? How can you tell? Ooh. Well, let's get to it. I'm late for work. Okay. These are the directions. Will you be able to get away Friday night? Yeah, I told Diane I have a late business dinner, so I'm covered until about 10. That's long enough if these people work fast. Well, they do. I'll let the girl drug me, see, and then Pomerantz comes in and takes his pictures, and the two of them leave. And you follow them back to town and see where they go. You think you can do that? What happens to you? Oh, I get several hours of blissful, drug-induced sleep and meet you back here Saturday morning. Don't you go in after those two. You're paying me to do that. Mike? Yeah? You got any aspirin?
My Steve, you certainly like your bourbon.
Well, I'm just a little nervous.
Steve, come here. Drink up and we'll... How did you put it? Share the wealth?
Gosh, Cindy, I don't know.
Don't you like me, Steve?
Sure, I like you. It's just...
Well, drink your drink and then Cindy's going to show you how a free-thinking woman has a good time.
There. Hey, what are you doing?
Taking off your shirt.
What for?
Well, don't be scared.
I'll take off my own shirt if you don't mind.
All right. In that case.
Hey, wait. What are you doing there?
I'm taking off my clothes. Or would you rather do it?
No, I'm a little dizzy. I'll turn out the lights. Cindy?
Yes? Oh, poor Steve. Vic!
All right, get ready. I'll put him on the bed. Yeah, get his pants and shoes off. I'll set up the camera.
What should I do with his glasses?
Well, does he wear them all the time?
I think so.
Well, then put him on them, then. We don't want his wife to think it's somebody else. You ready?
How's this?
Yeah, that's good. Now hold that pose. Now roll him over. Yeah, that's good.
This is always worth plenty.
No, I can't see his face. There. Hold it there. Good, we got enough. Now get your clothes on.
Look at him. Is that a face a mother could love?
Come on, let's go.
Oh, wait a minute, my ring. I must have dropped it somewhere.
Forget the ring.
Forget you.
Well, I'm not sticking around here.
Oh, go on, I'll get home. Steve might have to hitchhike, but that's the way it goes.
All right, but don't be long. You hear me, Maggie?
Just develop the film. I can take care of myself.
Wake up, Terrell. The honeymoon's over. Go away. Sorry, old buddy, but I can't. It's me, Lester. Go away, Lester.
Lester? What are you... Hey, what time is it?
3 in the morning.
3 in the morning?
You want us to move to body, Lieutenant?
Not yet.
Lester? Did he say body?
Sure did. And it looks better than yours, even with a hole in it. You look pretty funny with nothing on but socks and glasses. Since when are you nearsighted?
Hold on, Lester. I can explain.
Who's the girl, Steve? Friend of yours? A client, maybe?
No, she's a blackmailer.
Not anymore. She's not. Who's your client, Steve?
You know I can't tell you that, Lester.
Gotta take you in, then.
Lester, can I ask you for a favor?
Ask.
Turn me loose. I'll bring you the killer inside of 24 hours.
Can't do that, Steve.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't kill her, did you, Steve?
Lester, really?
Sorry, I had to ask. We found the murder weapon in the room. It's registered to you.
Well, you better pull over then, Lester.
Can't do that, Steve.
Hate to tell you this, old buddy, but this gun I've got pointed at you says you can.
Is that mine?
Afraid so. Sorry, Lester.
Me too.
24 hours. You have my word.
Orange or black?
Glad is what happens when you use Dial soap.
Orange or black?
It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else.
Orange or black?
To get you going clean and fresh.
Orange or black? Orange or black? Hear your style. Orange or black? Hear your style. Orange or black? Orange or black? Hear your style. Orange or black?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin. You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial. And that's saying something.
Police, Mrs. Matthews.
Just a minute. Yes?
Sorry to bother you at this hour, Mrs. Matthews, but is your husband home?
Could I see your identification?
Oh, you mean since I'm not wearing a uniform?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a plainclothes officer. This is my ID card.
May I see it, please? Oh, this says you're a private investigator, Mr. Terrell.
Well, that's true.
What are you doing here?
I'll be frank. Your husband's a client of mine, and I have to see him now.
I'm afraid you can't. Mike's not here.
He's not? Have you seen him at all tonight?
Just for a few minutes. He ran in and ran out. He's closing a business deal.
Well, where'd he go? Do you know?
If I tell you, Can I go with you?
I really don't think you should.
Then I won't tell you.
Wait. All right.
I wrote down the address. I'll get it.
Hurry. I've got a borrowed car.
Tell me, Mr. Terrell, is it standard procedure to hire a private detective to investigate a business associate?
It's common practice.
I see. Then why did you have to get the address from me?
I lost it.
And the police car you drove up in?
I found it.
Mr. Terrell, you don't expect me to believe all this?
It's not very convincing, is it?
Not very. Oh, what's the matter with this car now?
Better pull over. The engine's overheating.
Oh, well, what do we do now?
Walk. It's not far from here. I'm going in alone. Wait here. Mike, what happened? You're not making yourself clear. Let me get that gag off.
Is this clear enough, Thompson? Drop the gun. Oh, now I understand. This was a setup. What are you, jerk, a cop?
No, just a jerk.
Where's Maggie?
Who?
The girl you were with. Oh, yeah. Cindy.
How should I know?
Oh, she ain't come back yet. Looks like we all wait together. Sit down next to your friend there. All right, now put your arms in back of you. There.
That's a little tight.
Well, that's the brakes. Very interesting. Steve Terrell, private investigator. Hey, I got something to show you. Don't go away.
Nice going, Mike. You think you're in trouble? I had to steal a patrol car to get here. You're going to learn not to speak with your mouth full.
Well, the pictures are still in the fixer, but I thought you might want to look at them anyway.
Not bad. A little grainy, but hey, did I do that?
You've seen enough, Private Eye.
I can't see. I'm blind.
Mike!
The gun. Get the gun.
Somebody help me.
Untie these ropes, please.
Mike, I was so worried.
Thanks, honey. Where have you been? Would you put over here, please? I was worried sick. I thought you and the boys had been kidnapped.
No, they're
Well, at
safe.
least put a gag on Pomerantz. I can't stand to hear a grown man cry.
All right, nobody move. Put down the gun, lady.
Hi, Lester.
Hello, Steve. What happened? You get tied up?
Yeah, I got mugged by an insane Boy Scout.
Are you the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Please untie me, Lester.
Who's this?
Name's Pomerantz, I think.
He your client?
No, he's a blackmailer, too. Mr. Terrell works for me.
What's your name?
Mike Matthews.
You're under arrest, Mr. Matthews.
He didn't do it.
Do what? Did he?
No, I told you, he's a blackmailer. Get me out of this chair.
Steve, you gave me your word you'd deliver the killer.
And I'm good for it. You've only got one guess left.
Who? Her?
You got it. I'd applaud, but I can't.
Diane?
I did it for you, Mike. Yes, I killed that woman.
But why?
I knew you were paying blackmail. The way you've been acting and then the checking account. I've been following you.
You have? That's how you got my gun, right?
That's right.
You want to know how I figured it out? First, you came to the door tonight wearing stockings under your robe. Then I wondered why you'd leave your children alone in an empty house. Then your car. A cold motor doesn't overheat. Then...
That's all, Steve.
No, but there's more.
Sergeant, take him away.
Oh, Lester, how'd you know to come here?
Someone left a note on your office door telling you to meet them here. Must have been Matthews. Gee, that's rough about his wife.
Will you untie me now?
Sure.
Hey, what's the idea? Why the handcuffs?
Sorry, Steve, got to take you in.
What for?
Aggravated assault, grand theft auto, impersonating an officer.
Really kind of wine you want it to be. It's a picnic wine, a candlelight wine. Just try some and see how Matisse Rosé feels at home on a yacht, a backpack motor home, whatever you got. Matisse Rosé, you'll like it a lot. Try some and you'll see.
Matisse is a rosé wine imported from the Old World to go with everything good. It has a light, easy-to-like taste, so it makes good food even better. Good people, friendlier. And good times, well, just try some and see.
Try some and you'll see.
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby & Company, New York, New York. To be any kind of wine you want it to be.
Hey, 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 Mitchell's Rosé.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Wanted, A Willing Companion is an original radio drama adapted by Kim Weisskopf. William Shatner was heard as Steve Terrell. Featured in the cast were Keith Walker, Ali Robbins, Alan Bergman, Julie Bennett, and Sam Edwards. The 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's drama of a macabre humor. Pigs could put you in a starring William Shatner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, and Dial Soap. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report. Car buyers today are giving serious thought to the real cost of car ownership. Not only purchase price, but operating economy and trade-in value. What about operating economy? Well, consider gas mileage. Lots of Ford LTD owners have discovered that adjusting how they drive results in surprisingly good gas mileage. And consider maintenance. The estimated average cost for 50,000 miles of normal driving in the 74 LTD versus the 73 LTD can be as much as $182 less in scheduled maintenance. Compared to its nearest sales competitor, LTD maintenance schedule specifies fewer spark plug changes, fuel filter changes, and chassis lubes for more savings. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class, evidence that for many it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
The criminal's milieu is the world. To him, no environment remains inviolate, whether it be brothel or temple. The crime revealed in the following story takes place on the grounds of the Midwestern County Fair. History tells us fairs were originally held in conjunction with religious festivals, where great numbers of potential purchasers gathered. But we don't need history to tell us that even the ancient fairs attracted sinners as well as saints. Today's fair is no exception. It's late afternoon, and in the grandstand on the half-mile track near the Midway, a young woman and her husband are talking.
How did you bet the horse?
To win.
Well, you should have bet he wouldn't finish. All those trotter drivers are old, but yours is older than a late show movie. I bet they'll have to lift him into his seat.
He's moving up. He can still win.
Not now, he can't. It's all over.
Well, there's $10.
Don't worry, honey. You'll never miss it after we pull this next job. Come on, let's get out of here. I got to send those wires to tell Brewster and Hudson to meet us.
When's the job set for?
Tomorrow, if I can get the boys here on schedule. And this stick-up is going to keep us in bread and sirloin for a long time.
Robbery detail, Lieutenant Dollar. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the info. Right. Bye.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hi, Ken. We're 1 down, 3 to go on the Spencer mob.
Oh, well, I guess I missed that one. Brief me.
Oh, that's right. You were out in that warehouse heist when the report came in.
Probably.
Well, about 3 months ago, a bank messenger was held up and badly beaten in another part of the state. And after the doctors pieced them together, he identified all 4 of the bandits.
Oh, who were they?
The leader's Gene Spencer. Record as long as a snake's tail, and he's been charged with everything, up to and including murder.
Are you still on the loose?
Yeah, on the murder rap, the jury decided self-defense.
Sounds like a sharpie.
He is. And his wife is just as sharp. She's a fainter.
A fainter?
Yeah, a fainter. She controls her breathing and can pull a 24-karat feint anytime she wants to.
Oh, that's a new one on me.
The 3rd member of the Spencer mob is Louis Hudson, also a long record. The 4th was Charlie Brewster, alias the Farmer.
You say was?
Yeah, I interviewed him this morning. The crime prevention boys picked him up late last night, loitering someplace where he shouldn't. We think it was a lucky bust.
How come?
Well, he had a telegram in his pocket. It was from Spencer and said, "Have job, we'll call you at midnight."
Midnight tonight?
No, last night. The timestamp on the telegram gave yesterday's date. You tied up in anything right now?
Well, I got some paperwork, but it can wait, I guess.
Then come along with me. The DA's got a signed warrant waiting. I'm going to search the farmer's room.
How come the telegram if he lives here in town?
Oh, he received the wire at Clarksville, upstate, but we found a hotel key in his pocket. He's staying here at the Central.
Okay, let's go.
Hey, Nancy.
Yeah?
Louie ought to be here any minute. Fix some coffee, huh?
Okay. Oh, but I wish we could go out to eat instead of me trying to cook on this silly motel hot place.
Now, you know we don't want to be seen around too much.
Well, it's not like we're in the city. We're halfway out to the fairgrounds here.
Who is it? Me, Louie. Oh, come on in, pal. What's with that truckload of pigs out there? Between the grunt and the smell, it makes me think I'm at a wrestling match. The pigs are part of our plan, Louie. And we're going to use them in the heist.
Hi, Louie.
Hi, baby. Hey, is that coffee I smell?
Want a cup?
Yeah, thanks. Black.
Black is beautiful. Coming up.
Hey, now, what do you mean you're going to use the pigs in a heist? I don't work with no animals. I did a job in Brooklyn once with a dog. I got bit. From then on, I only work with people. You don't have to handle the pigs. With that truckload of pigs parked outside the motel, people will figure we're going to enter them in the blue ribbon contest at the fair. And that way there's no suspicion. Now, you saw the fairgrounds as you came into town, didn't you? Yeah. What's that? Well, this is a map of this whole area. You're going to heist the fairgrounds? You get 6 lemon pies on a rejects for a bake-off. Oh, now, come on. Hold your wisecracks for a minute, will you? I want to show you something on this map. Now, you see this line here? Yeah. Well, that's the midway. And right here is the half-mile track where they hold the harness races. And right here, there's a gate. And over here, there's another. What's that where you got the red ink mark? It's a building on the back road. The secretary's office is in it. They take the dough in there right after the last race. Like how much? Well, about 60 G's. So what do the pigs do? Think it's spinach and eat it? Oh, man, now don't be funny. Will you listen? 11 minutes after the last race, Nancy pulls a feint in front of the first aid tent. That's right here.
Here's your coffee, fellas.
Oh, thank you, honey. Oh, yeah. Thanks, baby.
If I ever saw 60 G's, I'd faint without even trying.
Now, listen. Now, when Nancy pulls a feint, I'll be right next to her, huh? Now, the attendant starts to take care of Nancy, and I knock him cold, and we grab the ambulance. What ambulance? There's always an ambulance standing by in case of an accident on the track. Now, while we grab the ambulance, you keep this back gate open and clear. Well, how can I do that? Oh, boy. I snatched the fairground security cop's uniform. Now, you wear it. Okay. So far, we got an ambulance and a cop's uniform. Do you remember that the farmer's in this thing, too? Where'll he be? He'll be right here. Now then, as we grab the ambulance, the farmer drives up to this front gate here. He'll have that truck with the pigs in it. He parks it so it blocks the gate.
What about the pigs, Gene?
Yeah, what about the pig?
The farmer stalls until he sees the guy arrive with the dough. Then he lets the pigs out of the truck, stampedes them toward the secretary's office, and in the commotion, the farmer grabs the dough. He makes a run for the ambulance. We pick him up, head for the back gate where we pick you up, and we're off in a cloud of pig manure.
Hey, you know something? It might work. When do we pull this little beauty?
Tomorrow.
And I'm going to line the bird cage with greenbacks.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus Rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. And in New England, Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all. Hey, Matus Rosé. Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
Searching the farmer's room turned out to be a waste of time.
Yeah, looks that way.
And I checked Western Union on a telegram he got from Spencer, but they couldn't trace it.
Any idea where he might have sent it from?
Inasmuch as the farmer checked into a local hotel, my wild guess is that the telegram was sent from here. This is more than likely the place where Spencer wanted to hold the meeting. Robbery detail, Lieutenant Tyler. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's very helpful. Thanks for returning my call. That was Clarksville, the hotel switchboard operator who accepted Spencer's call for the farmer says it came from here. Spencer was probably phoning from the fairground because she heard a racetrack public address speaker and the sound of a merry-go-round while he was talking.
Well, I guess we'd better roll over there.
And right now, partner, before those big city rustlers steal the horses off the merry-go-round.
Hi, Nancy. Where's Gene?
Over by the gate, waiting for the farmer.
You mean he hasn't shown yet?
Not yet.
Hey, how does the uniform look?
It looks very authentic. Authentic Keystone Cop.
Well, the other security flat feet around here don't look exactly like West Point cadets. At least I'm not conspicuous.
You can say that again, but I hope you don't.
You know something? I don't think the farmer's going to show.
Oh, great.
You're going to scuttle the job, Gene?
We're going to do it just like we planned, only you're going to be the farmer.
Me? Oh, no. I ain't monkeying around with no mess of pigs.
They're not going to hurt you, you chowderhead.
But I don't even look like a farmer. A forward.
Look, Louie, we put too much time and planning in on this to blow it now. You got to do it.
Gene's right.
Now take off that cop's uniform and get into your own clothes. And there's a floppy-brimmed straw hat in the truck. Now, you wear it. Now, then, let's make sure you got this routine right, okay? Now, first, you drive the truck over there, and you block the front gate with it in 5 minutes.
That gate right over there?
That's right. And as soon as you see the guy with the dough arrive, let the pigs out of the truck and shoo them toward the building where the secretary's office is.
I gotcha. Oh, but suppose the guy with the dough is late.
Then let the pigs out of the truck anyway and stall. Tell them you want to register them for the show. But no matter what happens, don't go into the office until you see Nancy faint. Now, you got it?
Got it.
Okay, then, get moving. I guess that's the building where the secretary's office is. I talked to him on the phone.
Let's stop in there first, then.
That's a good idea. Jim, quick, look over there, by the front gate, just getting out of the truck loaded with pigs. Isn't that one of the guys in the mug shots you showed me?
You're right. It's Louis Hudson.
What's he doing with those pigs, for crying out loud? And what's that big straw farmer's hat?
I don't know. Farmer's hat, that's it. With the real farmer in the slammer, Hudson's taking his place.
Oh, well, this must be the action.
Yeah, and he's heading this way, probably going to the secretary's office. Hudson.
Oh, me?
Who else? When'd you take up farming?
What business is that of yours?
Here's my badge. That makes it my business.
Well, I ain't done nothing.
Where are your friends?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I come here to register these pigs. They ain't hard.
No, but you are. You and both the Spencers. Now, where are they?
You're the gumshoe. Find out for yourself. Gene! Split! It's a pinch!
Jim, the Spencers are in that ambulance.
I know. Ken, take Hudson, get the cuffs on him, then phone in for an APB.
Glad is what happens when you use Dial soap. It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else. To get you going clean and fresh. Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin. You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial. And that's saying something.
County Fair Secretary Office. May I help you?
This is Lieutenant Taylor. May I speak with Detective Beaumont, please?
One moment, please. He's right here. For you, sir.
Thanks. Beaumont speaking. Hi, Ken. Jim. They got away. That ambulance had too good a head start on me. I ordered the APB, but the suspects are probably sticking to the back roads. Yeah, more than likely. How about Louis Hudson? I had a black and white come out and pick him up. He's out of circulation. I tried to pump some info out of him, but I wound up doing all the talking. So there's no lead as to where the Spencers are heading? Not the slightest. I even went through Hudson's pockets, but all he had besides a gun was a $20 bill and a bus ticket stub. Did you alert the Highway Patrol? No. I think the Spencers will figure that the ambulance is too hot. Call the Highway Patrol to help with the roadblocks. Have them check every out-of-the-way garage and parking lot in the area. There's a chance the Spencers will have abandoned the ambulance. Consider it done. And Ken, stay where you are. I'll meet you there at the fairgrounds.
Are you crazy, Gene? Slow down or we'll get pulled over.
Anybody behind us yet?
No, but I bet it won't be long now. Gene, look out! You're way out on the shoulder.
Well, hang on. I can't handle this. Are you okay?
I think so.
Here, grab my hand and let's get out of this ditch.
There's a car coming.
Hey, it's cops. Lay low.
Let's make a run for it. He's going over to check the ambulance. He sees us.
Hey, you! Well, that stopped him. Now we've got a getaway car. Let's go. Is he going to be okay? Good. Glad you're on top of it. Thanks for calling.
They cranked up the ambulance at an intersection on Route 61. A sheriff's car stopped to investigate. The officer got out to see if first aid was needed, and they plugged him. But he's okay, and we'll be able to identify them. They swiped his car and got away.
Any clues to where they're headed?
No, but I've set up roadblocks on each of the 4 highways he might have reached after stealing the sheriff's car. Here, take a look at this map. The blocks are set up here, Route 61 here to the south, and these 2 here.
Well, we should have them sewed up, but suppose they got a hideout someplace within that area.
The boys are making a house-to-house search in it. Also, there are half a dozen radio cars cruising near the roadblocks.
Yeah, but the sheriff's car will be radio-equipped. They can hear what's being set up and avoid being tracked. Nancy, look in the glove compartment. There's got to be a road map. We can check off where they're setting up the roadblocks, and they could lead us right out of this trap. Roadblock number 6, come in, please.
Listen.
There's no sign of the car at this block. Thanks, car 83. Did you hear that? Loud and clear. I think that means the Spencers have pulled up someplace. Keep thinking that, copper. We'll make another check of all blocks and cars in 15 minutes. Right, Jim. Unless you contact me, I'll just keep cruising.
Does that mean they've checked up on everybody?
Yeah.
They didn't say anything about Route 11.
That's why we're staying on it. I told you those suckers would lead us right out of the trap.
Why are you stopping?
Well, that sign we just passed, it said detour.
It could be a phony.
Oh, let me turn on the spotlight. Well, it's legit. The road's all torn up.
Oh, what now?
Well, just back up and turn around. What the?
Gee, it's a trap.
Not yet, it ain't.
Freeze, Spencer. Don't try and shoot it out. It's you against 4 scatterguns. Okay. Get out with your hands up. You too, Mrs. Spencer.
Okay, Mr. Spencer. Hands on the hood of the car.
Okay, officer, get his gun. Now then, Spencer, you know what to do. Get your hands on that hood.
How'd you know that we...
It wasn't too hard. We knew you'd be listening to police calls, so we just let you think Route 11 was your road to happiness. Now then, as if you already didn't know your rights, you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to have a lawyer present. Anything you say,
You know a man's world is small and getting smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, but more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, a man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. You treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nut's the tobacco you chew.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Pigs Could Put You in the Pen is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. William Shatner was heard as Jim Tyler. Featured in the cast were Sandra Gould, Peter Leeds, Byron Kane, and Marvin Miller. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.